You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Fort Worth and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Treef, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, who was working the phones last night because if you know anything by now, if you tune in right at 6, it may not be best for business. We should wait till 6:30 or 6:45 when everyone's truly woken up. But no, we have to start off the show with the very latest for you. And Bobby, last night, the Micah Parsons contract rumors and possibilities started warming up.
Yeah, it's old Terrence Parsons. Boy, I don't know, maybe we're just hyper-focused on it here in Dallas. Is there any team where we know the siblings and the wives and everything? Cole Beasley's wife, Dak's brother, Micah's brother.
CeeDee's mom.
Yeah, they all have their own like voice almost inside Cowboys community. So Terrence Parsons got stuff stirred up a little bit yesterday by tweeting something about who the Cowboys are moving differently and tagged a couple people on
Jerry's
Twitter.
A genius.
Yeah, and so he said, just you wait. You'll see. Micah kept his word. And so it's like, all right, well, that sounds like you've got details that something's stirring here. And then last night you started to get...
And that Micah took less money.
Yes. Yeah, like that was the implication of what he was saying. Was like he kept his word. Like when he said he was going to take less. So then last night you started hearing some buzz about potential figures or like how close something could be to getting done. And then the more you called around and asked around, either that's all smoke being created from who knows where, or both the Cowboys and Micah's side, I think, are playing a really mean game of poker right now and bluffing pretty hard, because the sense I got last night talking to people was, nope, we're not close to getting done yet. We're going to work on it. We think this will get done. We don't have any doubts that it will get done, but no, it's not close right now.
And Jane Slater said that as well in her tweet, checking in with 3 different people, kind of going against this thing being on the doorstep. Meanwhile, Calvin Watkins, who will join us at 8 o'clock this morning, wrote the article, Dallas Morning News, do the Cowboys have a Micah Parsons problem? Some of the things in the article, Calvin mentions lingering concerns about Micah's habit of skipping voluntary offseason workouts.
What do voluntary mean?
Although they're voluntary, teams want the players to volunteer to attend, especially the highest paid, most important ones. Then there's his podcast and social media habit. We remember Malik Hooker publicly questioning the podcast last year. Micah didn't like it. Calvin says Malik's locker was moved after training camp. It was close to Parsons, and then it was put to the other side of the locker room. Did that happen?
Yeah. Now, the excuse here given, or the pushback given, is that he was moved closer to the safeties, and that is true. The safeties are over in that group. They're by that side of the locker. But it was just kind of funny timing given, I think we were there when Micah made the comments at training camp, spoke on the Malik Hooker stuff, and he didn't give it. He was like, no, there was no misunderstanding. It just is what it is, and I'm moving on. And it's like, oh, that sounded chilly. Okay.
Yeah. This whole thing is tired to me. Michael Jordan left the NBA Finals to go play golf. He went on a bender in Atlantic City. Like, this is the hardest worker that we've ever seen, the biggest competitor we've ever seen. You're off the clock, man. Like, who cares about his podcast? His podcast doesn't take energy. If he was playing pickup basketball, you could argue it's worse because he's taking energy away from the team. He's just doing a podcast. Everybody's got a podcast. Literally everybody has a podcast now.
Sure.
Or a Twitter account, or they'll do Instagram Live or whatever. It's stuff that would only happen if you play for this team. Like the attention, the articles written about this.
I'll just say this, and we are not a perfect parallel comparison. Our jobs are not a perfect comparison at all to NFL players. But I don't know that you would specifically, but people at this station would have a problem if me or Eric or Sean or anybody around here were doing podcasts, and in those podcasts, they were just commenting on the landscape of people that we compete with, and a lot of times talking about how much they love the people that we compete with, and like, man, they're awesome over there, and like that would rub some people the wrong way.
Well, I think it's worse in our world because there's like one or two other competitors.
Yeah, it's smaller.
Right?
Yeah, it is a smaller pool for sure, but like
we're bred to hate each other.
Yeah, and like, professional
even though
athletes,
I guess you're supposed to as a professional athlete.
but professional athletes now, it's gotten so homogenized because guys switch teams so often. It's like you're all eventual teammates, or you were friends coming up in the AAU or youth sports world.
There were people who didn't like hearing leading up to a playoff game against the Packers. There were people in that locker room who did not like hearing Micah talk about how great he thought Jordan Love was.
Yeah,
they're like, we don't need to hear it.
Where I thought you were going with Micah's podcast was, and again, the bottom line and the reality to all this is, if you're winning and you're dominating,
yeah, that's true.
It's cool. Wow, you gave us access. We have, we have a Netflix documentary taking place with a podcast, and when you come up short and you don't win big, then all of a sudden you're in it for yourself. The spotlight, that's just the reality of the situation. Where I thought you were going is when Micah talks about team matters or things within the building. If Brian Broaddus was doing a podcast and talking about, some references within this building, I would have a problem with that. The biggest problem I would have and this is where we need like 5 to 10 athletes to answer this. If Bobby's doing a podcast, which he apparently has launched a new one,
Well,
and it's taken away from this show, then I have a humongous problem with that. How does Micah Parsons not watching the film on the iPad at home that he's supposed to be while he's getting his rundown sheet from his podcast producer? Is Micah Parsons skipping his training session? Is he taking away from his work as a Dallas Cowboy? The evidence on the field would absolutely say he's not. He's the best player on the team. He's a future Hall of Famer. Now, could he be doing more? Are people just jealous? Is he shortchanging his football career in any way by talking into a microphone? That, to me, is the main question. Malik Hooker seemed to think so. Tank Lawrence, cheap shot that it was, he seemed to think so. And I would put a lot of money down that another teammate or two would probably think so. Whether they're right or not is a different matter.
It's different matter because like it could be sour grapes. Like they could just be jealous that Micah can be this good and not put in the same hours as they do.
And look,
and there's nothing wrong with that.
There might be is Micah Parsons beloved in the locker room? Like people may not love like just Micah Parsons the person. The talking that he does, the leader that he's supposed to be. If Dak Prescott's a 10, Micah Parsons is a what in the locker room?
In terms of likability or leadership?
Rank both. Let's go likability first. You don't have to answer. It could be an impossible question.
Not close to. If Dak's 10, it's not close.
Yeah,
it's not close to there. I don't know that I'd put a specific number, but there's a gap, a noticeable gap. Leadership wise, I think you remember that when T.O. was here, or Chop. I know you'll remember this. When T.O. was here, they talked about how it was not everybody in the locker room didn't follow T.O. The problem was that there were some who like exclusively followed T.O. and then there were others who didn't follow, didn't want anything to do with it. I think at times there's a little bit of, there's not a clear, for some guys it's like Jordan Lewis, DeMarcus Lawrence, those are our team leaders, and then there are other people it's like, well, Mike is my leader. And that's my leader.
Yeah.
Like
we know
Diggs,
that
I think, yeah, exactly. Diggs, Golston, I think, was that way in a lot of ways. And I think there have just been guys that way. Micah deserves a lot of credit for, I think, maturing in a lot of ways over the last year. I think he handled things generally over the last year really well, and that's what you kind of expect the older that somebody gets and grows into those leadership positions. But there is still, I think, just the idea of you are great. You are the best. So, like, imagine how you would be if you did have some of the extra hours put in at the facility. Like, if you would have been here for all the offseason stuff and learning Zim's defense, would you have in the first month of the season had just your one sack, or would you have been wrecking games because you would have had everything down instead of learning?
So if Dak's a 10 worker, Micah is a
5 average, just kind of an average, I think.
Oh.
Like, I don't say that as like a...
Even though he comes in looking superhuman and obviously a burst and speed.
I think he's a freak. I just think he's like your league average type of worker, I think. Is a fair way to put it.
Okay. That's interesting.
I mean, like the talk in the article, like they seem to have a problem with him going on vacations and stuff. Like he's in Southie, as Peyton would say.
Saudi.
You know, he went to the Middle East.
He's eating a lobster roll.
Yeah, to eat a lobster roll. You know, like what do you want him to do? Like you don't want him to go? You know, like he seems to, if he doesn't make voluntary workouts, I don't care about voluntary workouts for edge rushers. I'm sorry, I just don't. Those are for the quarterback.
And they are voluntary.
They are voluntary.
It's like my paternity leave. It's like you can do this, right? You could take the time. Well, if you take the time, my dad, Brian Broaddus, others, they're going to guilt you. What's the technicality of it? Micah Parsons technically doesn't have to be there. Like Aaron Rodgers probably should have been there as the New York Jets quarterback.
I have a much bigger problem with Rodgers.
But what if you're installing a brand new defense, new defensive coordinator? You probably should be there as well. But if you're also trying to send a negotiation message, you should stay away.
There's some gray.
We're talking about Micah Parsons being extended last year.
Right. So here's how I look at it. The defense being installed is one part of it. The second part is like when you draw the analogy to your paternity leave. Like when Brian's doing the guilt trip thing.
Yeah.
Imagine the way Brian has guilt tripped everybody. If then Brian took 8 weeks off of paternity leave after he lectured everybody else. That's kind of what Micah did last year, where Micah was, I'm the leader, and like, we got to have guys who are here, and then he didn't show up.
Let me ask you this overall question with all the noise surrounding this type of stuff. Again, Micah Parsons, some reporters thinking a contract extension is very close. His brother dropping hints. Micah was true to his word is all I'm going to say. Which is more or less credible? The noise around Luka's issues here or this?
Wow. Well, I think both of them are fair, but also not proven in the dirt, as Witten would say. Like, yeah, Luka might, enjoy a hookah. He might enjoy a beer or 7. He might not have abs. He might have one giant ab that looks like just a beer belly.
Yeah.
He got you to the NBA final. Like, he's still there.
Yeah. Like, I think Luka's issues are actually worse. We're talking about a podcast. Unless Luka's so much more beloved as an individual in the locker room, behind the scenes, versus Parsons.
Luka's issues would be more physically...
And the referee stuff to me, too. The complaining, the defense, the hustle.
Right. Luka's issues would be more physically challenging to reach your peak level than Micah's. Micah's issues are a podcast and skipping voluntary workouts. Because you have to prove to me, if Micah's not doing the podcast, that he is on his iPad checking out film in that hour.
What else?
And the likelihood is that he's probably not, because that's like an hour off, as he would say. And he's just taking that hour off and doing a podcast with him.
They're both things. Like both of those things, Luke and Mike, they are both things worth noting and worth paying attention to and worth probably trying to address at some level. But both of them are not a good enough reason to say, well, let's trash all this. That's where the Mavericks screwed up. That's where the Cowboys aren't going to. The Cowboys aren't going to say, well, let's just toss all this out then because he's doing this. That's an irrational reaction that the Mavericks had that the Cowboys won't.
Well, to me, it's not, let's not sign him to 40 plus a year because of the podcast. It's, this would be a stupid team building decision. That's the bottom line answer for that. If we heard that Micah Parsons was traded in a blockbuster, that we're not going to give half of our salary cap space to 7 players. That's stupid.
Well, and it's also the idea of,
it's not stupid if they all stay healthy and ball out.
For instance, you probably had some questions or some maybe red flags about paying Diggs. Like, those existed. And you did it. And in the 2 years since, you maybe have said, maybe some of those red flags actually ended up showing us why we should have been slower to make a deal here.
Yes.
So that's, I think, the thing that the Cowboys would be the only thing that they would look at is like, is this a big enough thing? Is this a seed that's going to grow into something bigger? Because on its own, if it just stays as this, we can live with this. But is this going to become something that's more of a distraction? And I think that's what they're trying to figure out.
And all these teams always ask themselves, what happens to the guy after they get paid? What's the saying on that, Choppy? After someone gets paid,
you find out who they really are?
Or it's magnified.
Yeah. Money just magnifies your true personality.
So Calvin Watkins asking, is there a Micah Parsons problem? The majority of the Twitter feedback I saw, oh man, the Cowboy fans, just when you think they're divided and going to break, no, there's a Joneses problem. Media campaign smear. What are you being fed, Calvin? How much are they paying you? Calvin will join us at 8 o'clock this morning. A thriller at the AAC for your Dallas Stars. And Chris Young goes and adds a starting pitcher to your Rangers. That's next on your home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ just getting started on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
What was it? Simeon Sisters? squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika.
No,
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Harley now hints, right circle, in front, poked away, follow-up, score! Granlund!
Victory Plus with the audio, a huge 2 points for the Stars as they beat the Ducks in overtime 4-3. Good morning, Metroplex Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. You are live in the 6 a.m. club on DFW Sports Station. We got a PBR ticket giveaway for you coming up next hour. So the win extended the Stars' home win streak to 8 games. That gives them 8 straight home wins for the first time since 2006.
That's surprising. That's surprising. Seems low. That seems low. But it was, look, it was a good win. How about the most exciting play in sports happening? You had a penalty shot happening during this game at the end of the second. I think it's the most exciting play in sports. I can make a good argument on that one.
Yeah, it's better than the soccer penalty kick.
That's too easy.
Yeah,
the soccer, goalies have a chance. The goalies have a chance in the NHL. On stopping a penalty shot. Soccer, it's like you're just guessing.
Play at the plate's awesome.
Play it's awesome. Yeah, good triples, really fun.
Final buzzer beating shot that we're hopefully going to experience in a few hours.
Got one last night. That's exciting. I guess I think a split the defense. I was thinking the first off the top of my head, the Bo Nix pass that he had this year, split the defense. I don't know why I thought of that one.
It's one of the two. It's either the penalty shot or Bo Nix.
Bo Nix,
the
right?
two most exciting.
But there's a handful of them. That's up there though.
Anaheim had won the previous 2 games against the Stars this season, and Thomas Harley, with the absence of Miro, has taken his game to the next level. A goal and 2 assists, 25 and a half minutes of ice time. So that is 19 points in his last 17 games played. How good was Harley? During 5-on-5 play, when he was on the ice, the Stars outshot the Ducks 15-2, according to Natural Stat Trick.
Oh, yeah.
So Gavin Spittle, the hockey hawk, letting us know a different website and reference to refer to over Bobby.
Over Money Puck.
Well, I mean, the Ducks were 55% to win last night on the deserve to win meter. So,
and they did get some news yesterday on Miro. He'll be out. They think could be out through the first round of the playoffs. So that really stinks because, I mean, they're not going to win the cup without him coming back at some point. That's just the reality of it. He is so good. But they do get a good win, and they get Tampa coming up. And I'm so glad, I'm so glad Anaheim returned to the old school Duck logo. The orange, I'm not loving the orange. I don't love it. I kind of like the purple and pewter or whatever the hell color they used to have with it. But the Duck logo's back, and that's what matters.
The Stars are now 4 points up on Colorado, who was idle. So Fresh Spits and Suds recapping this game is also available now here on 105.3 The Fan and wherever you get your podcast. The Texas Rangers and Chris Young, they got a little mini crisis when it comes to the starting rotation. They go and add left-handed veteran Patrick Corbin. 13th Major League season. Now, he went to Washington and he got the money.
Oh, yeah.
6 for 140. 2-time All-Star. He's a horse. Only pitcher in baseball who made 31 or more starts in every full season since 2017. They placed John Gray on the 60-day IL to make room on the 40-man for Corbin.
Yeah, and when he got to Washington, he was a pretty solid pitcher, and he saw his ERA in the low 3s for the first couple years there. But it's been in like the mid 5s and the mid 6s, depending on the year ever since. It's clear he's just not the same guy. It's clear he's just not the same guy. So, was it a bad signing for the Nats? I mean, I don't know that you could say that. I mean, they won.
Well,
they won with him.
I mean, over the last 5 years, Patrick Corbin has led the National League in either hits allowed or pitching losses each of the last 5 years. And sprinkled in there, he also led the NL in earned runs allowed 3 times and also gave up the most home runs in 2021. So he will get hit around, but he'll give you 180,
He'll give you 100 innings.
rubber arm innings.
Yeah, he'll give you 180, a lot of run innings, but
allowed the most hits and earned runs last year in the bigs.
That's not you're not stranding him.
Just missed the losses category. He was going for the Triple Crown.
You're not stranding him out there. Now look, this is insurance, right? It's a cheap insurance policy that you hope you never have to cash in because you hope that Rocker and Leiter take the place of John Gray, right? If they have to for the 60 days.
Sandler with a John Gray update. He said the Rangers received good news from a wrist specialist. No surgery or plates needed. The Rangers hope he's back sometime in June. The initial fear was post-trade deadline.
Ooh.
So that would be good news if Sandler is on top of it.
If he's back in June, it's great news. Now, you could come to a situation where whoever replaces him, Rocker or Leiter, is Nails. And now you have a good problem on your hands.
Boy, that'd be great.
Yeah, now you have a really good problem.
And if I could pick one of those two, it'd be Leiter. If I could get Leiter to be Nails, that'd be just awesome because I trust Rocker's got the stuff to eventually work it out regardless. Leiter's the one that I don't know what he is.
Well, it might be your closer.
Rangers power rankings. Where do they stand right now throughout Major League Baseball, and where do you think they stand in the American League? On the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053.
Yeah, The Athletic has their preseason MLB power rankings out, which generally I think, Chop, you've had them where? Around 6 or 7, you felt like is where the Rangers were heading into the season potentially?
I think there are 2 in the AL. Dodgers, Braves, Phillies, Mets, 7, 8.
Okay, well, let's go down the list and see how long it takes us to get to the Texas Rangers. Number 1 on this list, the Los Angeles Dodgers, who are playing baseball again this morning.
Man, Fox didn't even send their announcers.
They didn't?
They're doing it from a studio.
What?
Yeah, because they're like, this game is not for the U.S. fan. Like, it's on at 6 in the morning. It's on at 3 in the morning L.A. time.
Then it shouldn't count. Then don't
it's like, we're doing this literally just for the Japanese baseball fans. So, like, it's not
no smolts, no standings. If you're putting it on Big Boy Fox channel, then you send them.
You should.
Then it is important. Let's get the game on, by the way.
Yeah.
I think it's on FS1 today.
Number 2 on the... Here, I'll let you figure out the little remote there. Number 2 on the list, the Atlanta Braves.
Guide.
219.
The Atlanta Braves are number 2 on this list. Number 3, the Arizona Diamondbacks. Boy, this is NL heavy so far, and that's the team that you beat in the World Series a couple years ago.
Wait, 3 was the Diamondbacks?
Number 3 is the Arizona Diamondbacks. They said if you're surprised by their showing here, they did miss the postseason last year after all. Ask yourself who deserves the spot more. Phillies, maybe. Mets and Red Sox after their 9-figure additions, perhaps. But the Diamondbacks had the best offense in baseball by several metrics last year, and they added a legitimate ace in Corbin Burns. So that's where they're heading with that one. Number 4, the Philadelphia Phillies. We're still waiting on an AL team. Number 5, the New York Mets. Number 6, finally an AL team. It's the Boston Red Sox.
Wow.
7 is the Yankees. 8, the Houston Astros. 9.
Astros?
Yep. 9, the Baltimore Orioles.
Oh.
And finally, rounding out the top 10, just ahead of the Seattle Mariners, is your Texas Rangers with a 40% chance at making the playoffs, according to The Athletic. This is their write-up. They say one of the hardest teams in baseball to nail down, if not the hardest. To buy into them fully, you have to buy into Jacob deGrom being healthy, especially with Tyler Mahle and Cody Bradford ailing. You have to assume good things from their youngest players, especially the mercurial Evan Carter and some of the aging hitters.
Mercurial.
The Rangers could win it all, or they could finish 6 games under 500. That's what they did in the past 2 seasons, with the caveat that it's a lot easier to do the latter than the former. I think that's... Don't we all kind of feel that way with them right now? Where it's like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they went on another crazy run, and I also wouldn't be surprised if they got so banged up that they were below 500 again.
I could totally see a title, and I could totally see 75 wins.
I mean, honestly, that's... because they are the most... I'm trying to think of a team that's similar to them in recent history, not even in baseball, just in sports, where you're like,
the injuries?
Well, if they're healthy, like where you're just asking that question consistently of just like, well, yeah, I guess if they, I don't know, the Angels, you felt like in recent
the
years,
Angels I never thought were any good.
But that's the thing, the Angels were never healthy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to, I can't think of anybody that's has as much riding on Well, we're just crossing our fingers and hoping everybody stays healthy.
By the way, the Dodgers are putting it on the Cubs in the 5th inning. Shohei has gone deep. So it's 6-2 Los Angeles in Japan.
Did he make them stop down the game and have everybody just like take off their hats and tip them to him?
Actually, he did make them stop down the game because they had to review the home run.
Yeah.
See, I was right. Look at that. I was being a sarcastic jackass, and I was right.
Yes, you have lost the Shohei argument. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. So 10, is that way too low for you?
I mean, look, at 10, it's not way too low because I had him at like 7.
Is 5th in the AL too low?
Yes, 5th in the AL is too low. Boston's not the best team in the American League. The Yankees are the best team in the American League, and the Rangers are the second best team. And then you want to have an argument about, I think Houston's going to take a major fall off. I think Houston is there on name. I think they forgot Baltimore got kind of poached in free agency this offseason. They're putting way too much in the Garrett Crochet signing for the Red Sox. I really like the Walker Buehler signing. I think that could wind up being one of the signings of the year. I think that they did a great job getting him. But do you trust him? The guy gets a Tommy John surgery every 3rd year. Are you trusting that?
So there it is, a little Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. A random NFL note. Brandon Graham, longest tenured Eagle ever, retires yesterday, had the press conference. I love Filthy. Love all the fans, blah, blah, blah. And he also said he's going to miss talking all that smack and all that S. And his number 1 target was wearing number 4.
I'm gonna miss it, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it in practice too. Like I'm gonna be a part of something that they got going on, where I could come in and even if I'm just coming to practice, doing something to help wash and doing something. I'm gonna always tell the old lineman what I would have did if I was still out there.
Do you have a favorite trash talking moment with somebody from another team?
Anything with Dallas, man. I mean, I'm always talking stuff to Dak. Dak be cool out there when we have our back and forth. But I like Dallas games, and of course, big games that you need, playoffs. But if I had to say, Cowboys is always going to be number 1.
There are a few Eagles players that you kind of you hate that you kind of respect them a little bit. Brandon Graham's one of those for me. Where Brandon Graham just consistent, steady, cool. 15 years, just do everything. He's like the defensive Jason Kelsey for me. Not Fletcher Cox, who's kind of a jerk at times and like punched Zach Martin in the ribs on a play one time. But Brandon Graham, I always had a lot of respect for him.
Astronauts landing and the JFK files are out. Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
But let's get you up to my favorite place.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
One Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Ross. Professional read in for Peyton Phillip Russell, who is on his way to Boston with the fiance. Creating a viral moment yesterday. Hopefully you heard it. And Bobby putting it out on all the fan social media accounts, including the Sean and RJ page that you can follow on Facebook and Instagram. This is DFW Sports Station. You're part of the 6 a.m. club, and we want to hook you up with the PBR ticket giveaway starting at 7:20 this morning. Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News, his Micah Parsons report. He'll join us at 8. It's a Meet Church Wednesday with Matt Pitman, 8:20 on DFW Sports Station. But Choppy, yesterday we had astronauts landing, and late last night, President Trump, true to his word, the JFK files released.
Yeah, and I don't know what to believe because this is the problem with AI that it has created. I don't know what's real and what isn't.
You know how you could figure it out?
Read all 80,000 pages.
Yeah.
Well, what are you debating between?
Well, there was no. First of all, the second problem.
That's my big number one problem. I'm like, okay, who do I trust to go through all this? But come on, all you news organizations are lazy. When I go to the New York Times and I go to CNN and say, what we've learned so far. If this was a Jerry Jones piece that dropped, we would have had all 70,000 pages read for this morning because
I got you.
You read them?
No, I'll tackle it today.
But they're all with a so far update. What I've gathered so far is nothing major.
It's largely they released all the Warren Commission report, which you have your own take on the Warren Commission report.
Michael Lombardi, I thought he would go through it, but he's busy carrying Bill's water in North Carolina.
He's trying to find out, find the next Lawrence Taylor.
He's trying to find the next beach pose
absolutely.
for Bill and his
oh my gosh.
girlfriend to do the helicopter or the airplane.
The airplane, not a fan?
No. He fell 6-7 spots down the coach rankings all time with that photo.
Who's the most hard ass person you know who is melted like this? In your life
good point.
Or in sports, anyone that has just melted like this publicly or privately if it's within your circle.
I don't know that there is one. Like I genuinely cannot.
This is what you said would happen to me by having a daughter, and Bill's doing it right now by having a daughter.
It's slowly happening to you. It's like that Colorado River just slowly cutting away at the Grand Canyon. You'll get there.
Yeah.
You're getting there.
And what's the latest evidence you've seen of that?
It was probably when you went into your Jamaican accent while we were in India. And you're like, Eva.
Okay. Let's go.
So, yeah, a lot of it is the Warren Commission. There's one
guy who said, I think that the FBI or CIA was involved. I'm paranoid over it.
Right.
And he turned up.
He turned up dead 6 months later,
Yeah.
and he said that he mentioned Lee Harvey Oswald by name and that he would be killed, but the CIA was behind the whole thing.
They're like, get Oswald some more protection.
Yeah.
They didn't.
And a lot of people are saying the whole thing proves that Oswald acted alone, which that in and of itself is impossible based on the evidence that we have and not even the evidence, the evidence and the video, because there's no way he could have taken the kill shot from behind, and the amount of shots that were reported versus the amount of shots that actually happened, or you would have to prove or believe the magic bullet theory.
I don't,
which the laws of physics deny.
Okay, I don't buy it. I would say that you can't say with certainty like it didn't happen that way. Like there is enough there. Like one of the things they've discovered in recent years where their miscalculations came were when they said, oh, the bullet would have to do all these different things. Well, they were actually in like jump seats. So Kennedy was up higher and a little off center. And so the whole trajectory people had like misjudged for forever. It was actually like a fairly straight line when you look at how the magic bullet was allegedly supposed to go. But
the issue is the exit wound.
So, I mean, the problem
and the fact that they use two different bullets.
The problem that so there's a lot of issues here in terms of like where they found the other round. Like, oh, it just fell out on a gurney. Here it is. The number of shots. I don't think the number of shots people hear is enough. You've been down there. When you get down to like that area and you just hear noises bouncing off of those buildings, you can get confused with it. But
you get confused.
I agree. I don't think that's what happened. But I also don't think you can say like definitively it's impossible.
Well, the one thing that always threw me off about it is the first shot, the magic bullet, if you will, went through Kennedy's like neck and then through the governor and everything. And then the other one, when it hit Kennedy, it exploded. Those are two different types of bullets.
Well, one's a hollow point.
Right. So in the same, you're gonna put two different types of bullets in your same gun.
Well, I don't remember.
So, I mean, it's just, and then one's going to come from the back, and then one's going to come from the front, because the one that comes from the front is the headshot that explodes out of the back of the head. That's where I just can't get down with he acted alone.
The wildest theory I've seen about that is there was some guy who said, "Oh yeah, everything was fine." The headshot, the final kill to Kennedy, it was a Secret Service agent behind him who was scrambling to grab his gun and turn around.
Yeah.
And they floored the gas, and his gun went off, and he accidentally shot him. That's what happened.
So what's your appetite level for like consuming this in your free time?
I tried last night. I went through about a dozen pages, and
you started reading the actual.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Like when you go to the website, it's like each link is like one scanned page. And I don't know how anybody got anything done in 1963 because that print is awful. That font, I mean, my eyes, I was like blowing it up my phone. It was just, all right, I can't do this.
My wife was streaming the astronauts being saved and landing outside playing with Ollie, and I had it on TV, and I didn't care. I know everyone said, "Oh, it was really cool watching it land into the water." You know, I'm sitting there listening to analysts and news people try to fill time by bringing on former astronauts. I guess my biggest takeaway, my two biggest takeaways, number one, they have to get an immediate medical evaluation and the wobbles that they all have coming out because they're not used to, gravity and walking. So you get put in the wheelchair, you get put in the bed for assistance. And then a former astronaut said, yeah, there's about 4 months of BO just stored up in the little vessel. He goes, you get used to it, but when you breathe that fresh air, when you land back, in America or on Earth, it's very, very refreshing. But about 3 or 4 months of BO stored up.
I was over at I had to pick up the kids for prize. I was over at my mom's.
Wow.
Of course, she had chores for me to do. Can you paint the ceiling for me?
Oh my!
There's like a stain, from a leak that they had fixed, and she asked me to paint the ceiling. I was like, Emma, and I hear.
So did you paint it yesterday?
It took 2 minutes, right? It was just
So she has the paint.
Yeah, it was just a little strip. So I hear Aunt Surrection say, 9 minutes. They're gonna land in 9 minutes. It's on the TV. And I was like, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go.
Did someone come by and key Elon's SpaceX vessel like they're doing there's this DFW video of a guy just walking by a Tesla and keying it as they're getting lit on fire and shot at and everything. So the Elon praise was there yesterday, but I would think that you would have stuck around for this coverage, that you'd be interested in this.
No, I would have, but they got so excited about it. I was like, I just can't do this. Not with you two.
When did space exploration or space travel stop being interesting? What age for you?
I only like seeing the rocket take off. That's it. That's the only thing I care about.
Yeah.
I don't care about seeing the parachutes. I guess, is it going to land softly in the water? But years and years ago, I still do think it's cool watching the rockets take off.
I'll tell you this. I do think the rockets... Watching those, the SpaceX land and get caught by that claw.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's cool.
So do they just go up there with like 10 years worth of food just in case? Because
I think it's powdered food,
they got
right?
stuck up here for 9 extra months?
Yeah, I think it's that are they MREs? MREs?
Yeah, it's like little powdered food and Tang. That's what they get.
Maybe that's what Tracy Morgan consumed because yesterday Tracy Morgan came out with the hospital bed photo saying what happened in Madison Square Garden where he was puking all over the floor and bleeding from his nose was a result of food poisoning, a bout of food poisoning. And my immediate thought and question was, has food poisoning ever made you throw up? And some people came back with very graphic. Ross is shaking his head yet. No, I said, did food poisoning ever make you bleed, not throw up?
Oh, yeah. Throw up.
No, definitely not that.
Yeah. And some people came back with very graphic bottom end descriptions, depending on what type of food you eat. But other people also pointing out, hey, man, he's also had the kidney transplant, 2 weeks in a coma after a car crash. So who knows? But Tracy said, thanks to MSG for taking care of me and cleaning up that puke. More importantly, the Knicks are 1-0 when I throw up, so maybe I'll break it out again in the playoffs.
I could see having such violent vomiting that it would cause you to have a nosebleed.
Like vessels?
Yeah, like 'cause, my eye will do that. Like I'll get my eye to have like a really big red spot in the middle of it.
Like the strain from it?
Yeah, the strain from it. So I could see if you're already prone to nose, like my son Luka gets nosebleeds like every day.
Maybe he wants to go play at Michigan.
Maybe he wants to go play at Michigan.
That's a good one.
That's a real good one.
That's a good one.
Guy had a nosebleed every day.
Happy Gilmore 2 coming out July 25th, only on Netflix. How excited are you for this? I'm in. This is part of Adam Sandler's just exclusive Netflix deal, and this thing is going to blow up. Trailer came out yesterday.
I hesitate to say this.
Oh, no.
No. I'm not going to trash it. I just hesitate to say this because I know it'll have people melting down. I don't think I've ever seen that movie all the way through.
What?
Even Ross
turned the mic on.
Like I've obviously seen like different scenes from it, or it's been on TV or whatever. I don't think I've ever sat down and watched the whole thing.
That's unfortunate.
Robert. That's very unfortunate.
I know.
I'm going to go into this like the Kennedy Files, like no expectations, because it's been so long.
Yeah.
I'm excited about it. I'm very excited about it. But when it's been like 20 years, like how
Is that how long it's been?
At least.
Yeah, it was 1997.
Yeah, it's the golden age of Adam Sandler. So, yeah, 90s.
28 years. So, like, these guys are so much older now. They're going to look so different.
Well, I mean, isn't everybody going to be like? I mean, obviously, it's the.
Who cares how different they look as long as the same people are in there and you're like, hey, oh,
yeah. It's
I was just thinking to myself, who's dead? Who's dead that won't be back?
The guy with the nail in his head. That guy died.
It's the nostalgia angle, I would assume. It's just like whenever they do these reboots, like 20 years later, like we're bringing back iCarly or Who's the Boss, or like we're just recycling those shows. Also, I think everybody's going to be interested, like, what cameos are they getting?
Yeah.
Who's going to pop up in here and give us a good cameo?
I saw Ben Stiller, Eric Chiafalo's favorite, Paige Spiranac, is apparently in it as well. Yeah. I would not give a movie review, Eric, if I were you.
No, I wouldn't even see it.
I wouldn't even. Yeah,
I was howling with laughter.
Cancel your Netflix. Eric should cancel his Netflix.
That's an even better point. 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line to hit us up on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. The madness got started last night. RJ Choppy is going to help you plan tomorrow and Friday so you don't even have to take off of work for the beginning of the NCAA tournament. That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Pepper lady. Asian lady. Nutmeg maidens? No. Just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some fun club?
Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Simpson will inbound under his own basket. Pinedo pressures the ball. He throws a baseball right-hand pass. Arcing toward the far free throw line. It's loose under the basket. Laid up and in by Knox. 7/10 of a second to go. Amore Knox gives Alabama State the lead, 70-68.
That is True TV with the call as Alabama State already starting the madness, 70-68 over St. Francis. I don't get into the 16s as much. I was all in on the Carolina-San Diego State game and the Texas-Xavier game tonight. But we know where Sean will be tonight. American University and Mount St. Mary's. The battle for Middle Maryland.
The battle to face Kevin Hagelin's Duke Blue Devils.
That's right. That's right. You guys won't even talk on Friday.
It'll be like the first 5 years here at the Fan.
Absolutely. There you go. So Alabama State moves on. They move on to the big boy tournament. And then in the nightcap, boy, I'll tell you, Bubba Cunningham has to be the happiest man in the world because North Carolina absolutely put it to San Diego State. They win 95-68. They almost won by 30 points.
My first ESPN bracket's already messed up because I picked San Diego State to win the. They didn't give me the option of picking the playing game. They just had who the projected winner was.
So what happens if you put San Diego State to move on?
Then you just change it.
Okay, you can just change it.
Yeah, these games don't count for your bracket. You have until Thursday morning, whatever time your pool decides to make the cutoff. You have until then to make any changes that you want. So I've already made changes. Like I thought I left it blank. The Ole Miss Carolina San Diego State game, I left it blank, and I'll probably put Carolina into advance.
Okay.
The committee really, that they're probably pretty happy. They want Carolina to win at least another game.
Yes.
It may not perfectly absolve them, but it makes it they can at least point to it and say, they did advance, guys. Whether or not our process was right, they did advance.
Yes.
So that's how that looks. But let me figure out and help you set up the next 48 hours of your life starting tomorrow.
And a lot of Tolos yesterday requesting Choppy the podcast of his NCAA tips, asking you to tweet it. You did a nice little breakdown as well that I'll retweet right now. So a lot of Tolos are listening and knowing that can help them win.
Yeah, and maybe I'll do I'll do more in depth. Maybe I can do one of those notes apps and a more in depth version. Just rewrite this sheet online.
There you go.
Maybe I can do something like that.
A little cheat sheet.
Yeah, a little cheat sheet action for you. All right, so I'm going to help you plan your day on Thursday and Friday. So some of the tourney games are going to stink. You want to be able to get out of work without using a day off, right? So I'm going to avoid the 116 and the 215 matchups. All right, so I'm just going to say, if those are on, go back to work. You don't need to see those. So on Thursday, I'm going to recommend you get to work a tick early. If you normally arrive at 8, just get there a little bit early at 7 a.m. The boss walks in. They see you're already there. You're already in good standing. You take an early lunch, all right? You leave at noon, all right? You miss the first half, and you take a regular 1-hour lunch and watch the end of Creighton-Louisville, okay? That's the first game of the dance. So you watch that from noon to 1. You come back to work at 1 o'clock. You kind of work for 2 hours. Then you leave at 3. You've put in a 7 to 3 day.
Oh,
all right.
So I can just choose at my job whether I want to do a 9 to 5 or 7 to 3.
If you have the punch time card, maybe not. But if you're like in an office, like yeah. You know, I mean, what Spittle got here? What he gets here a little later and then he leaves later, right? It's not necessarily 8 to 5, right?
Yes,
you're putting in your hours of days. So you head home and you're in home in time to watch VCU versus BYU, which is an 11 to 6, and then the rest of the day is yours. Now,
like it.
Friday, you do the same thing. You arrive a little early, but this time you take lunch at 11 because it's Baylor and Mississippi State. And you take a 2-hour lunch and you return to work at 1. Then you work again for a little bit. You make a point to go into the boss's office to show your face.
I can only tell you that this could come from the mind of RJ Choppy. This is so intricate and detailed on how to take the shortcuts.
You show your face. You show that you've returned to work, that you're here. It's 1:30. You look a little annoyed. You have to look a little annoyed with some people. You got to complain about a coworker.
They're not working as hard as me.
Whatever.
They don't care as much.
But by showing your face, you've bought a little time. And here's the slide part. You need to go into your attic. You need to find an old backpack or an old briefcase.
Okay.
Stuff it with crap, papers, whatever. Make it look like it's full. Put some pens in the side.
It's like we're like smuggling heroin in the airport.
Yeah, basically.
You leave it at your desk. It's Friday. You don't care about it. If the cleaning people take it, if somebody steals it, whatever. But you go see your boss around 1:30, and about 2:15, you leave that at your desk so it looks like you're still there, but you're just taking care of something else inside the office. And, you know, maybe the bosses will come to you, whatever. But a little bit of a risk. If he comes by, he assumes you're taking care of something else, and he missed you.
Yeah.
That's it. They missed you, and you're gone. You're gone for the day, and you're watching the next game. But you got to have an old backpack or suitcase, or briefcase.
So, you know, we talk about best laid plans and how sometimes a wrench can be thrown in those things. So can I throw a scenario at you that then you're going to tell me how are we supposed to react to that?
Sure.
Okay, so if you've got these lunches ending at 1 o'clock, that means that you're going to have people leaving as we're in the last 5 minutes on Thursday, probably, of High Point and Purdue and Bama and Robert Morris on Friday, which are not supposed to be great games. But if you've got an upset special brewing, now you're potentially extending your lunch and getting in trouble. What are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to just miss the end of the game? Or are you supposed to scramble and come up with some excuse why you were late?
This is easy. You're right up my alley, okay?
Child's play, Bobby.
Yeah, child's play. Take one of your keys, you go to your tire, and you deflate the tire. Okay? Okay?
There was a Tesla in the parking lot, you're about to say.
And then you just deflate the tire. You're not popping it, you're just deflating it, okay? Yep. Take a picture, send it in. Uh-oh, look what happened here. And then now what you do is you bought yourself a little bit extra time because, maybe you got to change the tire, tow truck, whatever you want to do. Like if you can't change a tire, if you can, you bought yourself 30 minutes.
That's why before Peyton got unethical life hacks canceled, that was one of the life hacks. They said the next time you have a flat tire, just take a picture of it and save it for the future whenever you need to send it off.
College basketball kegger with Ralph James Choppy on 105.3 The Fan.
As if UTA didn't need any more regret about letting Scott Cross leave and go to Troy, this gives it to them. He has whittled it down. He really has. He asked recruits now, because he's at Troy and they're in the tournament, do you like Waffle House or not? Because it's the only restaurant apparently they have in their town where his school is. And he said that we do not get any recruits to come to school here who don't like Waffle House.
Wow.
If that's it. That's it. And he's turned into a fantastic coach. He was a great coach at UTA. They never should have got rid of him. It was one of the dumbest decisions ever. And now Troy is the benefactor for it. College kegger on 105 through The Fan. Mark Pope is the head coach of Kentucky. Mark is in a little bit of trouble right now. Financial. Mark decided that it was a great idea to go on.
By the way, how did it work out first year replacing Calipari and then Calipari at Arkansas?
Kentucky's had a great year. They really have. They've had some injuries. They got 2 guys that are hurt right now.
2 guys.
And Arkansas plays Kansas tomorrow night, 6 o'clock. So you get a chance at a Cal Patino game. But either way, you have Coach Cal versus Bill Self in the first round. That's a pretty big matchup. I think this is Kansas's lowest seed ever, I think I saw. But Mark Pope is in some financial trouble. He went on his coach's show, and I don't think he thinks anybody is listening, and he made this comment about what he is willing to do for people.
Now, I'm going to say something I'm going to regret, but it's only a 7-hour drive. If anybody's having trouble with gas money, hit me up. Let's go. Let's get all BBN out there. I'm not going to tell you how to hit me up because I'm nervous about how many people are about to hit me up.
So he said this.
He's going to pay for gas money.
He's going to pay for gas money. Within like 30 minutes, they're still on the same show. He got a note from his assistant. We got a problem.
How did they find the assistant? Oh, I'm sorry, the second clip.
Yep. That was not a good call on my part. My executive assistant just handed me a phone, and there's a whole slew of emails coming to the office. Hi, I'm Jack. I won't say the last name, and a student here at UK. I'm in Florida currently for spring break, so I got to pay for gas from Florida all the way to Milwaukee.
Oh.
But I get back early Friday morning. If you could throw me some gas money or a ticket, it just went from gas money to a ticket. I drive myself and my girlfriend up to Milwaukee to catch her first tournament game. All right, listen, Jack, here's the deal. I'm going to try and hit you back, man. I'm doing my best. Okay.
Just pull a Chris Russo and don't do it. Be a little spineless coward.
Oh, yeah.
And just
right. He wouldn't pay off the bet.
Don't follow through with your bet like Russo.
Man. What
do you do then? Do you find, you're kicking out $50 per person if you follow through with it?
Yeah.
Let's say there's 200 emails, 150, 200 emails.
How much money is that, Bobby?
It's $10,000.
10,000. He's probably in the $5 million a year range.
Yeah.
That's doable.
Okay. $50?
That's doable. That's like forking over maybe $100 if you're a regular person. You could do that.
You said it.
You said it.
You said it.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
You said it. We also do college football on the Kegger. And remember last year I told you the college football players got $600 each to be in the NCAA football video game.
Mm-hmm.
Arch Manning was like the last one to opt in.
Still waiting for my godson to send me a little bit.
Yeah, there you go. Well, they have upped it. They have almost tripled it. It is now up to $1,500 per player. So they obviously made a ton of money on the first year. And I got to say, it was well-deserved. That was a really fun game. I watch my kids play it all the time, and I thought that they thought the playability, they liked it better than Madden. They also liked that, you could do more of a from the, grassroots, from the youth level. My kid's playing MLB The Show right now.
Well,
and you could start in high school as a kid in the video game and create a college player, and then create, that player becomes, a Major League Baseball player. And they had something similar with the NCAA football game. It was really, really cool. But this is great news. They obviously sold a lot of games.
$1,500, that's fair. Last year's payment was too low. $600 is enough. $1,500, I feel like if you're turning down $1,500, you're like, I'm holding out for like $5. All right, well now you're the new generation of Ed O'Bannon, and you need to go away.
A little embarrassing on the $600. $1,500 I think is very good. And then finally, Deion Sanders says he wants to do something that NFL teams do and that college teams never do. So we've already seen a couple of teams, I think Texas included, is getting rid of the spring game.
Yep.
Deion is like, no, we're still going to do that, but we're going to do it a little differently. He was talking about having other schools come in and practice against them. And I think it's a great idea for the bigger, more marketable school or the coach. The hardest thing to me about getting a player in the portal is you don't know what their practice habits are like. You don't know what they're like as kids. And then this is a way for Deion to get 100 kids to come to school there so he can get a look at their practice habits and then offer them transfers. Like, if I was the coach, like Fran Brown at Syracuse already said, hey, Deion, we're in. Dude, Fran, you don't know what you're getting into.
Yeah, it's like taking your girl to a black tie event. Will Chambers could be in that course. Somebody with money.
Yep.
Be like, oh, who's that over there?
Yeah.
Gosh.
This is Robert Redford and Woody Harrelson and Demi Moore.
And if they lose that spring game, if Fran Brown takes part in that, then he's not allowed to shower till the next season starts.
Right.
Because winners get washed.
Winners get washed. There's your college kegger.
College Kegger here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. We have some developing news on the Aaron Rodgers quarterback situation. And what are the Cowboys still missing? Commercial-free expressway with a PBR ticket giveaway is next.
After we get...
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
We are commercial free. We're going to hook you up with a PBR ticket giveaway. Calvin Watkins getting things stirred up in the Metroplex yesterday with his article, Dallas Morning News. Do the Cowboys have a Micah Parsons problem? Talking about Micah not attending all the practices, maybe not being as detailed, and the podcast saga as well. And we'll see what he thinks of the rumors late yesterday that a deal was about to get done, even though Bobby Belt, Jane Slater doing their homework and saying, what, Bob?
Not close right now. It doesn't sound like. It does not sound like they are on the verge of anything at the moment.
So Calvin will join us at 8 this morning here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys.
Is not close more likely the fact that they're far apart in money, or they just really haven't even talked?
I think they've had introductory discussions and they've kind of got an idea of where everybody is, but I don't think they've drilled down on anything yet.
If you take what Micah's brother Terrence was talking about yesterday, this is how I would guess. This is just, if you're forcing me to take what he said as fact, Micah and his side have let it be known, we can be in the Chase range. We can be in the Jamar Chase range around 40, but we have to talk and work out all the other things that are going to make us truly happy since we're giving you a little bit of a break. Because Micah's brother said, hey, Micah's true to his word. He was true to his word. Was. Past tense, like already done.
Yep.
So maybe the signal has been given, we can be around the Chase level, but they haven't truly gotten into the intricate details of the negotiation in terms of guaranteed money and all the other hoopla things that look good.
And a lot of times these negotiations, motivation, is either side motivated to sign today?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like Micah just continue to wait?
Yeah, Dallas should be motivated right now.
They should be. We know they're not.
Yeah, on Micah's
we know
front,
they don't operate that way.
On Micah's front, I mean, I would think that there's some level of interest in it because you've already seen some dominoes fall. So, and look, I mean, his representation has shown consistently they don't need dominoes to fall to be able to just shoot over the top of the market.
Yeah, they just showed it in the last week.
Yeah,
and if you're Micah, like if I'm Micah and I'm looking at the way the market's going and the way everything is flipping and one up, and I don't want a 4-year deal. Give me a 3-year deal. Get me back to the negotiated table faster.
Yeah,
unless he doesn't want to play that long,
right? Unless he wants to play 4 more years.
Yeah,
they take you 4 years.
All right, let's take you inside the Star in your official home of the Cowboys. What are they still missing?
Yeah, this is over at The Athletic. This was Saad Youssef taking a look at the various position groups that they have and where they're at after the first week of free agency, and he's got it termed as their need level of low, moderate, or high. There's a lot of highs left on this list. Let's go down the list here. Quarterback first. The need level, moderate. They say, unlike last offseason, there are no questions lingering about the starter. Dak Prescott secured the big contract. The backup spot is a different story. Cooper Rush has left for the Ravens.
I mean, there are questions lingering about the starter, though.
Yeah, just for like need level, though. Like, you've got your starting quarterback. He's
like,
there.
I would argue now the backup, and I understand what they did, right? They're not going to pay a ton of money for a backup when you paid 60 to your starter. Yeah. But I could argue very easily the importance level of the backup quarterback now way higher than over the past 3 years when you had a nice solid option in Cooper Rush because of Dak's health.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And right now they don't have Cooper Rush. Trey Lance is not returning. Boy, he has found a chilly market, it appears. So right now you've got Will Greer on the practice squad or signed to a futures contract, and Dak, and that's about it. The Cowboys have already said they're going to either draft a quarterback or acquire one. They've still got to add to that position. So a moderate need there. Fair?
Fair.
Yeah. They'll draft somebody, like you said, or they'll get a Beathard or a Dobbs or, somebody out there that's been Teddy Bridgewater.
Isn't he coaching high school now?
Yeah.
Running back, the need level is high. Even after signing 2 veteran free agents, they have it listed as high. They say, with all due respect to Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders, the Cowboys have done nothing to address the running back 1 spot. Williams and Sanders can join the committee to compete for the number 2 job, but if the Cowboys are to have any success in the ground game in 25, their leading rusher most likely is not on the roster yet.
Agreed.
Tight end. Need level. What do we put the tight end need level at? Because Schoonmaker is not developed yet, and Jake Ferguson was not as good last year as he needed to be.
It's a little less than moderate. I'm going to give Ferg another chance. I'm going to give him another year.
So if we're on like the stove and it's got like the 1 is low and the 5 is medium, you're putting it like a 3.
Like a 3.
Okay, and that's fair. He's got it listed as low because they do have Schoonmaker. They've got Jake Ferguson, and they're hopefully going to have John Stevens rehabbing again from that ACL tear. They liked Brevin Spanford as a blocker last year, so that's not really a position where they feel like they've got anything they have to add there.
I think it's low from a body standpoint.
Well, yeah, because you got Schoon.
Because you got a bunch of bodies. Like, it's low. But is it an elite unit? By no stretch is it an elite unit.
No, but it could definitely be a good unit depending on how they bounce back. Wide receiver, need level, high. Hi, Gene. And
Hi, Gene.
This is one where, to me, this is right now, I know some people have talked about corner and some various things. This, to me, this is number one. Most pressing over running back, over corner, over everything else. Right now, you have to fix this. You have to add another. You cannot roll into next season as Jalen Tolbert's your number 2 receiver.
Right.
That's not going to work.
If anything happens to CeeDee Lamb, this whole thing is over. Period. Yeah. Unless you're going to go get Genty, unless you're going to get a running back that can bail you out, but they'd still collapse the box because of no worry about a receiver. If anything happens to CeeDee Lamb, he is right next to Dak Prescott as the person they cannot afford to lose. It's done. Shut down.
They had a chance to address this with Cooper Kupp. They did not get involved, or their level of involvement is not clear. Adam Schefter yesterday did comment and said that apparently Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb placed phone calls.
Yeah, Schefter, quote, last Thursday the Cowboys reached out to Kupp and they were interested. Dak and Lamb were on the phone talking to him about the idea. It was floated. And then the Cowboys heard the numbers, and they were at numbers the Cowboys were not going to get to.
That's a story of their life. Offensive line. This one's interesting because I think
they're just generalizing the whole O-line.
Yeah, I think if you ask people about the offensive line, I think there's varying answers. Like, this is one I think fans would be split on depending on how much they think this is actually a need right now. I would say
I'd say high.
You think it's a high need?
I think they need multiple positions.
Offensive line. Where would you put that?
Moderate to 6.5 on the stove.
So they've got it listed as moderate right now. Obviously, Brock Hoffman played well at guard last year, stepping in for Zach Martin. So you would expect Tyler Guyton would take a step up. I think they all anticipate that Terrence Steele's going to be better now. I think a lot of people felt like Mike Solari stunted his growth and didn't really do much to help him at all. But they said that, like the tight ends, the need level for more than what they got in 2024 is actually pretty high, but the Cowboys are going to be relying on a lot of in-house players for those improvements.
What's the cover of the Texas Rangers media guide from the morning show?
If.
That's the Dallas Cowboys version of the offensive line.
Yeah.
If Steele. If
BB
Guyton,
continues to progress, yeah.
If.
Yep.
That's the Rangers for the Cowboys O-line, in my opinion.
All right, on to the defensive side of the ball. So the only low need right now at this point is tight end on offense. Let's look at the defensive side of the ball. Safety. How would you look at the safety position, which is right now Malik Hooker, Donovan Wilson, Marquise Bell, and Wanye Thomas?
I want to say high. From a name standpoint, it's high. Where are we with NFL importance on the safety position?
Yeah.
Because I feel like when I evaluate the safety, I never notice any of those guys. Sometimes Donovan Wilson's hustle. But then I'm not saying, oh, my God, this is a hole.
I feel like that's the case with safety unless they're like an Ed Reed ball hawk. If they're just steady, kind of like secondary linebackers, it's like you don't really notice them the same. Plus, they're out of the picture half the time.
Yeah, ball hawking or the way, depending on how they make plays up in the box and, when they come up into the front seven. And look, Matt Eberflus, typically their safeties have kind of played interchangeably. It's not like a standard free safety, strong safety setup. You're going to need guys with some multiple, they're going to need to be able to do some stuff in coverage and need to come up and run support. So you're going to need all-around players here. They have it listed as moderate. Right now they've got their 2 starters, Donovan Wilson and Malik Hooker. And then Wanye Thomas and Marquise Bell are both big-time special teams guys, but you don't know what they contribute defensively yet. Cornerback.
It's moderate with a 7 on the stove. If you want to tell me it's high, fine. There's a lot of people saying don't count on Diggs for anything this year.
Right.
You're not going to be able to count on Diggs. So you got Bland, you got Kyer, no J-Lou.
No, maybe no Diggs to start the year.
He just said that.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying maybe no Diggs to start the year.
Thank you, Choppy.
I heard.
Well, you're apparently not well.
No, I did.
Well, then you would have said that. Repeated me. Moderately high.
Yeah, I think it's high. I think it's such a position of importance.
You got Kalen Carson, though. That's
right.
a good thing. They say high. They say losing Jordan Lewis was a tough blow, and the uncertainty regarding Trayvon Diggs' timeline to return from injury doesn't help the secondary. Outside of Deron Bland, there isn't much on the roster to make the Cowboys feel secure.
And what was safety, moderate or high?
Moderate for safety. Linebacker.
They addressed it. We got bodies.
They did get their bodies. They got Jack Sanborn. They got Kenneth Murray. And so...
below moderate.
Low. Yeah. They've got it listed as low right now.
Hey,
there's still a lot of questions there, though. Like you obviously have warm bodies right now.
See, these are this is the double-sided the free agency approach. The Cowboys view it as, you know what? We're just gonna fill the pothole. Other teams are like, we're resurfacing the road. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
I got a lot of foundation cracks in my house.
Well,
opposite of well.
Yeah.
And they come in and they're like, just put the paint over the crack. You know, you don't see it.
But yeah, like what your mom asked you to do yesterday. Just paint over the mold.
Yeah.
Don't actually.
Yeah.
Like,
don't destroy the wall.
I asked her. I was like, "Ma, are you sure that you've had this leak fixed?" She goes, "It hasn't leaked in a year." I was like, "That was not the question
Yeah.
at all."
There's filling it and fixing it. And the Cowboys always seem like they just want to fill it. They just want to be able to go to draft and say, we don't have to have this. Well, that doesn't mean you just have to fill it. You can upgrade it. You can fix it.
Yeah.
And it feels like at linebacker, they've just tried to fill it.
Yep. Defensive line.
I'm good. I'm excited. That might be my most.
We're incorporating defensive tackle here as well, not just on the defensive ends.
Yeah.
So you feel good about that one.
I think defensive line. Let me think about this before I say it. Defensive line is the strongest position group on the team. And I don't even think it's close. I don't even think there's actually a debate.
Chop?
Is that a hot take?
Well, I mean, they've got.
I think it's
probably not.
They've got two really good players in the defensive line. And then they've got a really good
Who's
bargain.
the second one?
Osa.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they have a bargain in Fowler.
They have this one listed.
And they got a great character guy. The already cemented on the all-interview team for the 2024 Dallas Cowboys is Solomon Thomas. He's already going to be the go-to in the locker room.
They have this one listed as high.
What?
They say you can never have too many pass rushers, but the Cowboys are solid on the edge with Micah Parsons, Sam Williams, Marshawn Nealon, Dante Fowler, and Peyton Turner.
God, I forgot about Sam Williams.
Well, and here's the deal. Sam Williams and Peyton Turner, those are two guys that you're probably going to count on to be rotational guys. I looked this up the other day. You know that they've both been in the league. Sam Williams 3 years now, Peyton Turner 4. Neither one of them have ever started a game in their career. It's never happened. They lose. Maybe they could potentially bring back Carl Lawson. That one has still not been settled yet. Defensive tackle is where the need level skyrockets. They've got Osa Odigizua, but behind that they've got Mozzie Smith, who you're still wondering about. You've got Solomon Thomas, who good story, decent player, but like, are you going to consistently be able to lean on him, especially if Osa is going to be playing the 3 technique, which is the more pass rushing, get up the field defensive tackle. And behind that, it's not a lot. You have Justin Rodgers, your 7th round pick from last year, but they have really no sort of defensive tackle presence right now that you feel super strong about as a unit.
By the way, Solomon Thomas already delivering with the quotes. Recently played with the Jets. John Machota transcribing. Their D-line coach was Aaron Whitecotton, now DL coach in Dallas. Solomon said, quote, "When I saw Coach Whitecotton signing with the Cowboys, I was super excited. I was like, dang, this may be a chance for me to play at home, to play under Whitecotton another year, to make everything aligned. I was manifesting it right away when I saw that happen. I was like, I want to be a Dallas Cowboy. I want to come home. I don't want to have to move anymore. This is where I want to play. This is where I want to win. White Cotton is a coach I want to play for. I've played my best football under him. He instills confidence in me. He brings the best out of me. He's a guy who lets his players play the way they need to play their best football. It's what I wanted. By the grace of God, it worked out. I'm just super happy to be here.
They're very excited about Aaron White Cotton in that building. They're really excited about what he can bring to the table as a defensive line coach. And then finally there, special teams. Your need there is that's where you're strong. It's not your defensive line. It's your special team where you got the long snapper, the punter, the kicker. Your whole battery is set. You got superstars. It's they're good there. So they're low need there. They've got everybody re-signed that they need to. But that basically says that all the position groups other than tight end and linebacker are of at least a moderate need right now for the Cowboys. And they're past the first wave of free agency and don't have a 4th-round pick.
Inside the Star with our insider Bobby Roberto Belt during the commercial-free expressway. Calvin Watkins, who wrote the Micah Parsons article yesterday, will join us at 8 o'clock. Right now, let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
That's right, Tolos. Right now, 877-881-1053 wins 4 tickets to see the PBR World Finals at AT&T Stadium from Friday, May 16th through Sunday, the 18th. That's caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Again, Tolos, right now, 877-881-1053 wins 4 tickets to see the PBR World Finals at AT&T Stadium from Friday, May 16th through Sunday, the 18th. That's caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
It will be a Dallas Stars version of a Meet Church Wednesday with Matt Pitman inside the Stars locker room. 8:20 this morning. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Oh, man, more stuff about the Kennedy assassination keeps trickling out. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt, and now, so I talked about that guy named Gary Underhill at 640. He was the CIA, asset, if you will, that was killed 6 months later, found, shot dead in his house. They called it a suicide, although there were some questions about it because he was a righty, but the bullet was behind his left ear, which they say doesn't usually happen that way. But there are more details that are coming out about this and about Oswald and other stuff about how the KGB was trying to figure out if he actually was a KGB informant, a CIA operative. They were trying to look in detail into him. This is all stuff that has come out through the Warren Commission, and how he was a terrible shot when he did target practice. But also, they say he had a stormy relationship with his Soviet wife who wrote him incessantly.
Whoa.
So, but that was in
good for him.
That was in the Warren Commission report. But another thing that has come out,
wrote him nagged him.
Yeah, nagged him.
How'd you like to be in the JFK report, just known as a nag? You're one of the original nags of society.
They were just trying to protect this poor woman with all the redactions over the years.
Yeah, but this morning, Ross, do we have this? This is okay. So this is JFK's grandson. All right, this is his grandson, who absolutely rips CNN and other anchors. I hope you bleep this if it needed to have bleeps, for even covering this.
You're better than this. This is so fucking stupid. There's so much actual news going on. Why are you covering this? At least report that something happened. I love you, Harry Anton. You're really smart. Why are you guys covering this? I love you, Aaron Burnett. You're really smart. Why are you covering this? Why are you covering this? Stop. This is why this takes hold, because you guys cover it over and over and over again.
Shut up. Why are you out of breath? Answer that question first.
Yeah.
Stop and talk.
Why are you a Kennedy using earbuds that still have a cord? Can you not afford AirPods?
I didn't. Well, see, that was the thing. Wasn't his? Is his last name even Kennedy? This guy?
It's Schlossberg.
Yeah, that's not
a Kennedy.
No.
He's a Kennedy.
He's
a Kennedy. Why would you not want to know?
Yeah.
If you're a family related to him,
President Trump released it because of the thirst that we all have for it.
We do have thirst for it. I don't know why you wouldn't want to know. Gen Z is back to their old tricks. They are revenge quitting jobs as payback for employers for alleged unfair treatment, and they're causing chaos at work. And these 20-somethings are just getting out when it gets tough on the job. It's very Gen Z. But they are doing it in a way that people are like, guys, you're never going to get another job again because your next employer is going to call your previous employer and ask. And the lasting response and memory they will have of you is that you made a cake that said, I quit. And, they're like, this 2-week notice thing, that's gone.
We need to spend like 6 months in the real job world.
We do.
Just to see what it's
idea.
like.
Yeah, we really have no frame.
I'm referencing back a college internship.
Yeah.
That's my last office life.
Yeah,
Think about it.
Yeah.
What have we already asked about today? Can you just work 8 hours whenever you want? Or is it 9 to 5, or can I do 7 to 3?
My only references are my family. Do
you still give references? Do people still call for references? We have no freaking idea.
We have no idea. The only reference I have, Sarah has a job, but she's in sales. Sales is it's a very mobile job. You're not stuck at a desk. I have very few. My sister, my sister's in HR, so she's pretty.
Can you even give a family member? I wouldn't call a family member and ask about you and trust that.
I would not give a family member. No, I don't even know that would even. work.
Your sister would definitely
definitely
not get you the job.
But she'll come here and she'll just spend a week here and she'll just work remotely.
Yeah.
So it's she's not even giving time off or using time off. She's still working, but it's at all hours of the day. Oh, you want to go to lunch? Go to lunch. It's very, very fluid.
Yeah.
But they are revenge quitting, and that brought to one girl in Australia who just up and quit a nearly $2,000 a week job. And she said the mental health was not worth the $2,000 a week job. It was really $1,800 a week. So it was $95,000 almost that she was pulling in. And she just ups and quits with nothing. She goes, I have 6 weeks. I have 6 weeks of money saved up to pay my bills, so I need to find something in the next 6 weeks.
So what was the problem? What was
It was just stress, right? Stress of the job. But the fact that people nowadays, they are just quitting jobs with nothing lined up.
No parachutes.
Yeah. God bless you. I have no idea how you do that. I tell you do it without kids. That's what you do it without.
Yes.
You definitely do not have children. Chopping it up here on 105 through the fan. Bobby, do you have a Gmail account?
I do.
Do you have an Outlook? Do you use Outlook?
I do.
Wait,
Outlook is Hotmail?
I don't know.
Outlook is Hotmail.
Outlook is Hotmail.
Yeah, whenever I say Hotmail, it's it's a little embarrassing.
Juno.com.
When people are like, all right, what's your email? No, you have to give it out. I'm like, Hotmail.
The FBI has issued a warning regarding this Medusa software. It's a ransomware. What is ransomware?
Ransomware is basically an infection or a file that's infected, and they basically hold you ransom. We'll give you back access to your stuff if you pay a ransom, which a lot of companies end up paying the ransom.
They do?
Yep.
So they're breaking into these accounts, these Gmail and Outlook accounts, and finding a way to get passwords, and they're just kind of stealing your money. And they send you an email, and it looks legitimate, but it's one of these things that catches. I'm scared to death of my kids. My kids constantly send me stuff that they think is real. They're really into the chain letters now. They're still buying these chain letters. If you don't do this, if you don't send this to 10 people, you're going to have bad luck for the rest of your life.
That existed for 20 years. The last time I remember a chain letter in my inbox was 2002.
My son sent me one the other day. He goes, I'm going to get 100 emojis if I send this to 12 people. I'm like, it's not.
What does that mean?
It's what? The 100
emojis?
100 new emojis to use. They're skins in a Fortnite account.
I feel like even though password difficulty has increased, the passwords in this building, we could have launched the codes to bring home the astronauts yesterday with what the hell they have us typing in here for our codes. But I feel like there's been a 2-month run where people I know are getting hacked more often than ever.
Yeah.
The hacks are going up.
They are. I think they are going up. So just keep an eye on that. It's random emails, and they will call you if they don't get a response.
Slater got locked out at Super Bowl. She got her Twitter taken from her, and she was meme coining selling.
Chuck Cooperstein.
Yeah, Coop lost his Twitter account. He had to go back.
Nico, shut that down.
He's just a green C on his Twitter account. I saw this, and this was a poll question on TV, and this also has made its way around, but this woman went kind of viral for questioning the way her husband or boyfriend does laundry.
Ooh.
Okay. So
how do you do laundry, Bobby?
I watch Kristen put it into the washing machine.
All right.
It's a spectator sport.
I knew that was coming.
So, do you use liquid or powder detergent?
I set Bobby up for that because I didn't want to say it myself.
You really don't know.
I don't.
Okay.
That's not on our.
It's not on your. It's not your. That's not your job.
It's not our.
It's not your job.
I know we use liquid. I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
I think we have the little pouches.
Okay, that's fine.
I think.
Do you know when she uses the liquid, does she pour the detergent into the cap or just pour it directly onto? And then what does she do with the cap after she pours it in?
So she's got it like up on a ledge above the thing, and so it's just a push button, and so she just dispenses it straight off of there and then pushes it back on the top.
So straight into. Okay.
Yep.
So this girl really kind of went at her boyfriend and threw him, under the bus online because with this post, she said that he would put the detergent into the cap, to get to the line, and then pour it in, and then put the cap into the washing machine. The cap now has all the detergent on it. He would put the cap in the washing machine.
Yeah, a lot of people do that.
The plastic cap?
The plastic cap.
And wash with that in there?
Yeah. And wash with that in there.
It gets all the remaining residue out of the cap. It's just a lot of people do it. They just toss it in there.
Really?
Yeah.
So
wow,
she got
that's how I do. How do you guys do medicine? By the way, like cough syrup. Do you always
with Sprite and a Jolly Rancher
pour it into the cap, or you chug it out of the bottle?
I pour it in the cap and then I just rinse the cap out.
Okay, so why wouldn't you just rinse the
laundry?
laundry?
Because you're not necessarily right. A lot of people don't have a sink in their washing machine, laundry room, right?
Sorry about you.
But also, even if you do, it's still it's soap. It's not the easiest thing to get off.
Right.
So a lot of people are like, no, man, that's what you do. You do it. So poll questions were out there, and 44% of people put the detergent in the cap and then just put the cap on the sink in the shelf. They don't even rinse the cap. It's got all this residue.
Yeah,
it seems disgusting.
Why don't you just put it back on the laundry? On the handle.
Because it has the residue on it now.
So
it gets all coagulated and gooey.
When I was between,
I pour the liquid into the cap. I pour the cap into the laundry,
and then
I put the cap back on the bottle.
Right, but then the cap has all the remnants.
The residue of what? It's just
detergent.
It's the detergent. It's the liquid.
It just gets.
There's nothing. There's no cloth or fibers or spiders getting into that cap. By the time I pour the liquid in, throw it into the load, and put it back on the top.
It just gets gooey.
Yeah, and I also think people are saying, if I fill it up to the fill line and then I don't get every little bit, have I put the requisite amount of soap in my... When I was between moms, like when my mom died and before I got married.
Between moms.
And I was forced...
That is an all-time line.
And I was forced to do my laundry like a peasant. I wouldn't do either. I would take the cap, I'd pour it in, and then I'd just start running the water, and I'd just basically rinse it and dump it, and then I'd put it back on.
Used to do that. Now the washing machine we have, I guess, doesn't do that anymore. It just it doesn't start the water. So I just throw the cap in. We just throw the cap in with everything else. Chopping it up here at 105 to the Fan. Our boy Luigi, or your boy Luigi, however you want to say it.
Your boy Luigi.
He is trying to get out of this on a technicality. He says cops illegally obtained his DNA. They gave him food and a soda at the police station the day of his arrest and got his DNA that way. He is trying to argue in court that they illegally obtained his DNA to get off on a technicality. I love a good technicality.
Imagine what this guy's DMs could look like.
Oh, my God.
One of my favorite shows, Friday Night Love After Lockup. Shout out Kevin in Arlington. Man, if you could just do I mean, I'm sure they haven't granted the film access, like Gypsy Rose coming out of jail and all that, but imagine what his DMs look like if he's on social media. Well, we should ask, who was it in the station who followed him right after that?
It was Chris Strong.
Chris Strong.
And then he moved to Portland, I think, to go join the Resistance or something.
Mysteriously. So... Well, something will happen.
Something will happen with him. So Luigi is known for...
we have it on video, we think.
We have it on video, yeah. He's just trying to get off on a technicality. Which, look, I support the technicality aspect of it. We kind of got you nailed here, man.
They didn't need to trick him for his DNA.
No.
I'm sure he sheds layers of those eyebrows. They could have just gone over to the counter at McDonald's and picked one up.
Speaking of eyebrows, I'm glad you brought that up. The latest male fashion trend.
Oh, I thought you were going to bring up Anthony Davis playing golf in Plano yesterday.
Thought
he had an abductor.
Was that a cigarette in his mouth?
No, it was
cigar.
a huge cigar.
Is that what it was? Okay.
I mean, Nico's going to trade him for sure. Smoking cigars, playing golf.
That's right.
Nico's going to trade him for sure. But speaking of eyebrows, the latest man's fashion trend is shaving your eyelashes. Eyelashes are unmanly, and you have people at the barber closing their eyes, just getting all their eyelashes shaved off. That's weird to me. I'm sorry.
So my dad is 90 years old. This man goes to work every single day with his practice still. Still pretty sharp as a tack. The one thing bringing him down is his eyelashes. He has an eyelash problem. Like, they're getting in the eye. They're irritating him. I have this blackmail video. He overnight Amazon this eyelash women's device. I have him and Amanda sitting on my couch. She's trying to get the eyelashes out of his eye.
Where he's clipping them like that and folding them up?
Yeah, folding
that's
them up.
amazing.
I got that video.
Does he heat them up with the blow dryer first?
I don't know. I stayed out of it like the laundry. But it is it's shutting him down. It is shutting him down. Eye patches and having to ice it, but I don't notice anyone's eyelashes.
I don't either.
Like, I'm looking at yours right now. It looks like I'm really looking you in the eyes. It's a good way to go ahead and make contact with someone,
really
but
is.
I can't tell. Like, if you're looking at my eyelashes, I'm looking at yours. I'm about to kiss you.
I know.
Like, Bobby looks like he's got a lot of eyelash. I don't know.
No, I do have eyelashes. Kristen and I've heard
know you have them.
I have good ones, chopped. Kristen and other girls I've heard complain about this. I was like, guys just have such nice eyelashes. Like, we can't get them naturally.
All I've heard is like eyelash envy.
Yeah.
Not eyelash hate.
No, now the guys want to clip them off.
Chopping it up here on DFW Sports Station, commercial-free Expressway, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We got Ross and Aiden running things in the back with Pepe out in Boston. Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News, stirred it up. Do the Cowboys have a Micah Parsons problem? Calvin joins us live on Sean and RJ next.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day!
Here on Sean and RJ, that is our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. And yesterday there was a column and article that stirred things up, and it came from the Dallas Morning News, written by our good buddy Calvin Watkins.
Yes, the great Calvin Watkins from the Dallas Morning News, part of, honestly, before the Luka Doncic trade, the biggest trade in the history of Dallas sports, when he and John Machota were traded for each other at The Athletic and the Dallas Morning News.
And our cigar buddy from the Combine. Did you go with a light, a medium, or a harsher cigar there, Calvin?
I go for strong. I need strong. I got a lot of stuff going on in my life. I need something to calm me down.
Hey, it'll give you a nice little high on there. It'll give you a nice little high. So we had Calvin hanging out for us in Indianapolis. Do the Cowboys have a Micah Parsons problem? Take us inside the article, Calvin.
I think the purpose of the article was to raise this question because there are some issues with Parsons. And I think they do have a problem with Micah Parsons that they have to kind of fix, and they're fixable. The biggest problem is it seems as if there are people in the organization and it's in the locker room that might have a problem with Micah doing an in-season podcast. Last year, Malik Hooker mentioned it. And then this year, before DeMarcus Lawrence left for Seattle, or after he left for Seattle, he said, hey, spend less time on Twitter and spend more time on trying to win. I thought it was a little unfair to say that to Micah because DeMarcus Lawrence was also part of the 30-year Super Bowl drought. So there's some issues with Micah's in-season activities that have to be addressed. And when you have two players saying it, I think there's more players that care about it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then the other part is the voluntary workouts. Like they get 90% attendance, 90% plus. And Micah Parsons is not among that 90%. Now, yes, it is voluntary. And who wants to work when it's voluntary? However, if you want to say you're a leader of this team, then you take your behind to the star and you work out. Dak Prescott was in the contract talks, and he showed up. CD Lamb showed up. Not last year, obviously, because he held out. But before that, he showed up. And I'm sure he'll show up in a couple of weeks. So Zach Martin showed up, unless it's a contract issue. So you want to be a leader, you have to show up to these things. And I think Micah is open to doing that, but the team is going to address it with him in contract talk. Now, there's something they can't put in writing because that's against the CBA. However, I think it's going to be suggested, hey, man, get your behind in here when we open up the doors officially.
Calvin, you've been doing this for a long time. You've covered a lot of players and teams. How big of an issue do you think the podcast thing is, and why would it be one? Is it a distraction? Do you think Micah is taken away from his actual football by doing this? Is how big of a deal is it?
I would say it's not a big deal because you can do whatever you want on your off day, right? You can go drinking all day on Tuesdays, which is the player's off day, and then as long as you come in on time on Wednesday morning and you're prepared to play, what's the big deal? However, there's this, as I think all of us know, sometimes perception is reality. The optics doesn't look good. So sometimes you got to say, you know what? I'm not going to do this because there's a perception that it could be a problem. And some of my teammates think this is a problem, so I'm not going to do it. Paul George, who plays for the Sixers, he did an in-season podcast, and he said, you know what, I'm not going to do it anymore because now people are talking about this instead of the main thing. That's basketball. So he stopped doing it. And everyone's different. The old school in me says, don't do it.
Yeah.
Get ready to play football every week. On Tuesdays, go bowling. Tuesdays, take your girl out. You know, do something, but stop talking about the NFL on Tuesdays. So everyone's got their own way of doing things.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News here on The Fan.
So is it the time he is spending on the podcast or the fact that he's talking about other teams, other players, and this team? Because, like, to me, if you're spending 2 hours on the podcast or you're going bowling for 2 hours, there's no difference in that. The only difference is that one is public and then the other one you can kind of hide away from.
I think it's a little bit of both. But mainly you're doing a podcast and you're talking about other teams. If you guys remember, he would come on Skip Bayless's show when it was on FS1, and then Skip criticized Dak.
Yeah.
And then there was a big hype about, oh my goodness, here comes Micah, and then Micah canceled.
Yeah.
Right? Because he knew, hey, I'm getting paid by Fox, and now I'm going to get into it with Skip defending Dak. And that would become a bigger story, right? So he didn't do it. So that's an example of why you don't do these things, because things happen. You know, your quarterback throws 4 interceptions, and you got this podcast, people want to know what you think about it. You know, it's one thing after a game because that's part of the job. It's another thing to say, I'm going to continue to talk about this thing on Tuesday. So I think it's a little bit of both, as I said, and the Cowboys really can't control it in a sense, but maybe they can.
Calvin, how would you describe Micah Parsons' personality and leadership in the locker room and the Cowboys' satisfaction level with it, if you had to guess?
Mike is a good guy. He's a good dude. He's a young guy. You know, he's got money, you know, and, you know, when you get money for the first time, you want to, you know, spend it a little bit. It's okay. It's natural.
Yeah.
But he leads in a different way, right? He would say, hey, we're going to be in Oxnard, California for 24 days, so I'll bomb my guys then, and that's where I'll show my leadership. Others will say leadership starts when the captain's workouts start in the spring. And Zach Martin, who recently retired, mentioned that. One of the things they didn't mention in the story that we wrote was when Zach Martin, who's probably going to the Hall of Fame, one of the most decorated offensive linemen in the history of the Cowboys, didn't mention Micah Parsons in his speech. You know, Micah Parsons was not there. You know, a lot of players were there, including DeMarcus Lawrence, right? I'm not saying that there's something going on with Zach and Micah. I'm not saying that at all. But when here's one of the most decorated players in the history of the game, he has like these 3 pages of copy written out about his retirement, so meticulous, he doesn't even have your name in there. And he mentions a lot of players.
Yeah.
You know, that says something. That was eye-opening to me. I was like, he didn't mention Micah. You know, mentioned Dak, mentioned CD, didn't mention Micah, right? Mm-hmm. So it was interesting. But I think some of these things can be worked out. I don't think it's the end of the world type of thing. I mean, look, I covered Terrell Owens when he was here, right? I covered Des Bryant, you know. So there have been other guys who've been a little more combustible than Micah. You know, Jay Ratliff, all these guys. They're good guys. They're just a little combustible. So, but it can be worked out, I believe.
Calvin Watkins from the Dallas Morning News joined us here on 105 through the Fan. You said it can be worked out, you believe. Do you think this is something that rises to a level as an issue that it's going to be something the Cowboys talk about with him in his contract negotiations, that they'll address some of this? Hey, are you fully locked in, or do you have the best relationship with your teammates all the time? Do you think that's something that they'll broach with him?
I think so, yeah. From what I was told at the Combine, they are going to talk to him about, hey, you want to be a leader on this team, get your ass to the facility when it opens up. I think he's got a good relationship with players in the locker room. You know, him and CeeDee Lamb are very close. When Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence were going at it on Twitter or X or whatever we call it now, Wanye Thomas defended Micah. You know, so there are. I mean, it's not like it's 98% against Micah in the locker room, right? But it's clear that I'm sure there's some players in there that are like, hey man, what's up with this podcast during the season, bro? You know. And I think that's something that has to be addressed. And yes, as I said, he comes prepared, he comes in shape, he's all of those things. But as you guys know, when you are going to command one of the highest contracts in the league, you got to do a little bit more.
So do you think if the team went to him and said, hey, here's your $45 million, but the podcast is gone, I guess would Jerry even want him to cancel it because, the publicity? But do you think Micah signs up for that?
Oh, yeah. If they say, look, we're going to give you $45 million, you better tell Bleacher Report we're done, it's done. But I don't think the Cowboys would do that. I think the Cowboys would say, be mindful of what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because look what it's drawing some attention here. Now, I agree with you. Jerry doesn't really care per se because all publicity is good publicity, right? But, by him not showing up to the voluntary workouts last year, Mike McCarthy was a little, hey, what's going on here, bro?
Yeah.
I remember when they hired Mike Zimmer as the new defensive coordinator, Zimmer hadn't talked to him yet. And I don't know if Zimmer was upset, but you could tell Zimmer's like, you probably need to be here so I can show you some stuff, right? But it's okay. It's okay. Being a pass rusher is not that complicated, right? Randy Hutt, go after the quarterback. It's not brain surgery here, But there's some philosophy things, certain down, distance situations, we do different things. So there's some things you need to know, right? So just be there.
Calvin, do you have any doubt that a deal gets done? And what did you think of any of the trade talk regarding Parsons?
I don't think the trade talk was legitimate discussions. The people that matter, and that's Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Will McClay, and the head coach, whether it be Mike McCarthy or now Brian Schottenheimer, I don't think they ever seriously thought about trading Micah Parsons. I think the trade talk came from lower levels of the organization that, hey, maybe we trade him and get 3 first-round picks. Well, yeah, you will get 3 first-round picks. Micah Parsons, sure. but what are you trying to do? If you do that, you're saying we're rebuilding because might as well get rid of Dak Prescott, might as well get CeeDee Lamb because you are rebuilding, right? I've always been a big believer you don't trade away talent, right? When they traded Amari Cooper a couple of years ago, I thought that was, me and Stephen Jones talk about this all the time. I thought that was a mistake. You just don't trade talent. You try to work it out as best you can because we have in Micah's case, he's a generational talent. You got to keep him around. Now, if you're trading one generational talented player for another, okay, fine. That's cool. We're getting equal value here. But that's not what you do. So I don't think the trade talk was legitimate at all.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. The Cowboys have a Micah Parsons problem. I know you got this. We get this all the time. It's infuriating. Bobby is probably going to go off on it later in the show. What do you say when you get the, how much are you being paid? Here comes the hit piece, Calvin. What Jones timing? They're using you as the mouthpiece to bring down his value. What do you say to that person?
I say it's not true because he's going to get his money either way. And Micah has said during the season, do you want 38? Do you want 40 million per year? And Micah said, I just want enough for a lake house. David, you know what I'm saying? David Muguleta, who is Parsons' agent, I'm sure is looking at the numbers and saying, Miles Garrett, that's pretty good money, So, the Cowboys knew the story was coming, right? You give them a heads up, say, hey, this is coming out, and that kind of thing. And they thought the story was fair. Obviously, I'm going to think it's fair because I'm biased, right?
Will Micah be upset with you the next time you see him?
I don't think so. Because if Micah saw something, that's the great thing I like about Micah. If he sees something he doesn't like, he's going to say something about it.
Yeah.
On X, or he'll see you in the locker room, give you one of those looks, right? And then he's an adult. He'll talk to you about it. He can work it out or whatever. So Mike was cool. But in terms of what you asked me about, did the organization say you should write this? No, it doesn't work that way. Even though I did see some people mention that on X. But it's like, no, y'all crazy.
Calvin, the $50 million question is, why free up all this money if you're not going to spend it? What's your answer to that with how the Cowboys free agency has gone so far? And what did you leave the combine thinking with the draft coming up?
The Cowboys open up a lot of space for a couple of reasons. They look at the present and the future. So opening the space, they go, okay, we're going to sign a lot of guys in free agency, and there were a lot of small contracts for 1 year. I think Solomon Thomas, the only guy that got a multi-year deal of all the free agents they signed. I think it was 10 free agents they signed. So they free up space for that, and something might happen during the season. Oh, my goodness, we could trade for Amari Cooper, and then boom, like they did a couple years ago, right? And absorb some of that money. And here's the funny thing about the NFL's cap space. You can carry over some space to the next year, right? So Micah's going to get his money this year, but the big hit will come next year. Then there's this guy named, I don't know if you've heard of him, Tyler Smith. He's going to get paid a big money deal because the guard market is rising in the NFL. And Tyler Smith is one of those guards. I remember running into his agent, and I said, hey, man, you in the lake house? What's going on here with Tyler Smith, right? And he's like, So you got to pay him at some point. So you're clearing up this space to carry over to the next year because Mike is going to take a big hit next year because that'll be the first year of his contract. And then at some point, you got to take care of Tyler Smith. And then, hey, if Deron Bland has a fantastic year, the cornerback market has gone up too. And I don't think Deron Bland will demand that amount of money, but he becomes a free agent. So you got to take care of him. And then you got 10 draft picks, and who knows what you might get if you trade 2 picks for a player or something of that nature. So it's a complicated formula that works in the NFL. So when you hear about, they cleared up all the space, well, it's for a lot of different reasons.
Love it, man. Thank you so much. Keep enjoying the harsh cigars, and we'll catch up with you next time.
Harsh cigars. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The great Calvin Watkins joining us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline 105.3 The Fan. It's a Dallas Stars version of barbecue. It's a meat church hump day with Matt Pitman. He joins us next.
After we get your...
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And 7-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Play the clip, Ross. We're-
Harley now hints, right circle, in front, poked away, follow up, score! Granlund!
It is a Dallas Stars version of a Meat Church Hump Day. Here on
Hump Day.
Sean and RJ. That's our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, the Stars with the overtime win. And joining us live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube from some brand new headquarters.
Dude, look at this setup.
Look at the shirt.
The
Brisket and chill.
Brisket and chill. Where are you, Matt Pitman?
I'm in the new Meat Church World headquarters in Waxahachie, undisclosed location. Pretty excited about it. This is the first time we've
pretty disclosed at Waxahachie.
Yeah, we can find you there. We can find you, I'm sure.
So explain the setup. What is this?
Well, last year we decided that we would look into buying a new location for our employees and then warehouse and all sorts of things. So we ended up getting really lucky and buying a place that was just outside of the city on quite a bit of land. And we've got this super cool new office. And so, we've got a lot of things up our sleeves right now. And I'll break the news here that a Meat Church podcast is about to launch. So we decided to work with a buddy that designs podcast studios, and I'm sitting in it right now. It's about 95% done. It's not decorated yet. And normally the lighting won't be like I'm sitting on the sun, like so bright. But anyway, this is going to be a room that we host our podcast and participate in others in. And then, anytime I'm talking with you guys, we can be in here in a professional setting, and hopefully we'll sound pretty good after. Well, my staff isn't here to do this today, so it's just me. So it'll be better next time we're on here. But we're very, very excited about it. We got a lot of cool people that want to hop on and talk with us, and thought, why not take advantage of some of the well-known people we know and talk to them about cooking and things like that. So that's the plan and the space I'm sitting in.
Did you notice that very casual flex? My staff.
Yeah.
I like it.
He's got
I
his
like
staff
it.
going and buying
I like
McRib samples. And Bobby, your
My
family,
staff.
did they stop by the
They
facilities?
did. They swung by Meat Church over the weekend. They were driving back up from they were coming up from Waco, and they were swinging through Waxahachie. And she's like, "Is Meat Church open over here?" I was like, "Should be." And so she swung through with the girls. I sent the picture over to Matt.
Super cool. Got the photo with the sign, checked it off the list. I appreciate that.
Now, Matt, everyone knows you're now the official pitmaster of the Dallas Cowboys, but the other day you were hanging out with the Dallas Stars. And is this where Meat Church was actually discovered, with the Dallas Stars?
Not exactly. If people don't know, I was a game day equipment assistant, locker room attendant for 12 seasons, basically 2000 on, had season tickets prior to that. So played hockey forever. So I'm a huge hockey guy at the core. And interestingly enough, like a lot of the guys that I started with are still there. One of my friends, Mark Janko, is the assistant GM, started out the time that I did. And he was obviously not an assistant GM at the time and has worked his way all the way up to the top. And, my friend Jason there brought me in. He's started out in PR there, and he brought me in to cook for the team. He has been, like once a year or so. Jamie Ben's the last player on the team that I had on my team. So it's always cool to go back and see him. And then there's a couple other guys on the team that I know. And so obviously we had a big trade deadline acquisition. So got to feed him as well. And it was a lot of fun. They signed a team jersey for us that we're going to hang up here in the new office. But yeah, I think what things you're alluding to, one of the coolest things that's ever happened in my life happened last week. I was talking to the staff about how guys like Mike Modano and Bill Guerin were like buddies of mine back when I worked for the Stars, and that was before Meat Church. They don't know of Meat Church, and I was saying I really want to reconnect with them. And I was out of town this weekend, and out of nowhere, Mike Modano texted me for the first time in 10 years, and he just randomly came across Meat Church looking at food stuff. So that was crazy cool. So I reached out to the staff and told them, and they said, well, funny enough, Bill Guerin reached out to us last night. Asking if the Meat guy was the guy that used to work the locker room. So pretty full circle moment, and excited to go see the Stars play the Wild next week and hopefully get to reconnect with Billy G.
Do you know how to prepare any Finnish cuisine? Because they got the market cornered there.
Yeah, no, I don't. But they did all eat the barbecue and seemed to love it. So it goes over really well. They don't get to do that often, by the way. They only get to do it like on a 3-day break. And due to that trip to Finland, they don't have many 3-day breaks. They spent so many days overseas. So it was cool.
Matt Pitman, Meat Church Wednesday here on The Fan. So what is the hockey personality and appetite versus the football personality and appetite?
I always tell people hockey players are my favorite athletes. And I said that when I worked for the team. They are generally the most humble, down-to-earth guys. I used to say if they weren't playing hockey, they'd be, Canadians working on a farm. But obviously a lot of European players today as well. But I don't know. It's interesting. There's nothing pretentious about it. Everybody's just so cool and normal and excited and don't feel like they're there for the lavish lifestyle that they could lead due to the money they make. So just great dudes. And, only thing I've ever fed the Stars is barbecue. And we went straight down the middle of the road. We did Wagyu brisket, apple cherry habanero pork belly burn-ins. We made some Texas Twinkies. We loaded with smoked cream cheese and brisket and glazed them. A bunch of sides. I've got a guy on my team, Gavin, that's a really good chef, and he made his homemade French silk pies that we loaded them up with. I'm pretty sure the nutritionist was in the corner crying. All this food on the table. So yeah, but they loved it, man. They inhaled it, so it went over very, very good.
All right, the Meat Church video that's dropping today is Wild Hog. Tell us about that.
We've just had so many requests for wild game. And I think people are, intimidated by wild game. And if you live in Texas, you know that hogs are invasive, feral species, and they're all over the place. A lot of people just shoot them, kind of drag them off or let them lay. And we shot some at the beginning of the year that were kind of on the higher end of ones you would think you could cook because people have a belief that, if they're huge, they taste bad. But we took one that was like somewhere around 150 pounds, pull the loins out of the back, so like the whole loin. Some people call it the tenderloin. It's actually a whole boneless loin. So we made a video on it today, or it releases today at 10. But if you don't hunt, you can just buy a pork loin at the store and apply the same lesson. So Interestingly enough, these were the hogs that we shot to take to the private class we did for Chip and Joanna Gaines. Joanna actually requested, show us what to do with wild hogs. So that was the genesis of it. And it was so good, we decided, generally what happens, if we really love something, we decide to shoot a video on it. So we made like a homemade Cuban marinade, a mojo marinade, soaked the tenderloin in it overnight, and then just simply smoked it. It's probably literally the easiest thing you could ever make. If you just bought a smoker and want something to do, go buy a cheap tenderloin, and you can't screw it up with these instructions. So super delicious. Used our gourmet lemon pepper on it, which is something we don't talk about a whole lot, but people love it. And it was really, really good and pretty cool to go to my 12-year-old and say, here, try this. You shot this, and teach him a good lesson there. So yeah, it comes out at 10 o'clock today, and it's tasty.
So is that the same? You can do that for any pig? Because I bought a potbelly pig a few years ago, a little Jackie. Got it for $10.
Like
so
a pet? Like a pet?
Yeah, we keep it on a farm out in Rome. But so if I wanted to, that thing passes away. If I wanted to cook that up, I could cook that up.
Yeah, is this like whole hog?
Same way?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't want to get into talking about what you're going to do with your pets, but yeah, absolutely. It's just, the muscle right along the backbone. So any pig will do, I suppose.
But he did mention there, he said, if this pig passes away. So this is not one that was killed in its prime or anything else. This is probably an old, diseased pig. You're still making that one up? You're still eating that?
Very hairy.
I mean, if it's diseased, no. If it's old, the older it gets, well, look, can I just say this? Like, younger animals taste better. So we wanted to make a shirt
I heard that.
Baby animals taste best, but we didn't want to get canceled. But yeah, if it's getting too old, I can't guarantee you it's going to taste great, but you certainly could apply this lesson to it. Give it a shot and let us know.
Matt Pitman, it's a Meat Church Wednesday here on 105.3 The Fan, the official pitmaster of the Dallas Cowboys. So you said you were out of town. I don't know whether you got the memo, but the Super Bowl was in February in New Orleans.
Yes, it was.
And it looked like you just went to New Orleans yourself and ate a lot better food than we did.
We did not eat, I don't believe, we did not get the best experience.
Yeah. I downgraded New Orleans on my food list after this recent trip. Did you just go there?
Yeah, my daughter played volleyball there this past weekend, and we certainly, since it was also our spring break, we went a little bit early, try to make the most of it. And if you ever travel with me, you're going to eat good. So I know some spots and then tried some new stuff. But New Orleans is one of my favorite food cities in the world. My wife and I went as soon as New Orleans reopened after Katrina. They were advertising here in Dallas, like, come to New Orleans. And we did. And we fell in love with it. And there's, a lot of really good places. A lot of people just go down to Bourbon and do the touristy stuff, and it's dirty and nasty and stinks. But you get the Garden District, and there's some good restaurants. And it was freaking delicious. I put a photo dump on our Instagram a couple days ago of like 20 different food photos. If I could talk, it was awesome, like delicious.
So last night I'm laying in bed, and the other day actually, when we did the Expressway, a 10-hour drive or 20-hour drive, who would you listen to? And I had like Darius Rucker and John Party in my top two. And my wife goes, hey, tell me about this barbecue event. And I was like, what are you talking about? And she shows me the social media pages of some cookout event happening where John Party's going to be there and big-time barbecue people, including my guy Brandon Hurtado. And I'm like, Matt, have you heard of this? I was looking up regular tickets, what it comes with, VIP tickets. And Matt, he wrote me back with a nice response saying, yeah, I'm actually the MC of the event.
Oh,
wow. So what is this event I've never heard of?
People come across these looks and they're like, man, if we put you on stage, introduce some bands, ladies are probably going to go crazy. And who am I to deny the crowd here in DFW? I am very excited about this. So, Sean, you came to the Q Barbecue Fest for a couple years, which is gone. And I can tell you, this was booked while Q Barbecue Fest was still supposed to happen. And I saw it on the marquee at the Star, and I immediately realized this is what is known. The Windy City Smokeout in Chicago is a huge festival. This is the same company, and this is their Texas version of it. Windy City Smokeout has won an ACM. Like, it's a legit music festival with great barbecue. A lot of my friends attend. Like you mentioned, Brandon goes to Chicago. A whole bunch of my friends go and vend their barbecue there for nearly a week. So they're doing the same thing here, first weekend in May. It's 3 days. The first headliner is Cody Jinks. You mentioned John Party's one, Midland's another, Randy Rodgers was playing. Lot of great music, honestly.
Bobby's mouth just went agape.
Pauly D is there.
Pauly D?
DJ Pauly D is
Stop
playing
it.
on Sunday.
You're saying like Pauly D.
No, that's what it's saying.
Pauly,
whatever.
Pauly
Yes.
D.
But he's there.
That's probably why my wife wants to go.
I didn't have Bobby as a Jersey Shore fan on my
Never seen
bingo
a second
card.
of it. Never seen a second. I just
Here
know
we
they
are.
love
You
it.
know the hair. You know the hair.
But it is going to be a ton of fun. It's 3 days at AT&T Stadium. I know it's going to be a great time, and I know that as the years go by, this thing will. My guess is that it's going to grow to be huge. So this is like the major leagues compared to the festival that was there previously. So I'm super excited, very honored to be included in a part of it. So hopefully I'll see you boys there.
Fantastic.
Well, I'll be there as his VIP guest.
I know.
What's up?
Wait till you see what these VIP tickets start with. with the number that
There's a comma.
No, it's not a comma.
There's not a comma in them? Okay.
Halfway towards a comma. Matt Pitman, Meet Church, every other hump day here on 105.3 The Fan. Congratulations on the awesome new studio. The new video drops today, and we'll do it again next time.
All right. See you, boys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, brother. Matt Pitman on the D&M Leasing Hotline, FanCam, Twitch, and Zoom as well. We have an Aaron Rodgers update and which of the Cowboys' first-round rehab projects has the best chance to hit. Next, and below the belt on the Fan. But we were just talking about my guy, Brandon Hurtado. He's going to be at that festival. Why? Because it...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh boy, how is the Dallas Cowboys / Betty Ford Clinic going to operate with their attempt to rehabilitate some of these broken first-round picks? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, a first-class buying experience. Before we do that, we got NFL news, NFL developments, and it's not going to make Aaron Rodgers happy. Aaron Rodgers, who has been seemingly sitting around, waiting around to be picked by the Minnesota Vikings. He wants to follow in his Brett Favre path. Aaron Rodgers has been seemingly waiting for that connection with Kevin O'Connell and putting off the Giants and the Steelers. Well, we get the report today. Tom Pelissero, he says the Vikings have rejected multiple trade calls on J.J. McCarthy, telling other teams they're moving forward with him as their quarterback, sources say. The team plans to add a veteran, but they are not pursuing Aaron Rodgers at this time. McCarthy now enters the offseason as QB1, so now one part of the picture comes into view for Aaron Rodgers.
This never made any sense to me. I was worrying about my boy, the great Kevin O'Connell, and his quarterback evaluating mind. Aaron Rodgers is close to done. J.J. McCarthy is next. What are you doing, Minnesota? This did not make much sense to me as the Vikings. And while on one hand I was happy because I was going to claim victory over J.J. McCarthy not being very good because they were going to ship him off already and have this, mushroom-taking geezer take his spot, or ayahuasca, whatever it is. But it appears that the sanity has prevailed. No Rodgers to Minnesota.
No Rodgers to Minnesota. And look, the one way that I could see it making a little bit of sense is, are you concerned? You remember last year heading into the year, they weren't totally settled on was it going to be McCarthy or Darnold because McCarthy was a rookie. If the ACL, you feel like, delays that one more year, and you're just like, hey, Rodgers wants to play one more year, let's give him time. We know that Aaron Rodgers has developed a pretty good reputation of being a accessible teacher to quarterbacks. He's willing to help Jordan Love. He's willing to help Zach Wilson. Like, he's willing to be somebody who shares his knowledge. Then maybe they go, hey, this wouldn't be a bad thing to just let J.J. McCarthy sit back and be a sponge for a little bit.
No. I mean,
it's 2 years. You're ruining your window.
I think McCarthy's going to be a better player than Rodgers next year.
Yeah, but I mean, look, that would be 2 years that you lost out of your 5-year window for your rookie quarterback. You're not managing the free cheat code if you do that.
So, common sense wise, J.J. McCarthy is out for what heading into next year? Is he good to go? Is he missing first 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
I would think he's probably good to go.
Yeah.
Because he tore his ACL in August. So you hope training camp he's able to start ramping up. But I would think he'd be ready to go for the beginning of the season. You just obviously don't know how is he impacted by that recovery from the ACL.
Josina Anderson adds to the Rodgers drama, saying Pittsburgh was feeling like they're getting close. And Tomlin was very adamant about getting DK. Clearly, he's still at the table over his dice on Rodgers. Now he has to bring it home. Well, Cam Hayward, longtime Steeler, he was on a podcast yesterday, the Not Just Football Pod, and he was asked about Rodgers maybe coming to Pittsburgh.
I ain't doing that or darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. Like, if you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. Pittsburgh Steelers, if you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
Okay, so first it was Schefter, then Albert Breer, Connor Orr on Sports Illustrated. Now it's Cam.
Yeah.
When was Rodgers officially released? A week ago?
Yeah.
Not even.
Maybe, right around there.
Now look, we are going out on a limb defending him because let's not put it past that he's trying to drag this out to have a spotlight on him. He is an egomaniac.
Oh, it's not only possible, it's also probably likely.
Right.
But I went back and looked. I mean, Peyton Manning took 13 days. And he did a tour. He went to he visited 12 teams. Tom Brady didn't make a decision overnight to Tampa. We've seen this before with and Rappaport even said the quarterbacks are different. Other positions have to gobble the money up right away. What other sport? I mean, I guess they all do because basketball does it. And I'm just so baseball centric that when you go on these pitches, when you're a free agent, you go to the facility. You go check out what the locker room looks like. It's just like recruiting in college athletics. But in the NFL and the NBA, you just take the money. You don't care where you go. Just the money is there, and you take the money. But LeBron dragged this out when he left Miami, and it was decided between Miami and Cleveland. And then the first time when he left Miami, the decision, it didn't happen overnight.
Yeah, when we are tomorrow will be the 5-year anniversary of Tom Brady signing with the Bucs. He signed, mid to late March. I can't remember how early he had gotten released. I felt like he had sat out there for a little while. Honestly, though, if that's your pitch, Cam Hayward, that's an awful pitch. You want to be part of this or not?
Yeah.
I don't. No, that's why you have to sell me on why this
like you're
works.
The Chiefs, like you're sitting on titles too. Like you can afford to go with your quarterback situation that you've had over the past few years. And I wouldn't put it past Aaron to he's so sensitive. He hears that and it may factor in with him. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. A chip on his shoulder. He may just all of a sudden go play for the Browns now just to be able to play against them. Interesting note real quick before we go to the Cowboys stuff. We mentioned that they were interested in Aaron Rodgers. Did you happen to see who Mike Tomlin had a personal visit and dinner with yesterday?
No.
Oh, they figured out their quarterback problem.
Jalen Milroe.
Milroe. And with those tiny hands in that cold weather, I don't know that that's going to be a great fit, but that sounds about on brand for Mike Tomlin to think, Jalen Milroe, that's our answer if we don't get Aaron Rodgers. Okay, the Dallas Cowboys have acquired a number of former first-round picks this offseason. They already got Solomon Thomas, who we played a little bit from. They brought back Dante Fowler. But really, the focus on the upside is on the 3 guys that they've brought in who have all been picked in the last 5 years. That's the defensive end, Peyton Turner. It's the linebacker, Kenneth Murray. And it's the cornerback, Kaiir Elam. I think when we're looking at those and trying to figure out, all right, where are you going to get a hit from? Where would you find your best chance at somebody reaching their potential? If I told you could pick which one of these it's going to be, which one of these positions? Because you got all 3 levels of the defense there. Which one are you saying, okay, if I can get that guy to become a success, give me him?
If I had my choice?
Yeah, if you had your choice to be able to pick him.
The corner.
Kaiir Elam? Yep. Elam's the one who I think you're gonna be able to have the most certainty about Elam. Brandon Beane had talked yesterday out at he was talking about
Bills
it was a press conference. Yeah, the Bills GM was talking about, and he got asked about Kaiir Elam leaving. And this is cut to here. Brandon Beane talking about how difficult it was to move on from Kaiir Elam.
That's a tough one, John. It really is. I'm going to get emotional because I love Kaiir. And it didn't work. And it stinks. And it's not, it's not for a lack of effort, on any side here. And the guy worked so hard. He had some bad breaks. Like anything, there's probably things he feels like, man, if I'd made this play or that play, maybe that, this game is about confidence, and especially that is a hard position. And Kyer had some good moments here. He really did. You know, whether some of the interceptions, I thought he had some good training camps. But in the end, you know, he and I had a conversation after the season about where he was going into his last year. And, you know, like anything, he knows the expectations and he's a competitor. It was hurting him to not play, and whether it was to be a healthy scratch or to suit up but not really get in the game. And ultimately, it's on me. You know, I made the selection that didn't work out, and I own that, and that's you don't want those to happen. But man, I'm rooting for Kyer. I really am. I hope, you know, in the conversations I had with teams, you know, I really told them, like, you would be getting a great young man. And, I mean, the guy worked so hard. And I think I'm confident, maybe a reset for him. Give him a chance. I'm pulling for him. I think everyone at One Bills Drive hopes it works out for him.
That is a rare energy and tone from a GM that just traded a player. You don't usually have that sort of approach, but that to me is why I feel confident you're going to know this year right away. You're not going to spend a lot of time on Kyer Elam. You're going to know if he's going to hit or not.
Well, you just said the word that I think was the problem in Buffalo. If you listen to Bean, confidence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is not the position.
No, you have to think and know that you are not only the best corner, but the guy on the other side of you, the wide receiver, has literally no chance.
And the 40-yard gain did not just happen.
Yeah.
Like, it has to be gone out of the memory. Maybe a closer's mind.
A closer.
You know, that and quarter and corner. And if it's in your head and you're worried and you're thinking, because everything on paper about this kid, character, athleticism, size, everything on paper looks fantastic. But he mentioned the C word.
So and that's the thing, if this change of scenery doesn't fix the confidence issues, like if he just got in a bad way in Buffalo, if they get here and you just see it's the same player, you know what he is. And you'll have your answer and you don't have to linger with that too long. The best upside potential for them here is Peyton Turner, the defensive end. That's a guy who, if he's healthy, his biggest problem has been health a lot of times. If he's healthy, he's somebody who should have a pretty decent chance to perform well because he's just always been a very high upside, great traits. He's a 6'5", 270-pound defensive end with 35-inch arms. I mean, the wingspan is like 84.5. It's absolutely insane.
My linebacker is going to make the biggest impact of the no-names, baby. Sanborn.
You called it. Yeah, that's going to be your guy.
I'm calling it right now because of Mark Carman in Chicago.
Going to call him Jack Shanborn.
I see what you did there.
You liked it, didn't you?
You got nicknames as good as Dawson does.
I like that one.
Below the belt on the home of the Cowboys Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I'm almost done filling out my bracket.
Oh!
Where are you with yours? Choppy has all your degenerate tips. The University of Texas is the darling of the sports bettor and the Texas team most likely to pull that first round upset. College basketball degenerate to kick off the final hour after this. But I'm so excited.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has both.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What were the Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Dallas Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Cranford terminates out high, gives it up to Moncrief with 5. He steps back, ready for the tie. It's good! With 40.4 seconds to go, Chris Moncrief drills a step back 3. We're knotted at 68.
I was still trying to think of where you said that confetti and you yelled it like that.
I was mocking Gus Johnson.
Oh,
I was talking about how everything is just like whatever you
over
always
the top.
say. Yeah, his is everything. He's got to scream in that same exact pitch.
Everything. That was on True TV. That call, Alabama State, a last-second shot. They beat St. Francis 70-68 last night in the first 4. North Carolina, a near 30-point victory over San Diego State, 95-68. They move on to the round of 64. They'll face Ole Miss on Thursday. Tonight, it is Sean Shreef's American University Eagles.
Baka!
Probably the most...
We got an Eagle in Sunnyvale, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Probably the most patriotic school name, American Eagle from the Patriot League.
Yeah.
I don't know that it gets...
Why do we not have an automatic bid in this thing? Well, you got to play our way in?
Yeah, you had to beat Navy. I mean, it was a very tough spot for you to be in.
I don't think it's a coincidence that this is the year they made it back. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean...
Great roster. The best roster.
So they take out Mount St. Mary's 540 True TV. Texas Xavier is coming up. That's directly after that at 8:10. So that's what happens tonight, and you will be watching.
Give us a sweet lead-in, Sean.
Yeah.
The real game.
Filling out this bracket has been excruciating for me.
Really?
Yeah, this is it's not an enjoyable process because I'm trying to keep track of all the things that you said, but it's not just that simple. You got to pick your 7 to make it to the Final Four. You got to pick your 5 first-round upsets. You got to pick your 3 second-round upsets, and you got to keep track of all of them. This has been an excruciating process for me.
And a couple of his notes that he had, like they cancel each other out.
Yeah.
So you got to look and go like, well, which one supersedes the other? Which one do I pick?
So an estimated $3 billion will be wagered on the NCAA tournament over the next couple of weeks. So far, the largest recorded bet was on Florida from a couple of weeks ago, a $100,000 bet to win it all. They got it at 9-1. Florida's down to 4-1 now.
Wow.
So that's a big, big liability for the sports books. One thing that really stood out to me, and I just noticed it, and I tried to look at this from a football perspective. So Caesars said that Cooper Flagg is worth 4.5 to 5 points. Oh, him being in the game versus him not being in the game and playing that day. And I was like, you know what? That seems awfully low. Like, you would think the player of the year or the presumptive number one overall pick would be worth more than 5 points over whoever his replacement was.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to thinking, like, you know, in the NFL, most quarterbacks are worth about 4 points over their backup. And the most ever was Rodgers at like 9. And this was like in 2010, 2011. And that's since we've been tracking it and haven't tracked it much longer than before then. So I don't think Brady's 07 was on there.
So are they giving that by like just player replacements, or they're just saying here's the spread of the Duke game with him and without him?
They're just saying the Duke spread with him versus without him.
And what is the spread?
It's for their game I had to go look at it because they get your winner.
Because
so they don't have the spread.
Because what I'm thinking is it
right. Yeah, they don't have the spread for the Duke game yet because they're playing tonight.
Because what I'm thinking is if it's a 15-point spread
and then it goes to 19 and a half.
Yeah. So that's not really that much of an indictment on Flagg to me because the spread's already that big.
That's fair.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. I just thought individually.
I don't think they would ever say, all right, the backup to Cooper Flagg is actually just worth a 5-point difference. Right. But it's like, all right, we already got him at 16. We're not going to make it 24 without Flagg.
Yeah. Does
that make sense?
Yeah, I get that.
Which I got to see here. So North Carolina definitely did. I'm trying to see if so Duke covered one and UNC covered the other on the two games that Cooper Flagg missed.
That's true. Yeah, he did. So Texas is the darling of the sports tournament right now. The 5 most heavily bet underdogs in this tournament, one of them is the University of Texas. They are the most heavily bet dog.
And that just caused me, I'm being influenced here as I put the Texas Longhorns up against the Tennessee Volunteers.
Oh, wow.
I'm being influenced. I'm having my number 11 seed move on here throughout this tournament.
Well, listen.
I'm going to be a wuss with the Final Four, but I'm trying to shake it up before that.
That's a good idea, though, because I'll be annoying, even though I haven't watched any Texas basketball this year. I'll be annoying about it, so then at least you'll be able to like cancel it out and go like, yeah, but I'm winning, and you're losing in the process.
True.
Well, listen, if we play Texas in the Sweet 16, I'm like...
That's what I have. I have Texas, Tennessee, Sweet 16.
Listen, it would not stun me. I think Illinois is beatable. They're inconsistent, and Kentucky's got injuries. So it would not stun me. And we just saw Texas beat Texas A&M in the SEC tournament, and then they lost to Tennessee. It was a close enough game, but so they were in it, and they played them twice this year, and they played them close 2 times this year. But Texas is the most bet money line game of the opening round. High Point against Purdue. That's another one of the most bet money line games of the opening round. Drake as a dog against Missouri. Memphis as a dog against Colorado State. I actually like Colorado State in that one. And then UC San Diego as a dog against Michigan. The 2 most bet point spreads, Akron plus 13.5 and then High Point plus 8.5. Now, the 4 most bet spreads by money are also dogs. So that was just the most bet teams. But the most bet by money are also underdogs. It's UC San Diego, it's High Point, it's Drake, and it's Akron. These are all against the spread. The other ones were money line bets.
Who's been scary for you so far, Bobby, when you write that name down and you're like, oh, God, this is a make or break for me?
Well, I mean, I put Gonzaga in the Final Four, so as an 8 seed, which that's a lot. But that I was going based off of your 7 seed or lower. One of them gets there. And your Ken Pom ratings were all over Gonzaga. So I went that way. I'm really questioning myself now because as you're talking about the actual betting spreads and not just where their seeds are, I'm taking a look around because I was like, oh, I picked Colorado State, and you just told me they're a favorite. I think I only picked 2 betting underdogs to win.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I've got Arkansas beating Kansas, and then I've got VCU beating BYU.
Okay. I think those are good bets. I have them both.
We don't care about any of your sign-offs.
Right,
You suck at this.
I do. I'm terrible.
So we know you watch the most, but your validation means nothing.
Nothing. It means absolutely nothing.
I like it. Then I don't like it.
Then you don't. Then you shouldn't. Then you should not like it. The biggest upset chances per the metrics in the first round, North Carolina has a 55% chance to beat Ole Miss according to those like BPI and FPI metrics. So they have the most BPI chance of pulling an upset.
I'm taking it for you, Jesse Holly. Stick it to the rest of the world.
Was UNC's AD in on the BPI development too?
Yeah, I don't know. But for a team that was very hotly contested as to whether they should be in or not, they sure look like they have a chance to go a couple of rounds here. Colorado State.
Look, there's just some teams where you're just too scared to have them not advance. Like,
yeah,
my brain is telling me to have UConn and Gonzaga lose, but I can't. I'm like, coaching and your guard, they're the difference in the tournament. So I have to have Dan Hurley win a game. Gonzaga always seems to win 2 rounds, and you also can never have Michigan State out early. Michigan State is always an early darling, at least to get you through a round or 2.
Yeah.
So it's just hard. In North Carolina, it's like, all right, at the end of the day, it's a blue blood. It's North Carolina. Can you really have them out in the first round? These are the things the inexperienced college basketball regular season fan like me thinks of.
The next one is Colorado State, second most upset chance. This is against Memphis. They have a 47% chance of advancing. Bobby, you mentioned VCU, 43% chance of advancing over BYU. And then you get down to Texas. And the University of Texas, a 42% chance of winning tonight and beating Illinois in the first round. The Longhorns are just the 4th 15-loss team to get an at-large bid. But that was against the stiffest competition we have ever seen. It gives us a chance, because this is another big thing. They will have the best player on the floor, and that matters a lot. All right, Trey Johnson is the best player on the floor in just about every game he plays.
When you say 42%, you said they have a 42% chance to win tonight, and then again, are you saying combined? Like they're saying the odds are saying there's just a 42% chance that they win those 2 games, not just against Xavier and then
no, they got a good chance of Xavier. It's if you would take both, right? Your odds of throwing 2 darts and hitting the bullseye. What are your chances there? One, it is what it is, doing back to back. So still 42%. That's pretty high for an 11 seed. That's pretty good.
And if they lose tonight, do me a favor, and I won't have my big gamble pick making it to the Sweet 16 because Texas won't be there.
Illinois suffered 6 of their 9 losses to Big Ten teams by 14 or more points. Like that total, not total, like not each. Or they also destroyed Oregon, Indiana, and Michigan on the road by a combined 77 points. So they're very, very inconsistent.
Yeah.
They get blown out. They could blow you out. There's really no kind of in between. Obviously, another one, Ole Miss was right for the picket because this came up before the Carolina game last night. San Diego State had a 40% chance of beating Ole Miss. So you keep moving down the list. Drake, Missouri is another one that's got a high upset chance. Liberty, Oregon, and then you get down another Texas team, this time on the reverse. Yale it's just a 22% chance of winning against Texas A&M, but A&M is the only top 4 seed that does not have at least an 80% chance of advancing to the next round. All the other top 4 seeds have at least an 80% chance to advance, and A&M doesn't. And last year, Yale Same spot. They were a 3 seed against Auburn, and Yale won. So keep an eye on that. Like, that's one of the things that you're going to want to look at.
Look,
the next couple of days.
We just sent A&M reeling. Like, we ended their season when we beat them, and this is what we do at Longhorns basketball, man.
I can't wait for this to start. I love it.
I know. So it's literally those first 2 days are arguably way up there at the top of the best days in sports. I absolutely love it.
Let us know who your Final Four is for tomorrow. We'll unveil all of it, hopefully celebrating my American University Eagles matching up against Kevin Hagelin's Duke Blue Devils.
I'm all set. I'm going to change this again, but I'm all set.
877-881-1053. Franco Injury Attorney text line will also unveil the show bet payoff for the ultimate loser of the morning show.
I think y'all are going to like it. I think you're going to like the show bet payoff.
You talking to us or the audience?
Yes, everybody.
Oh, yeah. I was like, okay, because I know what it is.
You're not going to be involved in it because you're going to wind up winning because you do it every year.
This will be finally the payoff that I would be the expert at, given my previous.
Right. Absolutely.
I'll end up, getting this.
Mavericks looking for some revenge tonight.
All right, we'll unveil it tomorrow here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt with a little message for all the Micah Parsons fans. Yep, I'm putting this right on you, Bobby.
Let's go.
After the story that came out yesterday, I'm going to join you as well because I'm pretty ticked off about it as well. On the home of the Cowboys, next.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those. Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curl.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Greg, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Is the Micah Parsons deal almost done? A lot of conflicting reports summarized by Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com. Mike Leslie, WFAA, saying the Cowboys and Parsons have held discussions. Leslie also reported that Jerry called Micah to the Star yesterday to discuss a possible deal. Jane Slater, NFL Network, saying nothing is close. Meaningful talks have not even begun yet. Clarence Hill weighing in. We had Calvin Watkins on the show at 8 o'clock this morning. People are texting us 40 and a half. It's getting close. Micah's brother saying that Micah gave the Cowboys a break. He stuck to his word. Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider, sum it up for us.
I think the person who is most on the nose on this one right now is probably Jane. At least just from the conversations that I've had. Not with Jane, but just with other people. Which is, I think they have had some discussions. Calvin Watkins told us last hour they talked in Indy, or there were discussions in Indy. I think they absolutely, I'm certain they communicated with his representation in Indy. The extent of what are negotiations versus just fleshing some things out probably feels like a technicality right now, but they've spoken, and I think they have an idea of the range where it's going to end up, and they will enter into negotiations, and that's where the back and forth will come to just figure out where in that range it falls down, which that range I would imagine is going to be between 40 and 45, something like that. That's probably what you're looking at here.
So, to me, look, do I care if it's 45 versus 40? Yeah. But I don't care if we're talking 40, 40 and a half, 41. The big topic to me that seems to have been crossed out is Micah Parsons getting dealt and traded. This was a team building topic and argument for me. I don't care about the podcast. The guy's generational, Hall of Fame. Is he the leader that you want in the locker room? I don't know. But to me, the big question here was going to be, do you not sign up another guy to take up half of your salary cap and destroy all your depth and try to replenish? It appears that topic is now way off the table.
Probably, yeah, it does.
Because now we're just talking about when this gets done, not if.
Yeah, and look, we can have is that a smart team building, conversation all you want. They have deemed it moot. And, and I think deep down, we all knew, even though we may have said, you know what, it'd probably be the smart thing to move on from him and get 2 firsts and a third or whatever. We knew deep down that's not how this organization operates.
No.
Jerry doesn't move away from good players. He's 2-win now. He is, and that's, maybe to their detriment, but I think it's obviously to their detriment. And a lot of times they were never going to walk away from a star. It's not in their DNA.
Right.
No, and there's a difference between.
And normally in the sports world, you don't win that deal.
No, normally you don't. You never win. And Nico's going to figure that out the hard way. You don't win in the NBA when you trade the star.
Because the odds of,
even if you get one in return, when you trade the bigger star, you don't win.
2 first rounders, the odds of either of those players being Micah Parsons is almost zero.
It's almost zero. Now, the what you could do is 2 of those players could add up to being better than him combined, right?
And the financial break.
So let's just say...
And the 3rd pick you get.
Yeah. So, for example, and I know this is a pipe dream, but, let's say you traded Micah Parsons and you drafted Zach and Tyron with those 2 picks, those 2 firsts. You know what I mean?
But the odds
you need to lower.
I know, but I'm saying the odds you do it, but it doesn't even have to be them. I mean, it could be any number of.
Let's say you draft.
I would trade Micah for Zach and Tyron.
Yeah. But let's just say you got Bland.
Yeah.
And Osa, Bland and Tank, Prime.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be just individually Micah.
No, and I mean, if you're talking about 3 first-round picks, if I were to say, it's not unreasonable to think you could get, if you were to trade Micah away for 3 first-round picks, it's not unreasonable to think you could get a Leighton Vander Esch quality first-round player, a Byron Jones quality first-round player, and then, I don't know, you throw out another one, maybe somebody along the lines of Frederick or something like that, where you really hit on one. And then at that point you go, okay, would I rather have Frederick, Vander Esch, and Jones, or would I rather have Micah?
But that's still all hitting.
Yeah, that's still hitting.
Yeah.
That's optimistic.
Yes,
it is.
You know?
They've done a good job with the first rounders for the most part, unless you're going Michigan.
Taco and Mozzie. And then you can debate Vander Esch, I guess, if you wanted. Florio says, look, the deal can be done in an hour or less after Myles Garrett and Jamar Chase. 4 years, 40 and a half in new money. That's $162 million. Throw in the 24 that Parsons is due to make this year. 5 years, 186. You would have fully guaranteed the first 2 years. Blah blah blah. I'm not going to get into all the semantics of the numbers. It's boring. It's confusing. But off-season program stuff. You could have de-escalators $1 million a year if he fails to participate, as Calvin Watkins said. Podcasts and showing up to the off-season workout stuff could be issues for Dallas.
Is he worth the money? Yeah. Like whatever the money ends up being, Micah Parsons is worth it. There's not the, I love Dak. I know everybody had the Dak debate about, is he worth this money? There's no debate about, is he worth it? He is. He's the top of the market. Now it's just a matter of where exactly is it going to settle in?
Yeah.
That's the
This
question.
to me was a team-building question, not a, is Micah Parsons worth that type of money question.
Right.
It's a team-building thing. Bobby, little rant time?
Yeah,
And I'm going to join you.
Here's the thing.
Because I wrote down names.
This is, yesterday it really popped off when Calvin wrote his article, which was incredibly fair and was measured and...
Sorry, guys.
No, I don't think it took any hot take opinions or anything else. It just said, hey, this is context for what you saw on social media last week that was a little like, okay, what's going on there? All right, well, let me tell you, this is a little bit of maybe how It's felt in there. I'll say this. The very fact that article is written and we're talking about the Cowboys potentially bringing this up in discussions is evidence of their intent to pay him. And that there's not going to be any smear campaign to knock off money or anything. It's like, hey, you're going to be here, so can we work out this stuff real quick? Can we get this stuff ironed out as to what you're going to be moving forward? I've got a massive problem with everybody who starts jumping in Calvin's replies and going, how much did Jerry pay you? Oh, here comes the yearly hit piece without do you want context or not? Do you want to know what's happening inside there or not? This is a legitimate thing that they're going to be asked about. It's a legitimate thing that Micah would probably acknowledge has existed. Whether it's he agrees with it or not.
Didn't Tank just legitimize it last week?
Yes.
We have one of the leaders of the team just telling you there were issues.
Yeah.
And you still have your head in you know what? Charles, Jeremy W., Brian Knox, Coach MMQB on Twitter, James Yates. When fans get upset and they say the Cowboys just get away with half-assing it and the stadium's still going to be full and they'll still have the highest ratings, you can blame those 5 people like that, fans like that, who are all up in the mentions. I quote tweeted the info from Calvin's article, and I did not give an opinion.
Yeah.
I just, because everyone doesn't have the Dallas Morning News access to it. Mm-hmm. I got it through Florio, and I just put the sentences written in the article, and these 5 are either too stupid or too much of a homer to understand or get what was happening. And I think you just said it best. You don't want to know. You're head in your sand, Mickey Fisher, Cowboy diehard, because Tank Lawrence is now a traitor. And you're just being stupid about it. You're being a moron.
Maybe there's a reason things seem to inexplicably fall apart for the Cowboys at the end of the year when they're talented and why they underperform in big moments. Maybe there's a reason why Brian Schottenheimer was like, hey, guys, the number one selling point here is I'm going to fix the culture in the locker and the way these players interact with each other. It's because these things exist and there's an awareness of it. So which is more likely, the Cowboys, who literally never pay anyone and drag their feet on all that, are eager to throw some cash in Calvin Watkins' pocket? Like, hey, let's spend some money, some disposable income to knock a player that we're going to sign anyway, in order to anger their players. Or maybe your superstar still is maturing and you're just being a conspiracy theorist whack job.
The conspiracy theorist plays into it. There's a side of there's a faction of the fan base, of all fan bases, that feel the media should be on the side of the team and bury some things.
This guy Brian Knox, he's writing it right now. We all know what you tweeted was Calvin's article, Sean, but most of us also know this is just trash that the Joneses put out when they're negotiating a big contract with a player. I was hoping that instead of acting like the article was credible, you would call them out for this BS. You should not have even referenced what Calvin wrote.
If you do not,
that's not how this works, though. I mean, it's
I tweet good and bad stuff. I retweeted what Kanye said yesterday about Jay-Z and Beyonce, because I don't look at my Twitter account is not an endorsement of things. My Twitter account, in my opinion, is a news relay. So I'm like, oh my God, Kanye said some crazy stuff again. Retweet. That doesn't mean I'm endorsing it.
Yeah,
I didn't know this needed explaining. I really did.
It does, because people are morons.
Like
I have to put that in my Twitter bio. Retweets not endorsements.
Yeah,
like,
Twitter and X is easily the most toxic.
It is the most toxic. It's not real world.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, the moment.
You shouldn't follow any Cowboys person unless they're the most extreme homer on social media if you're a Cowboy fan, because you don't want the other side of everything. And you can take that stance and pound your chest if your team is like a dynasty and winning 3 in a row. You still run your fingers and type away with a 30-year drought. You still are acting like you're in La La Land.
Yeah, it's like
you're delusional.
Even if you don't like Calvin's article, it's out there. It is a news article. There is, even if it's embellished, even if every article out there is embellished, there are shreds of truth in everything.
But there's nothing even embellished in what Calvin said. And here's the thing: the part that I can't get over right now is
like Malik Hooker just told he had a problem with the podcast.
That's the thing. Whenever anybody says, "Oh, this is convenient timing," are you going to tell me you haven't heard any of this chatter about Micah for 2 years? It's literally been like, this is not convenient timing. This is something that's been talked about for 2 years. This is not a surprise. And it's still, again,
exclusive.
The Cowboys have determined they're going to pay him. And they're going to pay him probably the highest cut. They're not going to knock any money off. Guys, whenever you've looked back and you're like, oh, you're trying to mess with Dak, you're trying to mess with CD. What did they end up doing? They paid him at the top of the market anyway. It doesn't work. They don't actually use that as a negotiating tactic. This is just a reality. It's a discussion that's being had. And I promise, most of the time, when Calvin Watkins writes something like that, or I talk about Mike McCarthy after he leaves or whatever else, I promise that most of the time, the Cowboys are not in favor of us doing that. It's less than asking for it. They'd probably rather we just didn't even do that, but they're not going to get in the way of us.
You're always going to have your 5 or 6. It just kind of rotates throughout. Tank Lawrence just happened, and you acted like it didn't with his problems with Micah Parsons. So it is what it is. Crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece featuring Zach Wolchuk. By the way, the Texas Rangers sign free agent left-hander Patrick Corbin. Yeah, he gives up runs. Yeah, he gives up hits. Yeah, the numbers are probably not going to look good. They want him to eat up innings, and he's a horse. He has been since 2017. The only pitcher in baseball who made 31 or more starts in every full season. And Chris Young is like, yeah, we need some insurance for these starting arms that have gone down. Sandler says, John Gray update, the Rangers received good news from a wrist specialist. No surgery or plates needed. They hope he'll be back sometime in June. The initial fear was post-trade deadline. Crosstalk with the fellas. The KNC masterpiece featuring Zach Wolchuk joins us in studio after...
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, bring it out a little bit. Let's do this.
Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece featuring Zach Wolchuk here on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean, do you want to recap anything that we talked about in the break?
Nope.
That's probably for the best.
Nope. What's coming up on the program?
I will.
Hey, we're going to do nothing but a breakdown about all that American brings to the table and how big this game is tonight.
My team.
Are you excited for this game?
Yeah, like a 7.
My God.
7.
You
out
will
of
be
10.
watching.
Pause. It's on True TV, isn't it?
True TV, yes.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch them. Are the Mavericks playing? I'm not going to watch them.
They are.
They are.
No, I'm not going to watch the Mavericks.
We're gonna steal your better segment tomorrow because we're gonna figure out if Sean Sharif is better than the 15 other famous American University alumni.
Ooh.
We're not actually gonna steal better, but that's what we're gonna see where he ranks in
Do
the
you have a
pecking
couple
order.
of the names offhand?
Goldie Hawn.
Goldie
Hawn's there. Jordan Belfort, the Wolf of Wall Street. It's a pretty big one.
Judge
David
Judy.
Aldridge, Judge Judy.
Wow.
Okay,
There are some
gotta
heavy
be the
hitters.
one. Oh, dude, I'm looking at their actual website. It is CEO after CEO after CEO.
Heavy hitters. Kermit Washington. He's in here.
Rudy Kermit.
Who in the building?
You're better than Rudy. He sucks.
Who in the building do you think is the highest on their school graduation chart?
Me.
You didn't go to college, did you?
Well, the homeschooling.
The homeschool chart. There's literally no one in my family that
Bobby Bell
Hell
just
no.
dominated us.
I don't even do my own laundry.
Their college ranking. I mean, would it have to be a battle at UNT?
I don't know. Stone Cold. Probably Follow.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
talking
Stone
about
Cold.
who in this building. Listen to
No.
me.
I'm saying like who would be the
Cold's
highest?
been in this building.
No, I'm asking. Jesus.
I see what you're
I
saying.
know what you're
see what
saying,
I was just saying who was #1 overall at
Thanks.
UNC.
Thanks for changing it.
Yeah.
Who as a broadcaster, would be the highest up? It can't be Broadus from LSU.
No.
All right, so you're doing all alumni, not just the broadcast alumni. So he would have to go up against all the LSU football players.
I don't know the broadcasters at LSU.
He's buried way down there.
You know
He's
what? Maybe
way
I
down
should
there.
Where did
change the
Dawson go to
topic.
college?
Good question.
I think he dropped
Clark
out.
College?
Who?
Is this Clark College?
Clark College?
Yeah,
Just
that's-
look that up.
It's on his
might be the role-
Facebook.
He might be the leader in the club.
I don't think I think he quit.
He
college
quit?
stuff.
Oh, he went to. He lists 3 different universities he went to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he said that before, that he was like, it wasn't for me.
No.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of stuff isn't.
UNT is you,
Eric,
Corey,
yeah.
Eric. Who would be
Peyton.
the highest amongst those 3?
Probably
Peyton.
Corey.
Okay.
Corey.
No, Pepe. I mean, Gathering the Foreigners is an all-time
It's an
line.
all-time great.
Well,
That's and
hanging
then
with
the Saudi
Saudis.
stuff.
Yes.
I mean,
I don't know. I looked over there. Payton's not there. I was like, yeah. Oh, you're not there.
Were you more interested yesterday in JFK or the astronauts landing, Kevin?
Probably JFK. I mean, I'm glad they brought the astronauts back and everything like that. That was super cool. But like, they released so much information, and I'm still looking for more people to boil it down. And
Yeah.
the historians are like, this could take several days. And I'm like, if it's going to take several days for the historians, what chance do I
What
have
chance
to
do I
figure
have?
it out?
I'm just like really like concerned about the people who are like upset that this got released. Like, why
are
you-
people upset?
They're politicizing this. I don't know. It's stupid.
Are you making
It's weird
just
because
that
it's never been politicized ever.
one Kennedy member, everyone? Are
No,
you
no.
saying-
Like on Twitter, people are like. First of all, the amount of fake stuff that's come out.
I can see that.
You know, like
For
'cause it's
60
all
years,
it's
right?
all AI. I don't know which documents are real and which ones aren't. But also, people are saying I went through all of them. He acted alone, and like they're just trying to report
I've read it
false
all.
stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, let's give it a second here.
Anything new or relevant that you've taken from it?
See, and that's where I'm concerned because of what RJ said, is because a couple of the documents that I were reading is the people came to the conclusion that Lee Harvey Oswald was not only the shooter, but he had been in Russia and told people that he was going to assassinate the president. I was like, what?
Yeah.
But I guess in maybe the midst of the Cold War, they were like, good job, buddy. And they're not going to tell anybody.
It just doesn't make like any sense what they're saying. It's like, all right, we're gonna have to really dig through this, and we still probably won't even find anything that we really know, because there's not going to be a piece of paper. It's not going to be Lee Harvey on a napkin saying, I'm going to shoot the president.
I'm doing this.
And like, what are they going to do if they did find out some bombshell? Are you going to be like, hey,
Right.
let's go indict the CIA director from 60 years ago? Like, what are you going to do?
Are you into history at all? Do you care about any of this?
I do, but I haven't really gone down this JFK rabbit hole. I'm really just
And it's
waiting.
RFK
Same thing.
and Martin Luther King Jr. too.
Yeah.
Now, I'm just impressed that Kevin was able to do this while also going down the Nazi rabbit hole that he went down.
Dude. Okay. So NASA
Wow. Zach.
was started by some Nazis or some former Nazis.
We borrowed some rocket scientists.
1,600 of them, to be
on loan.
specifically.
Well, not
So,
a big deal.
This is how we got here. And I'm now listening to stuff about this because I'm like, what? So there was a leak in the roof at the Conference USA title game.
Just like at my mom's house. I had to paint over it yesterday.
AT&T.
Okay.
This is how a leak in the roof is how you got to Nazis at NASA.
Yes, it is.
The arena's called the Von Braun Center.
Oh, Warner Von Braun, yeah.
Yeah, and then we found out that Warner Von Braun used to be a Nazi, and then all these people started texting in and said, you should look up Operation Paperclip, where we brought in like 1,600 German scientists and engineers, many of which were involved in the Nazi regime. And so I've just been learning about this. And then you see that one clip on the Wide World of Disney where Walt Disney gives a big thumbs up to Werner Von Braun, and you're like, that feels about right.
Why is Bobby coming to touch
He's
Kevin?
whispering.
It's like some whispering in the ear. I think there's a joke that he wants to be told
Yeah.
that he probably feels would
Say,
be
hey, you say
I'm
it.
crossing a line.
not going to say that.
You can say it,
I
Kevin.
wanted to ask you about a wrestling related topic the other
Sure.
day. Two Pops. I went and watched Two Pops.
Two Pops.
Oh.
Are you a
Cody
wrestling?
Rhodes popped the other
My
day.
nickname in high school.
And John Cena.
See? You still are you a closet watcher?
No, I see. I check out clips. I don't watch the whole thing. I
Yeah.
just find clips online.
So John Cena coming out.
Yep.
The John Cena. Well, my big takeaway was that crowd.
The
Where was this?
Belgium.
Was this in Belgium?
Yeah.
This was
It was
like
an amazing
This like
crowd.
watching a soccer match.
And so they've really done a good job of having more like used to be called pay-per-views, now premium live events out in other countries. Like they had one in France and people were doing the Cody Rhodes chant and all kinds of stuff. The international crowds are just always so much more amped because they don't get like a steady stream of every single week. You get to host Monday Night Raw. You get to host Monday Night Raw. And they're going to be international, I think, for the next 2 weeks for Raw and SmackDown as well.
So is this a huge hit right now?
Oh,
John
yeah.
Cena being a bad guy?
Yeah, and I thought his promo was fantastic. That poor little kid in the first
That
row.
poor kid,
That kid's
man.
going to be scarred for life. He's like, it's your fault.
So how long are these shows, like Monday Night Raw?
2.5 hours.
So they just like, how many matches versus talking is there? Because this was like a 16-minute microphone battle.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and how do you weigh that entertainment?
Monday Night Raw, there'll be matches there for sure, but it's there for the talking and the angle developments and everything like that. Like, there's a lot of talking leading up to every month. You have a new event where you're like, hey, now we're going to settle all these scores and wrestle it away. But in the meantime, Raw and SmackDown, there's a lot of talking to help like elevate that.
Well, Chuck, is this your last show in here for the week?
Yeah, it is.
We'll see.
How do you
Unless I just
compare?
decided to show up tomorrow.
How do you compare these crosstalks to the other crosstalks or the different schedule?
Well, the schedule's amazing, I will say.
Really?
The schedule's great for, like, currently where the baby's at and just the family lifestyle. So the 10 to 2, I don't think you can really beat it. But these crosstalks, a lot more, I'd say, scheduled. I mean, you do a good job of kind of holding it together. We can kind of just go off the rails, and it's not your fault, Kevin, but we've got just a lot of people in the room. You never know who's going to pop off.
The concern in the afternoon crosstalk is anybody going to care?
Well,
and so
it's fair. It's
and
fair
when
question.
when people care, at least some people in the room, it's fantastic. There are other days where nobody cares, and I just want to smash my head against the table.
Yeah, how many out of 10 crosstalks frustrate you?
Probably 4.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's the danger of just throwing it out there.
And half
letting
the
it
time
go.
you don't have enough mics because this one's always broke.
That's true, but it's not.
Which Brian
Look,
loves. He'll
even
go
if I
sit on the
have a
couch.
topic, you'll get and I'm like, that's it.
Who are usually the 2 most least interested in the afternoon crosstalks?
Well, if you had to guess, who do you think it would be?
Dawson.
Okay.
I think he feels obligated though because I look at him to start.
Well, he'll always start.
Yeah.
Maybe Broadus? I mean,
Brian's hit or
Bassick was a
miss.
shoe-in, but he's
I
not.
used to be Mike.
You
For
can't
sure.
count Mike anymore. You shouldn't even have Mike for a mic.
Brian, it's hit or miss. I think you could probably there's times that he'll talk the entire time,
And that's
which then
topic
I know,
dependent.
all right, our show's going to be the Brian Broaddus show today, most likely, which is okay. Hey, that's less than we have to do.
Yeah.
But other times, yeah, he's not. He's kind of just like he's working on something else.
I think that's probably fair. Topic dependent. If it's something he really cares about, he's there. If not, he doesn't seem big on lip service or small talk. I feel like that's a fair.
Yeah, Broadus yesterday, he
thing to
called me
say.
after the show, and he's like, "Yeah, we don't talk. We don't talk in our prep room.
No, they're silent.
Or commercial breaks.
That one day where I had to do my bet payoff and I was in there doing all kinds of busy work. I went in their prep room and it was just dead silence for an hour.
Well, it's uncomfortable and awkward sometimes because I will try and make conversation, and then they act as if, and maybe they just don't hear. Maybe the hearing aids weren't in today. I don't know, but I don't get a response. So now I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm just not going to speak.
Is
and
it
then
awkward?
Dawson gets up like an hour before the show and just disappears. Just gone. Nobody knows where he is.
But nobody knows where he
Well,
goes.
we know where he is, but
And then
nobody
you
else
come,
knows where
and then everyone just turns it on when the mics go on.
Yeah, we're just ready to rock.
Ready to rock.
Are is Fred the biggest crosstalk wild card you've ever interacted with?
Well, Blake is just about as much of a wild card, but I am waiting for Fred to get canceled.
Yeah.
He will say something that crosses the line, and it makes for tremendous radio, but you never know what he's going to say.
Really?
Yeah.
We haven't canceled Walt Disney yet.
Entire
so
Fan
he's
After
fine.
Dark is just, I don't know, off the rails.
Unhinged.
You hate Walt Disney.
It's not that I hate Walt Disney.
It's because Walt Disney started before 1948.
There are definitely things about Walt Disney I do not care for. It's just weird that when we have to cancel all
see
these
what you
other
did there.
people,
Thank you.
he just skates. And then they're like, hey, Tom Hanks is in a movie. Should we mention any of that other stuff? No, don't worry about it.
Hey, Tom Hanks? You're going to ruin Tom Hanks for me?
Tom
do
Hanks
that.
was in the Walt Disney movie, and they're like, he's the best.
Oh, the Walt Disney movie. Okay. Well, isn't Walt Disney dead? So he's been canceled.
He's frozen, right?
Is he, though?
What do you want to happen?
Is he, though?
I think he's
Isn't
frozen.
his head frozen like Ted Williams? I guess Ted Williams' son couldn't afford that anymore.
Probably not. Had to
I'm
make a
sorry,
whole
did
lot of
that
money.
hurt
How
your
much is a
feelings?
freezer?
Did.
I don't think he could just stick a head in a freezer. Okay,
Yeah.
for
Bernie.
scientific
What if
reasons.
the power goes out?
The KNC Masterpiece is next, featuring Zach Wolchuk right here on The Fan.
Thanks to Comerica, you can listen to Sean and RJ anytime you want. our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to remind everybody to come out to Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers on Friday in Euless, especially if you're attractive.
You might end up getting your lunch taken care of from the one and only Stephanie.
There you go.
Who is single and ready to mingle.
Oh, my goodness. I didn't know if we needed to say that part, but here we are.
Why else would she take care of your lunch?
Because she's just a nice person.
That's true. Dump that all, Alec, if you don't mind. It's a terrible way to start the show.
I think it's too much. Now,
can we just pretend this never happened?
Alec, we have also started a campaign. I don't know if you support this campaign or not, that perhaps Zach should be on our show on Friday, because Lucius is also going to be at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. And really, how many people do you need out there? And so we could just bring Zach into our show for Friday.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a 50-50 chance that Corey even shows up at this point, so we might need the help. We might need the help.
No, he's fine. They're looking at colleges.
Yeah, as one does.
I only know UNT offhand. I don't remember what other colleges.
I just saw UNT. I thought the other 2 days were the similar rehab stint that you went on.
No, man. Do you know how many texts I got eventually? Because we were on a cruise, and I didn't get those texts like on the cruise. But whenever we would go to port, it was like, oh, you have 12 new messages. And they're like, hey, man, I just wanted to let you know, stand strong. And then I got several like really, really nice messages from people who were like, hey, I was an addict for 29 years. Every day's a fight, but you got this. And I was like, because of these two Nimrods jacking around, people were like pouring their hearts out. And it was really, really nice. And I was just on a regular cruise. Or at least that's the story I'll always stick to.
Was it a regular cruise? We don't know that.
It was.
It might have been like
Alaska.
a wellness cruise. Well, I would call that a wellness cruise. It's a beautiful place.
That's probably true.
It feels like you're just in a movie when you're in Alaska and you're just looking around at the gorgeous scenery.
It really, really did.
I'd be in on this Friday deal because then afterwards I can go to Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and just literally soak up all the March Madness without having to work with the solos. So maybe we can make this happen.
And by the way, tomorrow, KNC for a day, Jim Johnson will be on the show with us, as will the returning Corey Majors.
Oh, the guy that makes all the WWE music.
No, I knew you were going to say that. What an obscure reference. I don't know how many people actually get that. Now, I had a couple of questions to start because we can go a couple of different directions. How much do you care about I want to make sure I phrase this right, about the ongoing, I guess, Micah conversation? Because I know that Calvin was on this morning with the morning show, and he has the article, Do the Cowboys Have a Micah Problem?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we've talked about that before, and I guess at the moment, I'm like, Micah problem or no, the extension's going to happen in the next few days. One would have guessed. Yeah. That would be my guess. And so I guess I'm not really invested in it. Where are you guys? Wolchuk, Alec, listeners, where are y'all in terms of like, no, I want to talk about Micah in terms of, do we still need to stop this and maybe make a trade and rebuild and blah, 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 and all that other good stuff?
Well, you take this first, Alec.
I thought the morning show had a great approach to it yeah, thanks, Bob. Bobby's in here if you couldn't tell.
Beautiful boy.
I do think that this is starting to get overblown, not from the media perspective, but from the fan perspective, that this is all stuff that we've already known. This is all stuff that obviously the team wants to talk about as if, hey, we plan on having you here, so we may as well address it now.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say it's a non-story. I think it's important. I think that it's real conversations that are happening within the building. I know that for a fact, but I do think that some people are taking this the wrong way, that it's almost like smearing the name of a player rather than saying, hey, these are real life things that are being talked about. The team wants to address it. The player himself, it sounds like, is willing to address it himself too. And they just want to move past this so they can have that marriage. So I do think it's important to talk about, but I do think that some people are receiving it the wrong way.
Quick side question. Sometimes do you think that Bobby and the things he says are non-stories, though?
Yeah, I think a lot of times, the stuff that he says about me personally are non-stories.
Yeah.
So, inherently, I do think some of his football conversations might be non-stories too.
Yeah, but the piercings are stories. Alec, you and I both know that.
You and Miss Rachel.
Absolutely. Oh, I had to double check that because my daughter is a big Miss Rachel
It's just
fan.
the sun, people. Yes, I've seen the video.
I don't think that was the son. I think the video whatever she does on her free time, I don't care. She makes content that my daughter enjoys and makes her happy and makes her smile. So as long as she's happy, I'm happy.
Just wait. The next waves, I believe, will potentially be Blippy, Baba Blast.
I'm not doing the Blippy deal.
And at least
not with a daughter, at least.
And Danny Go. Danny Go is nice and wholesome, and sometimes those songs are really catchy.
But Alec, I agree with you. Look, the smear campaign stuff is the most irritating nonsense that is complete fabrication and bull. If we wanted to go on a smear campaign, there are things that we've known about a variety of players for years, and we don't share it out of respect for the team and out of respect for the player. So the smear campaign stuff you go kick rocks. That's a bunch of bull. All this with Micah, they know about it. Micah's not going anywhere. I got tipped off last night that this deal's going to get done this week. And then I immediately went to work and started asking around. I think Jane's very plugged in on this. I know Bobby was talking about that as well. I trust what Jane is reporting.
Yeah.
I think Jane is very in the know. I do think that the numbers that we were thinking, oh my gosh, the $45 million per, I don't think it's going to get anywhere near close to that.
Okay.
I think that, some of the stuff that you saw Terrence Parsons, Micah's brother, put out there, I think those numbers are going to end up being close, but I don't think that anything's finalized by any means. But you know how these negotiations go. All of a sudden, you have one good conversation, ball starts rolling. This thing could be done in a couple of days.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a bad conversation, and then all of a sudden we're going to back off here. This thing now lingers. But I think a lot of progress was made probably at the scouting combine, and it's continued to be made this week. But the stuff with Micah, Jerry loves him. And as long as you've got Jerry's approval, he's not going anywhere. And it's very difficult to find players that are as talented and can impact games like Micah Parsons does. So it's like the Luka conversation. Is Micah a leader? I don't believe so. Leaders don't talk about being leaders. You are a leader.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of things the Cowboys will probably have a conversation with to Micah about being there for OTAs and mini camps and making sure you are there. We have a new defense that we are trying to put in place. So when you weren't there last year, did that end up having any impact on us starting the season slowly on defense? I don't know, but it might have. But either way, your best player sets the tone for how you practice. So a lot of these things that other veteran players like Malik Hooker have expressed and DeMarcus Lawrence have expressed, and I believe there's other people in that locker room, not that they don't like Micah, but they know the other people will follow Micah's tone. And if he comes in moody one day and doesn't really feel like putting in the work, other people will look at that and say, ooh, should I put in the work right now?
Interesting breakdown from you gentlemen right there. I keep thinking about the dynamic, something that you said of, well, Jerry Jones likes him, and I just am juxtaposing that with, like, Mark Cuban obviously never would have approved the Luka trade and all of that good stuff. Thoughts that the confidence level that the deal gets done before Monday morning?
I would say I'm probably 75% confident.
Okay.
I'm very, very confident this deal is going to get done. Yeah, I mean, I might even move up to 80%.
All right. I like it. Now, in the meantime, go ahead and give me cut number one if you can, because I want to know about some of the newest Cowboys and what kind of impact they can actually have.
Making a big play for Tennessee. Flacco steps up in the pocket, throws a dart, batted up in the air and picked off. Intercepted by Murray.
Now, let's start with Kenneth Murray. So Kenneth Murray Jr. said he's, quote, looking to be the dude for the Cowboys defense. Now, you can think whatever you want on that. I just kind of thought it meant like one of the main guys that you can lean on, somebody in the middle that you can absolutely have faith in. What are your expectations, or what are y'all's expectations for Kenneth Murray Jr. going into the season?
I think he's a guy that can get you 100 tackles. I really do. I think that he's going to fit this style that Eberflus wants to play: run, chase. Don't overthink things. I think they'll probably do a better job of putting him in position where his weakness of maybe coverage and certain things that we've seen him have issues with in the past he's not having to do. I think Maris Liufau is a good coverage linebacker, and then who knows? Maybe they end up drafting another linebacker that can help in that role as well. But I am actually cautiously optimistic about Kenneth Murray Jr. I've said that on the show with you before. And I know I love John Owning. John Owning's a buddy of mine, and he doesn't like the signing. Okay. But to me, I liked the player coming out of college, and I think you've seen him produce as a starting linebacker in the league. And I do think moving on from Mike Vrabel and that style of defense to their new head coach and what they were running in Tennessee last year did not fit his skill set.
All right, now another one to go along with this. I'm going to kick this over to you first, Alec. Give me cut number 3, and I want to talk about this next, gentleman.
Burrow spins. Burrow is sacked. And a timeout called down at the 29. Solomon Thomas.
Now, Capel's own Solomon Thomas, one of the things that he said, I believe it was yesterday, if not, it was the day before, that he sees coming to the Cowboys as the opportunity to play his best football. And let's be honest, his NFL career has been disappointing, considering where he was drafted and the hype level that was on him. I mean, I think you could actually make that argument for all three of these gentlemen.
No doubt.
But Solomon Thomas, what kind of realistic expectations do you have for him?
I don't have any crazy expectations, but I do think that he has a point that he can play some better football here, because I've noticed a trend really with all the offseason acquisitions is it feels like every single one of them are a scheme fit in some sort of way, as Zach just broke down with Kenneth Murray Jr. I think Kaiir Elam is a better fit in Eberflus' system than he would be in a Sean McDermott system. And I think Solomon Thomas is a better scheme fit here. I think he will be productive as a secondary guy. You don't want to ask him to be the main star of the interior of the defensive line anywhere across the defensive line. That's what Micah Parsons is for. But I do think that he's going to be a productive run stopper. And you have the connection with Aaron Whitecotton on staff now. So I think that there's a lot of good things. And you heard some really good insight from the Bills GM on the morning show this morning talking about Kaiir Elam, where he said, you know, sometimes a change of scenery is really good for a player. And I think that coming back home, you've seen this story play out in the NFL and pro sports in general before, where sometimes dudes just want the chance to go home. You know, they want to be close to home. They want to play. We know that Solomon Thomas is a guy that's been vocal about mental health and his struggles in life. So
I just want to shout out real quick. A couple of years ago, me, Solomon Thomas, and Dak Prescott did a national panel on mental health. So I'm with you there, and I'm rooting for him.
Have you reached out to Dak since then?
No, I do not believe that he wants to talk to me.
But that might be a great way to extend an olive branch.
I have definitely tried. We'll try again.
Okay. I agree with what you're saying there, Alec, especially the Aaron Whitecotton stuff. He had his best seasons, 5 sacks, career high 2023, 3.5 sacks a year ago. I think he's the one along the defensive line that they've added that I'm most excited about. You know, actually have somebody that can take a little bit of pressure off of Osa. They've had nobody else to really go ahead and fill in that you feel good about if you're going to switch out linemen. So this can maybe keep Osa stay fresh throughout the course of the season, which throughout his career, you've seen him fade at maybe the last month.
Yeah.
Last year was kind of the opposite. He started slow, then picked up steam throughout the year. But I love the addition of Solomon Thomas. But you're right. Like, you got to manage expectations. I'm not looking at him as like, oh, this is a Pro Bowler guy. He's a rotational, good backup defensive lineman to have, and I just can't rely on Peyton Turner to be available because throughout his career he hasn't been.
Now, we're going to go one more. We're going to fire out cut number 2 here, and it's a new addition even though he was only gone for a year. He had a heck of a year when he was gone, Mr. Dante Fowler Jr.
Right to left for the Eagles. Hurts in the gun. Ball's in the middle of the Eagle feathers at midfield. Back to throw. Pressure. Hit. Buried. Fowler was the first one there, just a step ahead of Parsons.
One of the things that I like that Fowler said was, I just keep coming out there with a chip on my shoulder, keep proving I love football, so I play this game for the love of the game. Every time I go out there and get an opportunity to play football, I'm going to leave it all out there. So just even the discussion of, like, I know it's kind of an effort discussion, but also the fact that he said he still feels like he has something to prove coming back to the Cowboys, which you kind of get that because they're like, oh, yeah, no, you did a good job, but not good enough for us to want to keep you. And so now he's back. Expectations for Dante Fowler, are they the highest among these three for him as opposed to the other two?
Probably. I mean, I don't know if they're the highest, but I think like Cowboy fans, we know him, right? He plays here for 2 years, so we know what to expect from Dante Fowler. That's a guy that can get you anywhere from 5 sacks to 11 sacks. So he's a guy that has been, as I said yesterday, a splash player, if you will. When he has been on the field, there will usually be a play that you're like, damn, there's Dante Fowler Jr., whether it's a tackle for loss, a strip fumble, a sack, whatever it is. Good things have happened with him on the field. But again, rotational piece. It's just allowing the Eagles show this, and other teams that have won the Super Bowl, when the Giants are winning 2 Super Bowls, you need to have depth. You need to keep your guys fresh along the defensive line. Here's another guy that can come in and help take some of the pressure off of Micah Parsons and others.
Yeah, it's really fun whenever you can kind of do the hockey line change across your defensive line.
That's true.
In football, whenever you have that much depth to where teams have to respect every personnel group that you bring out there. And I think that's what Dante Fowler does, is he forces that respect for a secondary pass rush unit to come in to where offensive coordinators can't say, we can take a play or two off here. They say, there's still some really good players that we want to avoid, so we might want to run directly at said player to try to block him out of a play, so on and so forth. So if you can try to get some of these veteran guys that offensive coordinators have to respect, Dante Fowler is one good step, and then you add in some returning players from injury like a Marshawn Nealon, a Sam Williams, some of those younger guys to kind of mix into the fold too, then I think you've got a really fun defensive unit up front. Then that just leaves me concerned about everything behind it.
See, and I just wanted to run through that because I thought it would be interesting to get that perspective and kind of, I know the Cowboys don't spend big in free agency, so for a lot of people that automatically equals failure.
Says you.
But I do say that. So I did just want to throw out like some of the ideas behind the acquisitions of these players. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to move it up. Baseball Nuggets. Let's talk about the newest addition to the Texas Rangers. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3-2, runner goes. Swing and a miss on a fastball up. Patrick Corbin, 4 strikeouts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have Tim Kurkjian on at 10:40. So we're moving up Baseball Nuggets right here. Baseball Nuggets, of course, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. So let's talk.
Buckets.
I like that. About Patrick Corbin in just 1 second. But first, good news for Texas Rangers fans. The deal has been made with Fubo to widen the streaming audience. Now, Mike had said it was always going to be on DirecTV. I think yesterday or the day before, DirecTV finally put out the notification that it was going to be on 677. But now the Rangers have gotten to a deal with Fubo as well. And so it feels like these games are going to be available to way more people than they have for the last couple of years.
It's we discussed this a little bit yesterday. You don't have to freak out if you don't want to pay the $100. And you can if you just want to make sure I know exactly where I'm going and I don't want to stress about, hey, can I watch this on my phone if I'm traveling? Do that. Go ahead. But if you have Fubo, DirecTV, I think YouTube TV is just also in on this. So basically anybody that you've got as your provider, you can watch Rangers baseball now.
Agreed. Now, from the 806, if you want to, go ahead and tweet Mike for thank him for making this happen, because Mike gets really annoyed by people asking that. And he's like, I have nothing to do with it. So if you want to just tweet him this morning and say, hey, thanks for making this all happen, or thanks for making the Fubo deal happen.
Thanks, Mike.
Whatever the case is, I'm sure that would annoy him. And I support that. Now, let's talk about Patrick Corbin. This is complicated because he got a 1 year, about $1 million plus guaranteed deal with a few million in incentives, which is weird to say that as like a throwaway. When can you imagine if they're like, hey, Alec, you get a few million in incentives for you in your job today? That would be freaking amazing.
Must be nice.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Patrick Corbin has not been good at pitching for a really long time.
Oh, come on. He was a World Series champion not that long ago.
What year was that?
It's like 2019.
That's a long time ago. So let's take you to his WARs in complete seasons since 2021. Negative 1.1. The next year, negative 2.5. The next year, got in the positive category, 0.4. And then last year, negative 0.9. So I just want to point out, over the last 4 years, Patrick Corbin averages a negative WAR of about 1. His ERAs in those years, 5.82, 6.31, 5.2, and 5.62. Those are the negatives. Here are the positives. Don't worry, they're coming. You guys were talking about this quite a bit in the break. The Rangers have a pretty good track record of taking, I don't know, pitchers off the junk heap or the scrap pile or however you want to say it, and turning them into, in some cases, usable pitchers, in some cases, like pretty darn good pitchers, right?
Mike Minor, all-star. Kyle Gibson, all-star.
Lance
Martin
Lynn.
Perez, all-star.
Yeah.
Lance Lynn, my doppelganger, my spirit animal.
I could see that.
Did he make the All-Star game too?
I think he did.
So there you go. I mean, I think that Patrick Corbin is the next in line. They needed a lefty, Alec. Let's go. All-Star Patrick Corbin is back.
I mean, at the very minimum.
He was an all-star twice, but not with the Rangers. Sorry.
Well, I mean, he hasn't played with us yet, so
But he's
just give
about
it
to
time.
be.
Exactly, just give it time.
Lance Lynn.
Oh.
Okay.
Man,
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah,
but
you're
a
getting my
damn
vote.
good run with the Rangers.
Yeah, I'm intrigued just because, like you said, Wolchuk, they do need a lefty in the rotation, but at the same time, we're kind of tossing this around during the break. At minimum, he'll eat innings for you. And with the bullpen already in question, that was the biggest question of the offseason, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's like, who's going to pitch the 7th, 8th, 9th inning? Well, now you've got some major gaps in your rotation that you got to figure out. So how can you prevent some of those issues on the back end is having your guys give you quality starts. And whether they are fun outings and really efficient game-winning efforts, that's for him to decide when he actually takes them out. But if he can save you innings, then you don't have to worry about putting non-leverage guys in leverage situations, so I'm intrigued at the very least.
And that's where you get to, and this will all tie into something that Chris Young said, the shocking negative wars. Because usually if you have a negative war, you just don't get to play enough to really build that up. But with Corbin, it's true. It's true. But if you look at Corbin in 21, 22, and 24, they continued to use him, the Nationals, that is, no matter how much he struggled because of this specific thing. And I want you to listen. Well, you'll just have to listen to me say the words of Chris Young. Quote, tell me where this is going. The last week, our circumstances changed with starting pitching and depth. The opportunity to bring in Patrick, who has been an innings stabilizer for more than 10 years and who is a veteran competitor and by all accounts a winning personality who will fit in our clubhouse, just gives us added protection. Translation: it might not be the best innings, but he can pitch a lot of them.
What we need.
Patrick Corbin is kind of the buffet of baseball pitchers. There's a lot. You'll get a lot. Might not be the best, but the portions are incredible. And so for Corbin specifically, over the last 4 years, he's thrown 679 innings. If you look at the last 7 seasons that were full seasons, obviously this takes out the COVID 2020 season, he's averaged 159 innings pitched per season.
It's impressive.
And then you guys brought up the other, probably the biggest thing, he's left-handed.
Yeah.
So that discussion we had yesterday about rocker and lighter, I'm not sure how long it's going to take, but they ain't both going to be in the rotation now, barring injury, because my sense is that Patrick Corbin, at least for a time, depending on how the rest looks with Bradford, is going to be one of your starting pitchers because he might give up 5 runs along the way. In fact, there's a decent chance that he will, but he'll give you 6 innings. So, yeah, maybe you'll get 4 runs given up in 6 innings, and so you'll get that pretty consistently. You won't thrash your bullpen, which, let's be honest, I like the potential for lighter and rocker way more. We all do. But you can definitely see a lighter or a rocker start going 2 1/3, something like that. Whereas Patrick Corbin will pretty consistently push ahead. He'll get you the 6 innings, and he won't be a constant drain on your bullpen.
That's like the 817 just texted. So glad you're excited for a guy who is going to give up 5 runs in 4 to 5 innings. Well, the other part of this is Chris Young has talked about how good he thinks his offense is going to be.
That's right.
So as I mentioned yesterday, you score all the runs. We're getting 10 runs a game here. All right, realistically, let's go 7 to 8 runs a game. You should be okay and be able to weather the storm of Patrick Corbin giving up 4 or 5 in 6 or 7 innings pitched. And you made the point also, as did Alec, about the bullpen. But the Rangers have a lot of guys, and if they end up having to start lighter or rocker, or even if it's Tyler Mahle and say a DeGrom, and you don't want to stretch these guys who are coming back from injuries, you're going to have to use your middle relievers. It's nice to have at least one guy in the rotation along with Evo that you feel can go 7 innings, and that can give your bullpen a little bit of a breather.
I want to go back to this just for 1 second, and I'm always curious the emotions people project on us. I don't know what part of this discussion has led you to take that I am excited about the Patrick Corbin signing. I'm just telling you what I think is going to happen. And what I think is going to happen is they're going to put him in the rotation, maybe not on opening day because obviously we're off to a later start with him, but sooner rather than later because they believe he can be innings stabilizer is code for bullpen saver. All right?
Yes. And bullpen saver. And Patrick Corbin.
And I feel like I was pretty clear going over his wars and his ERA. So I don't know how you, not you, Alec, I know I'm looking at you, how you took excitement out of that, but that is a take.
I think that's a fair question. I will say, and Alec, I sometimes think Kevin forgets that we're like on YouTube and on Twitch and you can watch us. And he was literally just on the Rangers website ordering a Patrick Corbin jersey.
He was.
So for that reason,
all,
I think
you cannot
that would
see my
allude
computer,
that would allude that there's a lot of excitement here. If you're going to buy a custom make, because they don't even have him on the shop yet. He's literally custom making a Patrick Corbin 69 jersey.
And he was jumping up and down as he was talking about the signing and talking about the incentives, because he was thinking of the idea of him thriving and succeeding to earn more money, and then we trade him at the trade deadline to go get somebody better. So
okay, to balance this out, would I get a 69 jersey or would I get a 6.9 jersey to represent his probable ERA for the season?
There is the Kevin we know and love.
Yep, super optimistic. We love it.
Can't go 162-0 without winning the first one, baby.
But you're not going to go 162-0.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do.
No,
you're not going to go 152-10. You're almost definitely not going to go 142-20, though the Dodgers might. It's not going to happen.
I do want to throw out something interesting, though. I was listening to the pregame show here on The Fan last night, as you all should. And Eric Nadel with Bruce Bochy. Boch said, he was like, think about what we did with Michael Lorenzen. He was like, that was a point of need. We had to kind of ramp him up and build him back up. But what happened? He turned into a very valuable asset, and then they ended up moving on from him because he had value. And they were able to add to the team because of him, and he helped stabilize that rotation and stabilize the bullpen. So, I'm not saying it's going to end up being that good and that successful, but they've shown that they can do that.
Now, John Gray update to go along with this, because the corresponding move to pick up Patrick Corbin, John Gray moved to the 60-day injured list, which means you won't see him back until at least May. Disappointing, but can't say particularly surprising.
No,
right?
This could have been way worse. The news that Jared gave us about him not having surgery, and then if he had to have the surgery, all indications were that would have been a season ender.
Yikes.
So this is huge, and honestly positive news that he's only on the 60-day IL, and the hope is that he can come back by June.
Yeah. A couple of other things to add. Keep an eye out on this. I don't know if you guys still feverishly follow Yu Darvish, but we talked about, hey, he wasn't going to get the opening day start. Now we're getting more information about that. He is even questionable to be available because of elbow inflammation. That doesn't need to be the end of the world, but that certainly feels like a triggering phrase when it comes to pitchers.
It's definitely triggering for us, right? Because that's what you start to hear. I mean, what was it with Bradford? Wasn't it elbow?
Yes.
And so now he's shut down for multiple weeks.
Remember,
Yu Darvish might end up on the IL here before we know it.
Remember, the scan was clean, and he's fine.
Mhm.
We just need to shut him down for 4
just
weeks.
that MRI.
Because
perfect. He is fine, Kevin.
Okay.
Great. This guy.
You're telling me there's no chance that maybe he's not fine?
I'm telling you there's a chance that he is fine.
Okay. That was a good way to counteract that. By the way, Lance McCullers Jr. yesterday, he stepped onto a mound for the first time since the 2022 World Series.
What?
It's been 868 days since he threw.
I get him confused with another old bearded Astros pitcher. Who is it? Keuchel, who ended up pitching with the Rangers for a little bit.
Yeah.
So when I first read this, I was like, "This isn't true. This is a ball
It is
sack
true.
here," but I was thinking Dallas Keuchel.
There you go. Different
dudes,
different human
that
beings.
might. I mean, have you seen them in the same room together?
I mean, look, I will also say, as somebody who falls into this category, bearded white people are easy to confuse.
I mean, Eric and I get confused all the time. Why? Because we're both really good looking and we both have beards.
That's what I was thinking. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with ESPN senior MLB writer Tim Kurkjian right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
There's an absolute tank. Right center field. It is off the wall. To second goes Ohtani. To home goes Ohtani. It was a home run.
It was indeed a home run in the Tokyo series this morning. Right now, let's bring to you ESPN senior MLB writer Tim Kurkjian. Good morning, sir.
How you doing, fellas?
We're doing pretty good. You sound tired. Is that because you've been up since like 2 a.m. watching baseball and getting ready and stuff?
I've been tired since 1979, which is the year I started covering baseball. And yes, I've been up all morning watching baseball, but finally we have games that count. I love spring training. I love watching spring training games, but everything changes when the numbers count. And the last 2 mornings, I was more than happy to get up at 5:45 Eastern time to watch 6 o'clock baseball that really counted.
And it feels fair to say that MLB is so happy that they have not only such a foothold in Japan already, but so many Japanese superstars that have been featured the last couple of days, including the obvious Ohtani home run. How big has baseball, Major League Baseball specifically, because I know baseball's always been big in Japan, how big has Major League Baseball gotten in Japan?
It's enormous, as we saw the last 2 days. I mean, those crowds were unbelievable. And granted, crowds are unbelievable all the time in Japan. That's how much they love their baseball there, and they play it at an exceptionally high level. But when you bring back Ohtani and Imanaga and Yamamoto and then Roki Sasaki today, I mean, it was an absolute perfect combination of 2 teams coming back to play in Japan, and they put on a show. I mean, Sasaki wasn't great today, but the first 2 pitches were 101 miles an hour. The 2 guys who started yesterday pitched exceptionally well, and of course, Ohtani got 3 knocks, hit a home run in the 2 games, and I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone who rises to the occasion more often and in bigger spots than that guy, and he did it again today.
With the success of course, the Tokyo Series and then what we had with the World Baseball Classic, do you think that MLB will try and pursue more of these international series like they're doing the MLB in Monterey? Obviously, we've seen England take part in this. Or is it just Tokyo? Japan is so popular, it just works out with the Tokyo Series.
Yes, it's going to keep working out with Japan because they love the game so much. And to repeat, it's played so well over there. But I went to England the last 2 years to do those games from the booth, and it was great. Now, granted, it wasn't the same level of interest or sophistication when it came to the fans in England as you did in Japan. But, boy, the Cubs and Cardinals a couple of years ago really traveled well there. And England was very well represented at those games. So this is baseball saying we got to grow this game globally. Best way to do it is to take our best players to another country and show everyone what we can do.
Talk with Tim Kurkjian right here on 105.3 The Fan. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I will be embarrassed if I am wrong. You were a beat writer for the morning news from 81 through 85 for the Rangers, so you saw some pretty tough baseball, right?
Yeah, we had a debate with Sheldon Ocker, who used to cover the Indians. I claimed that I wrote the most losing game stories in the 80s of any writer. Sheldon told me I'm dead wrong, and I think he's right, but I'm in the conversation there. Yes, the Rangers were pretty bad in the years that I covered them, but it was still such a great thrill for me because I was like 12 years old when I was covering the team. I had no idea what I was doing, but it was great, and I loved being at the ballpark every night, as I knew I would, because this is all I ever wanted to do with my life and my career. But yes, Rangers were bad when I was there, and yet it sure was a fun bad to be around.
I know it took a long time to get to the other side, but was there any level of joy for you when the Rangers won the World Series then a couple years ago?
Well, I'm not allowed to root for anything, and
Right.
I don't, but I root for good stories, and that was a great story that the Rangers won the World Series for the first time in their history. And yes, it took me back to my days when I covered the team, spring training of 82. I'd been in town for 3 weeks covering the team. Mickey Rivers, the everyday center fielder, who was making $450,000 a year, asked me, he'd known me for 3 weeks, asked me, Tim, can I borrow $2,000? I said, Mick, I'm making $12,000 a year. I don't have $2,000 to loan you. That was my indoctrination to Ranger baseball in spring training of 82. And every day was filled with something funny, amusing, entertaining, and educational.
Did he tell you what the money was going to be for at least?
I think we all knew Mick had a little bit of trouble at the track, and Buddy Bell, who was the best player on the team, and again, I had no idea what I was doing that spring, but he whispered to me, Tim, don't loan him any money. You'll never see it again. And Mickey, of course, turned out to be one of my favorite players ever, an absolute gem of a guy and a really good player in his day.
What are some of the storylines that you might be monitoring for this year's 2025 Rangers that we're excited to get started here?
Yeah, well, obviously the key is Jacob deGrom. Exactly what are we going to see from him, and how much are we going to see from him? When he's right, fellas, he's as good a pitcher as we've seen in the last 10 years. I mean, just go look at those numbers from the prime of his career. It was ridiculous how good he was. And it seems like the velocity is up, way up in the 90s, and it looks like he's scaling it back to try to stay healthy. So I think the whole key to the entire pitching staff is what are you going to get from him? But with this much time off and as athletic as he is, my guess is he's going to be a very productive pitcher this year. Not for 230 innings, but if you can get 160 innings out of Jacob deGrom at his best, that's a pretty good thing. So that's the first and foremost thing with the Rangers. The other thing is their offense is the best in the American League when everyone's healthy, which didn't happen like at all last year because everyone got hurt, and a couple guys who weren't hurt didn't swing it like we thought they would, but they are a really good offensive team. So the combination of their offense and Jacob deGrom coming back to lead what could be a pretty good starting rotation, that's a pretty good way to start.
We're all hoping that the pop is back with that Rangers offense, because 233 home runs the year they won the World Series, only 176 last year. You bring in Berger, you bring in Peterson. Outside of just being a quality offense, it feels like a very power-heavy offense, too.
Oh, of course. I mean, Wyatt Langford's only touched where he's going as a major league player. Evan Carter missed most of the year last year. Adolis Garcia just wasn't the same. Josh Young got hurt. Even Marcus Semien hit a slump, and Corey Seager got hurt for a while. So I really like their offense. I just find it hard to believe that all the guys who got hurt or slumped last year are going to do that again. I don't see that at all. I think they're going to score a ton of runs, and they're going to be back well over 200 homers this year. I'm pretty sure of that.
The one and only Tim Kurkjian with us here on 105.3 The Fan, the KNC Masterpiece. So getting ahead of myself big time here, but if Bruce Bochy is able to follow the trend he had with the Giants, where you win World Series every other year, and he's able to now win 2 World Series as the manager of the Texas Rangers, having won multiple with the Giants, what does that do for his legacy as one of the best skippers of all time?
Well, he's already in the Hall of Fame, even though he's still managing. But people will look at him and say, all right, if they win this year, as you say, that's 5 World Series in a matter of less than 20 years. And he resurrected the Rangers the minute he walked into the door. I saw it with my own eyes. And the way he managed the Giants, especially their bullpen, is going to elevate him to some pretty high levels here. Not too many guys have won 5 World Series. Again, his career winning percentage is not going to be up there with Joe McCarthy and the greatest managers, Earl Weaver of all time. But when it comes to winning championships and changing the fortune of teams, he's going to be pretty high on that list, especially of the managers we've seen for the last 30, 40, 50 years.
I know we talked obviously about DeGrom and how that does feel so key to everything the Rangers are doing. What's the confidence level around baseball? Maybe what's your confidence level in Leiter and Rocker? Because it feels like a lot is going to be put on them this season as well.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure they're ready, but I'm a big believer that the light goes on. It's the hardest game in the world to play. I've seen people struggle at this at young age, at older age, and you got to give both of these guys some time. Leiter has been up, of course, struggled mightily at times. Rocker's been up and down, minor leagues, everywhere else. But I'm a big believer. You have a great arm. You come from the college program that they came from. It's only a matter of time before both of those guys are not just good, but really, really good. They just need some time to figure this out. And again, you're facing big league hitters on a daily basis. You make a mistake to those guys, they don't hit a line drive single to left field. They hit it 30 rows up. But there's no doubt with the level of talent both those guys have, they will be number 1 and number 2 starters in this rotation sooner rather than later.
Do you think there's any hope for a Patrick Corbin turnaround, or is he just somebody who's going to be added because we need a left-handed pitcher and a lot of innings?
Yeah, but that says a lot. I believe he's made 30 or more starts every year starting in 2017. I think he's the only one to do that. And yes, innings are great, but if you're going out there and get pounded, innings aren't that important. But every team needs somebody who is durable and can go to the post, and Patrick Corbin can. He's still got a really good slider from what I can tell. He is a fantastic athlete, meaning he can make adjustments. So I just think they get a hold of a guy like that who's had some real struggles in recent years, says, hey, let's try this. Hey, let's fix this. There's no telling where he could go. If he's your 5th starter and he throws 200 innings or high hundreds, it's pretty darn good.
And thank you very much for the time. Hope you're able to get some rest, and we appreciate all the information you brought us today.
Okay, fellas, take care.
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
Tim Kurkjian, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, real quick, I need you to address this, Zach.
Yeah.
From the 214. What is going on with your station? It's playing Chicago Bears and Chicago Cubs sports talk, and they're full of crap. What's the story?
This is strange to me. I don't know, but they're probably talking a lot of Ditkas. There's probably a lot of Ditkas, da bears, da sausage, da cubs, a lot of Ditka talk, a lot of sausages. I think maybe you should just like flip the dial back and forth. Or maybe you're listening on the Odyssey app. I don't know what's going on with you, but nobody else is seeming to have a problem. This might be a user error, and I love you, 214.
We'll see. Coming up next, how much better did that Bears offensive line get? No, I'm just kidding.
Caleb Williams,
I'm
MVP?
kidding. I'm kidding.
Benny J?
We're going to go back to the Cowboys, back to the draft next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you got it. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out.
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. No, we're not going to talk about the Bears or the White Sox or the Cubs or anything like that. We're going to get back to the NFL, back to the Cowboys, back to the NFL draft. Are you ready?
Let's do it. So the big news is I do think the Bears are probably going to take Ashton Genty at 10.
No, we're not going to do that.
Now, what they could do is take Will Campbell, the lineman out of LSU.
I swear, I thought you said Earl Campbell, and I was like, we had him on our show.
And those hot links are delicious, and you guys did a great job with him. Now, this would be excellent for the Bears. If they want to just go ahead and that entire offensive line.
Zach!
We got bookend tackles now, right? We got Darnell right on the right side. We got Will Campbell on the left side. The interior of the line's been remade.
I can see why Broadus doesn't like you.
All right.
Aw.
All right. Now that I've
Did he say something to you?
Now that I've crushed your spirit, I just wanted to run through this because we hit a bunch of these players yesterday before we circle back to the draft. So ESPN had best fits for unsigned players in free agency. Stephon Diggs is on there. Amari Cooper's on there. I feel like we've had those conversations. But believe it or not, I'm going to regret this because he was on the Bears. Tevin Jenkins.
No, thank you.
Okay. All right.
I'm good on Tevin Jenkins.
Okay.
Now, he's an Oklahoma State Cowboy, and shout out to Cody Cole, who is one of our sales reps, big time Tolo, and he's an Oklahoma State poke. And I almost went to Oklahoma State.
Did you know he was at the Dallas Card Show this weekend?
Okay, there we go. Maybe he was trying to sell some cards. He's got a wedding coming up, and those are expensive.
Ooh, that's
so maybe he's trying to be like Baskey and unload all the Luka Doncic cards right now.
By the way, if you weren't at the Dallas Card Show, he really was there. He really set up a table with all of his Lukas except for the Beckett graded Lukas because he forgot those. At least we hope he forgot those.
Or they got stolen again?
I hope not. But he sold.
Maybe it was me.
I'm just going to say he sold a lot of them. I won't get into the specifics of his finances, but he sold a lot of his Lukas at the Dallas Card Show. All right, one more question for you. Kazir White from the...
I'm white? Is that what you said? Because you're white? One more question for you because you're white.
It sounded one more question for you because you're white.
Well, I mean, I am. I am a Caucasian.
He plays for the Arizona Cardinals, or did play for the Arizona Cardinals. So
I'm in on Kazir White.
You're white. His last name is White. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no, he's been a good player. I thought a couple of years ago, I think he was with the Eagles for their Super Bowl run when they lost to the Chiefs. And he's been productive with Arizona. I just wonder now if the Cowboys are looking at we're okay at linebacker. They traded for Kenneth Murray. They're already probably overpaying on that contract, which I do think is a fair critique. Right. I mean, he's like a $7 million cap hit. If I have that number down correctly, you can correct me if I'm wrong because I love you when it comes to math and numbers. That is my weak spot. But no, I would be open to that. But I think with Sanborn and now with Kenneth Murray Jr., they might just say, let's go into the draft at linebacker. And then if he's still around, we can circle back if we need more depth.
Yeah, that is okay. I get that. Then for the Athletic, they had 3 ideas, but 2 of them we've already gone over. As we've talked about Keenan Allen.
We are the football show of record.
We've talked about Asante Samuel Jr. What about Calais Campbell?
And now Calais Campbell is a move they should make. This is
no concern about the age?
No, because he's still productive at that age.
That's true.
He still plays really well, and that is that fits the culture that Shotty's trying to build here. Like one thing that's in common, if you listened to Bobby play the audio of Brandon Bean talking about Kaiir Elam, and you referenced this earlier as well, Alec. High character individual. Jack Sanborn, high character individual. Solomon Thomas, high character individual. Yeah. Right? Calais Campbell, that's actually a guy who's a bigger body. I think he would be great for Mozzie Smith. I think he'd be phenomenal in helping his development and helping him become a pro. And that is a low-cost, high-reward type of investment for a player that's going to come in, work his ass off, and all the things that you have an issue with Micah Parsons about, Calais Campbell can help show the youngins, hey, this is how it's done.
Ooh, okay, that is interesting. Now I want to shift back to the draft. My question for you to start this all off, who do you think could be a surprise in the first round? And what I mean by that is not specifically for the Cowboys, but a surprise riser or faller maybe, depending on where they're sitting in the mock drafts. Are there players or a player that you're like, there's no chance he goes that high, or there's no chance he goes that low?
Well, the Quinn Ewers thing to me was shocking with the second round deal.
Yeah.
The one to me that I'm like, I don't think that he's going to drop is Ted McMillan. I just like, and I'm seeing him. I think it was Daniel Jeremiah had him even going as far as in the 20s.
Okay.
Like if Tedoroa McMillan is sitting there at 12,
That's your guy.
and the Cowboys don't take him, unless there's just somebody else that has fallen, like Mason Graham, the defensive tackle from Michigan, and I get it. We've got Michigan PTSD, but Mason Graham is not like the others. This dude's actually a legitimate stud. He's going to be really good. And he was used in a different way in Wink Martindale's defense than what they were doing previously.
Can you agree? I'm sorry. Can you agree that if he doesn't work out, we won't talk about Michigan defensive tackles for another 10 years?
No, because you got to scout the players, not the helmet. Okay? Scout the player, not the helmet here, Kevin. That's what a wise man once told me.
That is very
all right. Shout out to Brian Broaddus. I love you dearly. But yeah, Ted McMillan is the guy that should not be sliding. And I get it. We had different things with the 40 time, but I think I saw Mike Evans ran a 4.52, 4.53 in his 40.
He's done pretty well in the NFL.
Pretty good. And that's been my comp the entire time for Tedoroa McMillan is Mike Evans. Take that guy.
Now, Blogging the Boys yesterday had a 3-round mock draft. I'm going to skip pick 1 for the Cowboys because it's Ashton Genty. We have talked about that a lot, and I might have one more question for you about that later.
Yeah, ask me.
But in the second and third round.
Right now, not later. Nope. Now, because I might not stick around. Door's right there. And I'm waddling to it.
Man, that would be fascinating. Please don't do that. Trey Amos, the cornerback from Ole Miss in the second round at 44.
Yeah.
And Jalen Royals, the wide receiver out of Utah State, at pick 76 in the third round. Now, I want to start with Royals because you gave me a head tilt right there.
Okay.
That makes me think that you have thoughts about that.
I love both of these guys. I like this would be a home run draft. If Ashton Genty fell to 12 and then the Cowboys circle back at 44, get their guy in Trey Amos, then hell yes, let's freaking party. And then Jalen Royals in the third round.
Do you worry sometimes that mock drafts like this, not this one specifically, but mock drafts in general, sometimes cheat the system a little bit and take a player that probably won't be available there to make it look like, oh, great job?
Yes, because I don't think Genty's going to be there at 12. I think the other ones are realistic, though. Okay. Jalen Royals reminds me of Steve Smith. Thick build, elusive in the open field, used in a lot of tunnel screens, bunch sets, can play inside and out, works the middle of the field well with the slants and the drag. Super tough dude. Not scared to take a hit. Really good after the catch. He's a strong runner with speed to pull away from defenders. The size can hurt him a little bit. He's 6 foot 205. So when it comes to contested catches, which is what Ted McMillan's best trait is, if it's a 50-50 ball on the outside, sometimes being 6 foot 205, that can cost him a little bit, and he doesn't always separate cleanly. But he also didn't play with a great quarterback, so he is a certified bad ball catcher, and he works back to the ball really well. The body control's there, and it's maybe just some concentration drops with him. That would be the only thing. Like, he's looking to run, get the ball, go upfield, and it's, dang it. Kind of what we saw from CeeDee Lamb early in his career. That would be one of my only knocks, but he's also got value as a kick returner. And I know you just signed Kevontae Turpin.
Sure.
But if something happened, like Jalen Royals is a guy that you could put back there and he can do that, I have no doubt this kid's going to be successful at the next level.
And I can't remember how much we actually talked about this person yesterday, but I wanted to circle back to Malachi Starks.
Okay, the safety?
Yeah, and get your thoughts on him. Maybe as a talent and then maybe potentially as a fit with the Cowboys, especially since we talked about, are there still going to be more cap casualties when it comes to the safety position?
So if you're like a home scout and you want to like just go to Malachi Starks verse on YouTube, if you want to find him, look for the dude with the dangling mouthpiece. He's a guy that never puts the mouthpiece in. It's just always dangling. Interchangeable. He can play all over the secondary. He can switch safety spots, plays in the slot. He does remind me a little bit of Brian Branch, who's had an excellent start to his career with the Lions. Now, Branch was more of a corner at Alabama that could freelance as a safety. Starks is a true safety. He does a good job keeping everything in front of him. He's a reliable player. Doesn't appear to be in position consistently to me. Like if you watch the first half against Alabama and you watch him against Notre Dame, there were bad moments from Malachi Starks. So 12 is a little rich to me. I don't really even have him as the best safety in the draft.
Wow.
I would take Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame as my number one guy, and Andrew Makuba out of Texas would be my number two guy. But if Malachi Starks somehow slid to 44, that could be a steal because he is a clean player. He's really, really good. And he's a great athlete. Won a state long jumping record there in high school. So to me, I like him, but I just see a little bit of inconsistency. I don't have him graded as high as some others.
And for the 817, am I wrong for wanting Golden over any other wide receiver
Yes.
at 12? We kind of touched on that
You are.
yesterday. Not to say that he's not good, but that's not the pick or the consensus pick in the fan building. All right. Any other players that you want to spotlight, whether they are for the Cowboys or otherwise?
Okay, so I talked to Meka Egbuka yesterday for you. Let's go with Trey Amos was the corner that you mentioned.
Yes.
Now, I did talk Azare Thomas yesterday as well, but a guy that I really want to highlight would be Jacob Parrish, the cornerback from Kansas State. Now, the Cowboys have kind of like a height, weight, speed measurable that they want specifically in corners. And I think size wins at the NFL level, right? So they're probably going to like an Azare Thomas, who's 6'2", 191, brother of Wanye Thomas, big, long corner, much like what they just traded for in Kyrie Elam out of Florida.
Okay.
But I love Jacob Parrish, 5'10", 191. I think this guy is what you lost in Jordan Lewis, but he's a better outside player than what Jordan Lewis was. He's strong. He can win outside. He can kick inside and play the slot. He's versatile, smooth feet off the line, reads receivers well. There's times he runs routes better than the wide receiver does, and he will come up and he will smack you. He's got blitz ability off the edge. He'll play physical in the run game. I'm a big fan of his. His older brother was a wrestler at Nebraska, so he's got toughness in his family. But Jacob Parrish, now he's 5'10", 191. Would the Cowboys say we're not taking you because you're too small?
So did they just mark them off the board all the way?
I think that it has to be, does it fit where they're willing to take him? Like in the third round now, are we willing to look over, hey, he doesn't meet our arm length requirement, but we like the tape?
Yeah.
The Cowboys, I think, do value the arm length and the size more than other teams do in the NFL. So Jacob Parrish might not be in play for them. That's very possible, but I love the player.
I want to take a step back. You'd mentioned Wanye Thomas. I know somebody who's already on the roster. Do you think Wanye Thomas still has more to actually contribute to this team? Because this is somebody that I've been championing for a while. Wanye Thomas.
I'm with you. I was surprised Wanye Thomas didn't get more playing time a year ago. I think he's earned it, especially with Donovan Wilson having the struggles. Now, Dono could bounce back. It's very possible. Like we've seen Dono, your Texas A&M Aggie guy.
That's right.
He's had some really good moments. 2 years ago, he earned that contract. I thought it was a good deal for him. But if he's struggling, I want more Wanye. I need more Wanye.
I like it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, might try to squeeze in a tiny bit of college basketball, but also am on the FM.
The question of the day, plus, would you actually want to watch this basketball team at the AAC? No, it's not the Mavericks. Next on The Fan.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What is it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nothing.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
His first game in 3 weeks. Davis transition bucket. North Carolina looking fierce.
RJ Davis goes 6 for 6 from 3 last night. North Carolina annihilates San Diego State 95-68 to advance into the actual tournament. Now, the other game last night, 16 versus 16, it had an incredible ending as well. The game is tied, St. Francis and Alabama State. Let's go to cut number 11 and pick it up with just a few seconds to go.
Seconds left, and here we go. This is where dreams are made. They're going for it all. Simpson, home run play, the deflection. Oh! Layup! 0.7 seconds left. Alabama State in front.
And Alabama State would go on to win that game 70-68. I'm really curious what the fever is like starting tomorrow with the beginning of March Madness, especially since ESPN's championship week coverage of college basketball was up 21% and had its highest viewership in 6 years. So it feels like people are primed and people are ready for the NCAA tournament. Now, I never have to ask this question because people are always ready for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. No, I do not call myself that. That's a good way to work around nicknames.
I was supposed to tell you, I was supposed to tell you before you went out there. Somebody at the Dallas Card Show said their daughter went to your high school at the same time you were there, and I was supposed to find out if maybe you knew her. I dropped the ball on this. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, you didn't write it down?
No.
You did drop the
sorry.
ball. Yeah, Dallas Card Show was a fun first experience. Met a few Tolos out there. Pretty cool stuff. And LA Knight himself actually taught me that workaround for nicknames because I said, you call yourself the megastar, and he corrected me. And he said, I'm the man they call the megastar. And he was like, I don't know who they is, but they exist. So
I like that.
He was like, they call me that. If you choose to call me that, that is your choice. So I don't know who they necessarily is, but they call me the pride of Mansfield, Texas. So there you go. I totally did not make that name up for myself, I promise. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well to answer the question of the day. Then a pretty cool basketball game coming up at the AAC that I want to talk about. It's also on the week of my birthday, so it gives me an excuse to get excited for that too.
Ooh.
But I've had this one in the chamber for about 2 weeks now. And I said, if this occurs again, I'm going to make it the question of the day. It occurred again this morning in the parking garage when I pulled in. Somebody that works in another part of the building, they had scrubs on, so they totally don't work for us. I hope they don't do radio and scrubs. That seems odd.
I don't know. It could be fun.
I mean, yeah, maybe like a bet payoff situation. I don't know. I could see Wolchuk doing the sexy nurse thing, I don't know.
Ooh, you pegged me as a sexy nurse, huh?
I didn't do that part, but I did, I did lay it out there. Yeah.
Let's not. I just,
if that will be allowed.
you think of me as a sexy nurse. Huh?
Yeah, I could totally see you doing that, saying like absolutely an NFL pick'em thing and you totally lose. I could see that.
Okay.
Yeah. But this happened with the same exact person a couple weeks ago. They did it again. He got out of his car. He locks the car as he's walking away, stops in the middle of the garage, turns back around, and proceeds to lock his car 4 more times.
Oh, wow.
And then walks away. So I ask you, 877-881-1053. What is the one pet peeve that you have right now that is totally unimportant? It's totally harmless, but it annoys the absolute hell out of you. For me, it is people who spam lock their car as they're walking away because it is so unnecessary. You do the double tap and you walk away. That's all you have to do, especially with like newer cars that if you get within a certain radius away from the car, if you leave that radius, it'll lock it by itself. Like my car, it knows if I walk, I think it's probably like 10 feet or something, it just auto locks the car. You know, so I don't need to do that. I don't need to spam that anymore. I understand with older cars, that makes sense. But 5 total times is so unnecessary. And that just put me in the wrong mood walking into the building this morning.
I guess so.
Yeah, because he parked right in front of me, so the horn was just like right in my ears as I was crossing in front of the car.
Is there something else going on
Yes.
that might have
There is.
caused irritation?
Okay, see, I think there's something else going on with the car lock. That is a classic OCD situation, my friend.
Okay.
And
But
so
for
that is
you,
my theory.
I don't think so.
Everything else is okay?
I didn't get my 8 hours last night,
All right.
so maybe that's part of it. But like I said, this has happened before,
Mm-hmm.
and it annoyed me weeks ago. So now I want to know, do you have that one super minuscule pet peeve right now that you're just like, that irritates me every single time, and I know it shouldn't?
I'd go with 2. And I don't even, and I could probably think of more. One, it certainly is slamming doors. And my wife has probably made me more aware of this.
Okay.
But I feel like my family, we actually have a problem with this. Now, I have worked out of it because I was told about it. But like my sister was just in town over the weekend, and she slams every single door, like car doors, front doors, bathroom doors, you name it, door slammer. Don't do that. We don't need that. The other thing is, and this is probably having worked as a manager at Chick-fil-A for like a decade, I hate when you go to an establishment, especially like a fast food one or a quick service, where it's like you've been here before, most likely.
Yeah.
And you know what you're going to get. And they act as if this is the first time they've ever experienced a drive-through and how this works.
Oh.
You know, hey, welcome to Chick-fil-A. How can we serve you today? Well, we're fresh out of No today. All right. What the hell do you want? Is it the number 5-8 count, 12 count? What sauces? Number 1? Do you want the deluxe? No pickles? Cool. Be ready to rock. All right. I don't like the people that are like, pausing. Ooh, now we got other people in the car. What do you want? Like, have this ready to go. Okay. This is a drive-through. It's supposed to be fast. Let's get everybody's orders ready to rock. So we pull up to the speaker and we're now ready to deliver.
All right. I'm going to stick in the food vein then, because this is something that my wife mentioned happened to her the other day. If you're not necessarily a sit-down restaurant, you know, got to be closing down 40 minutes early. So she went to Freebird's like 35 or 40 minutes before it was closing, and she just wanted a steak burrito for me and a steak salad for her. And they're like, oh, we're going to have to get the steak back out. And she was like, yeah, go ahead and do that. You're not supposed to close for like 35 or 40 minutes. I get it. If it's a sit-down restaurant where you're like, hey, this whole process could take an hour plus, maybe be a little bit more careful. But if you're just going to get your food and you're leaving, that feels way too early to start the close down process. I get it. It's 10:55 and you close at 11. You take your chances. But that is way too early.
That is annoying. I remember, I think it was during the winter storms that we kind of had. There was one part of it, I think it was like the 3rd day of the first wave that we had this past year. I went to Chili's with one of my friends, and it was like 8:30, and they're like, by the way, we're closing in like 15 minutes. I'm like, one, it's not the top of the hour. That's weird.
Yeah, you're not closing at 8:45.
Yeah. And 2, we didn't even get hit by the weather. It wasn't freezing temperatures yet or anything. So I was like, I haven't even put in an order yet. Like, what the heck? It's not even that late. I was like, I understand if it's actively snowing and stuff, or if there was anything in the Grand Prairie area supposed to be hitting us. There was nothing in our forecast. So I was like, y'all usually close at like 11 or midnight or whatever. What are we doing here? That doesn't make any sense. So yeah, the people who are like, it's kind of dead, we can close early. It's like, no, don't do that, you losers. I'm trying to give you money.
Now, I would end up doing like the last hour where we start just like taking down some stuff. So like we're just getting a little bit ahead of, let's save some time for when we close. But it's not like, oh my gosh, if you order a milkshake at 9:50 and we close at 10, we're gonna lie to you and say the ice cream machine is broken.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna make the milkshake. Now, would we like to? Not really. I'd like to get this thing cleaned and
I get
shut
that.
down.
And that I
but
can
it's
accept.
It's the job.
Yeah.
See, from the 817, this one's great. Closing the car door by the glass. That is
Ew.
awful. Because in high school, I drove a Camaro, and at the top of the door, it's just the glass window. There's no frame over the top of the window. So when people would get out of my car, they would just bear paw the top of the glass. And I'm like, what is wrong with you? You're like, in high school, you're human petri dishes. Like, don't be touching my glass like that. That's just wrong. And it was so annoying. I would have to go right home, get the glass cleaner out, get the microfiber, and get to work every single time. And even my car now has like the black trim, the super glossy black trim by the windows. And anytime I have somebody in the car, I go walk over, I go see fingerprints all over the side. I'm like, you used the door handle. Come
That
on.
is super weird.
That is weird.
Yeah, like don't just grab the whole door and
No.
shut the door.
That's strange.
Use the door handle. A lot more people do that than you would realize. And you don't know until you have a car like that doesn't have a frame at the top of the window or when you have the super glossy paint.
So I've seen some people text in the like smacking or like chewing with your mouth open. What about slurping? Like noodles or soup?
See,
because that's actually, I think,
with soup, it's different because I feel like.
Like, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But I do think in other countries, in 877-881-1053, correct me if I'm wrong, but like the slurping sound and doing like, I think that's the way you're supposed to eat it, like ramen or pho in other countries.
Yeah.
And it's actually, it's like how you're supposed to enjoy the food. So it is an annoying sound, don't get me wrong, but I think that might be more of a pet peeve for us in America than it is around the world.
See, from the 405, whenever you park far away from an establishment in the middle of 12 empty spaces and someone parks right next to you.
Yes, and
that's the worst.
Obviously, you get it when the whole lot fills up, but when there's nobody there and you're like, I'm gonna park right here. You're like, bro, come on. You couldn't have parked over there. It's the same as restroom etiquette. Like if you're in a big restroom, there's all these empty urinals and somebody's like, I'm gonna post up right next to you. It's strange.
Let's see, from the 214, this one is really specific. I like this. They say pet peeve is people who leave time on the microwave after they're done using it.
All right, let's talk about this.
Oh boy.
Because the people on floor 11 of the Odyssey building are humongous violators of this. And I've gotten into this argument with Corey, with Colby, with Reggie. I think it was Colby who was like, yeah, well, I just gave you 6 extra seconds, but I don't want 6 seconds. That's why that add 30 seconds button is there. So maybe if you know you need to cook something for 30 seconds and then you can just tune out. Now, I'm not saying that 36 seconds will ruin what you're making, but let's not pretend like we don't all have some food we put in the microwave that it is not cooked to that exact percentage or that exact number. You think it's going to be off. It's lazy. Push the clear button. Don't leave your leftover microwave seconds on there.
That does annoy me as well.
I like how that hit close to home for someone here because that doesn't happen to me a lot, but it happens enough to where I'm like, yeah, I totally get it. Keep those coming in, 877-881-1053. Your most unnecessary pet peeves right now to date.
From the 972, I violated this last week. Somebody texts you and you call them back, or they text you and you're typing a response and then they call you. I didn't end up calling Reggie for a text he sent me, but I felt like it was a longer conversation than just texting him back, like, you know, that weird Bert picture that I sent you guys. I felt like we needed to have a conversation about it. Somebody said slow walkers. All right. I have a very specific thought about this.
Oh, no.
I don't care how slow you walk as long as you're aware that you're walking slowly and trying to take up not a lot of space.
Oof.
It's the people who are walking on a sidewalk where they're like, little bit over here, little bit over here. I'll walk as slow as I want. Like, get your ass over to one side and let the faster people move by. You're taking up the entire sidewalk. It's not productive.
That's how I feel about people who are riding their bicycles in the street.
Well, I have no comment on that.
I know you don't, but I'll say it for you. There's a sidewalk for a damn reason. Get the hell out of the road.
That's an awful thing in my neighborhood. Lots of cyclists.
Please stop.
And I teased this. A basketball game at the AAC that doesn't involve the Mavs that you might want to figure out how to make your way to. Saw this from Grant Afseth on Twitter. The Dallas Wings will be facing Caitlin Clark in the Indiana Fever at the American Airlines Center Friday, June 27th at 6:30 p.m. I'm telling you right now, I will be there. I will be there. That's the week of my birthday, so I always try to do a few fun things throughout the week. I will absolutely be there. That sounds awesome because it's really tough, the way the WNBA is taking off, but two, anytime you have premier talent like that, the CPC in Arlington just isn't big enough for the ticket demand.
Did you know for this season, Prism WNBA boxes are selling for almost twice as much as the NBA one?
Prism or prison?
Prism.
Okay.
And also, that's twice in the last couple minutes that Alec has mentioned his birthday. Do you think he wants us to get some plans in motion?
What day is it, Alec?
It's June 24th. No, I'm not expecting anything. I'm just saying
June 24th? That's a ways away, bro.
That's the one time of the year that I actually take time off. So,
okay.
Yeah, so...
Well, I'll remember yours easily. That's a month before mine. And I've got another buddy who celebrates his birthday on that same day. So I'm down. We can throw a party for you if you want, but remind us a little bit closer.
I ask for nothing, so I'm not going to remind you of anything.
It doesn't sound like it, but we'll do something.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
New tattoo?
Ooh.
Oh, another piercing?
Stop.
Coming up next. That's Woolchuck's fault. Coming up next, it's time, for Gridiron Gravy, NFL draft comps by position group based on prior year's drafts. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Spice Girl?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Dart well protected. There's the shot you were talking about. Greg to the end zone. Dropped right down the chimney by Dart.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Buttermilk biscuits.
Now, I know he was just having some fun, but I want to go to cut number 13. Now that Jamar Chase is here to stay in Cincinnati, he has at least one potentially reasonable request.
For me, I like Cincinnati because it gives me the opportunity to come here and focus. You know, I'm not distracted out here. It's not too many things to get me, off pace out here, and it's strictly what I'm focused on. That's really tunnel vision for me to play football. So, at the end of the day, the food's not the best. We could work on that, but...
So he's taking shots at the Skyline Chili?
It does feel like that, doesn't it?
Look, I know Will Chambers loves it. I'm sure Tim Collins will defend it. I can't say I've ever gone to Cincinnati and had the real deal Skyline Chili. And I imagine like on a hot dog piled high with cheese, it's probably delightful.
Yeah.
But the Skyline Chili that Will Chambers brought into the studio one day, it's got like cinnamon in there. It's a little bit sweet.
Oh.
It just, maybe you would enjoy it, Kevin, but for me, it just wasn't. In Texas, it's not like what our brain. I say, hey, here's some chili. My brain is registering something different when you taste it.
Okay.
This just doesn't seem right to me.
Interesting. Now, let's go from that to Jared Verse. So, Jared Verse had said, when I see that green and white, I hate it. I actually get upset. Like, I actually get genuinely hot when he talked about Eagles fans and how they suck and all that good stuff. I think that's understandable to a lot of Cowboys fans. However, he got a letter from an Eagles fan back in November. Didn't read it at the time. It says the following, quote, I was watching the Eagles-Rams game and saw you held up a knocked-over cameraman. You really helped him and made sure that he was okay. I've watched way too much football in my day, and that is very atypical. So I thought, who is this guy? And watched you play the rest of the game. No news to you, but you're an amazing player, and I wish we had you in Philly. Later on, I saw you flatten 350-pound Jordan Mailata on the offensive line. Crazy. Went to Wiki, saw your background. Impressive. So Merry Christmas. Wishing you and the Rams well. Hope to see you in the playoffs. Good luck and good health. I'll be following you from now on. And so on Instagram, Jared Verse said, yes, I should have opened this before the game. Hope that you're still a fan. That is a really nice letter, though.
It is. Put a lot of tender love and care into that one.
When's the last time you got like an actual letter in the mail?
I've gotten like thank you cards. Do those count?
Nope.
Okay, then never.
Unless they like actually talk.
I wouldn't say never, but no, I can't remember the last time I got a letter.
Do you want to give out your address right now so people can send you letters?
Absolutely not. Because I don't know what's going to come of that.
I was just checking.
Probably a lot of hate mail.
Oh, that would be sad. Speaking of hate mail, did you see Cordarrelle Patterson was upset about his birthday shout out from the Steelers? So
he should be happy he's getting shout outs and he's still in the league.
Is fair. He complained that he only got a post on the team's story and not on its full Instagram page. Now, if he's joking, I do think that's a funny bit. If he's not, that feels problematic, right?
I think we're going to lean that he's got to be. This is sarcasm. He's got to be joking.
I hope so.
Because honestly, I forgot he even played for the Steelers.
That's so D. Let's go back to the Bengals. Now, I know they had given him an opportunity to go seek a trade, but the Bengals are supposedly trying to retain Trey Hendrickson now that they've given Jamar Chase all the money, T. Higgins some of the money. They're going to Hendrickson, I'm assuming, and saying, we would also like to give you somewhere between some and all of the money. Do you think they get that job done?
I do. I didn't think they were going to get T. Higgins done, and they did. So now I'm a little bit more confident that they are going to get the Trey Hendrickson deal done. Now, I don't think they're going to be able to pay anybody else. After that, you got Burrow, you got Chase, you got Higgins, and you got Hendrickson. But they will be in a position where they're drafting to probably get a solid defensive player.
Yeah.
I know offensive line could be in play there as well, but they might just need to go defense.
Do you support this rule change proposed by the Eagles? They would like overtime rules in the regular season to be like they are in overtime in the playoffs, if not exactly the same, where it would be a 15-minute regular season overtime as opposed to 10, both teams getting a guaranteed possession. What do you think about that moving into the regular season? It doesn't feel like we have a proliferation of ties or anything.
No, we don't. I do think the main thing here for the league is the fact that they just don't want to have crazy long games in the regular season. Like we don't want these teams because they'll stress public, player safety, which is hypocrisy at its finest when you have Thursday night football going on. But I like this. I do wonder if they just say, okay, but we're not going to play more than a quarter. So even if we change this up and the game's still tied and it's the end of the first quarter of overtime, now it's just going to be a tie.
Now, another rule suggested, this one by the Lions. What do you guys think about the prospect of seeding the playoffs with no regard to divisional champions?
If that's the case, then you need to just go, you don't have divisions. Everybody's in your conference.
Yeah.
You can still, if you need to for schedule-wise, we can just keep the division so you're playing. But that's also going to open up a can of worms because then if you have a division that's much better than another, like are these teams now they got an easier schedule because you're getting to beat up against the NFC South? I don't know about this, man. But I do think when you are, every once in a while we get this where you have like an 8-9 team like the Bucks or the Seahawks that were 7-9 or whatever it was when Beast Mode had his run against New Orleans. You end up hosting a playoff game against the 5 seed that's 12-4.
Yeah.
And that's when it's like, should we go about this?
And they said they were going to do it, by the way. The Packers did put forth their anti-tush push rule change.
I'm fine with the tush push being eliminated because the team in our own division is really damn good at it.
That is very true. Now, this morning, I had a glimmer of hope. I was excited that the Aaron Rodgers saga was done. Heard that there was breaking Aaron Rodgers news. But then the breaking fake news was that the Vikings weren't interested in Aaron Rodgers.
Oh.
Who gives a crap? Obviously, they're going to go with J.J. McCarthy. Tell me when it's over and he decided to retire because neither the Steelers or the Giants thought he was good enough.
It's annoying, and I heard Chop make the comparison like, well, Peyton Manning, it took him 13 days to decide. Tom Brady went ahead and took a while to decide, but this isn't comparable to those guys anymore.
Yeah.
We already had the Aaron Rodgers experiment where he went to a quote-unquote ready-made team. That resulted in 5 wins last year. The Jets had the defense. The Jets had the skill players. Okay, maybe they don't have the offensive line, fine. But we knew Manning or Brady, depending on where they go, can tilt the power in the NFL. Wherever Aaron Rodgers goes, I don't think any of us are really thinking that team just got that much better. It's very much like Russell Wilson, and I don't think we care really where Russell Wilson goes.
I really don't. Now, the Patriots went ahead and signed Garrett Bradbury. That was obviously somebody that had come up just as a possible option if we were looking into it. He signs with the Patriots. The Vikings signed Jeff Okudah out of South Grand Prairie.
SCP.
That's another one that we talked about with Solomon Thomas. Obviously, amazing draft status, has had a disappointing career. So let's see how it goes with the Vikings. I was going to say speaking of the NFC North, but that's not right. This team is in the AFC North, so I feel stupid. Did you see that Jalen Milroe got together and had dinner with Mike Tomlin? What if the Pittsburgh Steelers were like, the hell with taking these older, washed-up quarterbacks. Let's take a new quarterback and see what he can do. Jalen Milroe to the Steelers. Do you like it? Yay or I'm nay? a huge Steelers fan.
Damn it!
Play the other cut.
Nope.
What other cut? Doesn't exist.
Son of a Gunderson.
Buying it, and maybe this just goes full-on Cordell Stewart. I don't know why I said Cordero.
Because we said Patterson earlier.
That's right. Thank you for saving me there. Jalen Milroe, it's weird because there's times where I was so out on him, and then he really improved as a passer, and then he kind of regressed and went back to the guy that couldn't throw it all. But as a runner, he is a game-changing type of talent. So if you can find a way to harness the accuracy and consistency, which maybe you can't, I didn't believe you could really until Josh Allen, it'd be solid.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's puck around and find out. We'll talk about that Stars overtime win, plus NHL owner rankings. Where is Gaglardi? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. For Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland, the famous Alec Medford, and making his return tomorrow will be Corey Majors. But that means we still have Zach Wolchuk in the fold. Zach, it's been 2 hours. We're halfway through the show. How do you think we're doing so far?
I think this has been a solid 8 out of 10, fellas. I'm feeling pretty good about where we are right now.
Let's see if we can take it even higher. Now, who could help us with that? This would have been a great transition into last year's Texas Rangers, based off of the World Series and everything. Like, I get that. But instead, give me cut number 7, because it's time to talk about those Dallas Stars.
Stars step in, Ben up high, Harley scores! Thomas Harley picked the corner for number 13 on the season.
Now, that was an important goal to tie it up. We'll get to the next one, which was obviously even more important, but that was important to tie it, make sure you got at least a point. Obviously, they would go on to get the 2 points in overtime, because this is a Stars team that, by their standards, had been in a bit of a funk. You probably lost your opportunity at winning the division when you got smoked by Winnipeg. You lost the overtime game to Colorado, who feels very likely as your playoff opponent. And so to get a little bit of that home magic going back on was good, because the Stars have now won 8 straight games at home. That is their longest consecutive home winning streak since 2006. Wow. All right.
That is unbelievable.
Don't ask about what happened in the 2006 playoffs.
What happened?
I said don't ask about it.
In the 2006 playoffs?
This is your own fault. Just know, I warned you. They opened the playoffs that year against the Colorado Avalanche.
And they won.
And they most certainly did not win, as they lost in 5 games. And this is why I told you not to ask about what happened last time. How do you feel now?
Well, history is not meant to repeat itself.
Okay, good.
It is meant to be broken.
Because instead, let's go to cut number 7 and cheer you back up in case you didn't already know by now. Now the game's tied. Guess what? We go into overtime. And this is not going to be like the Colorado game. I think the Stars are going to win this one.
Right circle. In front. Poked away. Follow up. Score! Granlund! Second of the game. Overtime winner.
Now, Mikael Granlund had 2 goals. That is his first multi-goal performance since coming to the Dallas Stars. This is somebody that, going back, I think we all liked this move at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Clearly it paid off very well yesterday. This is going to, if you can keep winning, I still think it would be incredibly difficult to catch Winnipeg. So, like, here's where you're at. You have 15 games left. You have 2 in hand on Winnipeg. And what that means is they've played 2 more. I know you know this, Wolchuk and Alec. But
no, I need the refresher.
Okay. That means that Winnipeg has played 2 more games.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's go off the assumption that when Dallas plays these next 2 games, they win both of them and get 4 more points. I know that's an assumption, but let's go off of that. That puts you at 93 points. Right now, Winnipeg has 98 points, and you would both only have 13 games to play, and you would have to make up those 5 points. Now, I know that there's another game against Winnipeg, and that's April 10th. And I believe that is here at the American Airlines Center. So I'm not saying it's impossible. It just feels unlikely unless you go on an absolute tear to close out the rest of the season. Now, the Stars also have 1 game in hand on the Colorado Avalanche. So let's say you win that game. That puts you 6 points ahead of Colorado with only 14 games to go. Okay. And I'm going to use the same exact logic. If I don't think it's super likely that you would catch Winnipeg, I don't think it's super likely that Colorado would catch up to you either. And so then at least you'd get home ice advantage in the opening series against Colorado. And as we established, that is clearly very important because the Stars have been on a roll.
So
at home specifically.
I guess they'd get the Canucks if they were able to catch Winnipeg, like if the season ended today. That is much more of a favorable matchup. That's what's annoying because last year you end up getting that spot and you were rewarded with Vegas.
Yes, which
but now
felt
it's
like a
looking
punishment.
like, gosh darn it! If you were actually able to win this division, you're in a much more favorable scenario.
And yeah, it could be the Canucks, the Blues, the Flames. Obviously, I wish Minnesota would fall into a tailspin because we freaking own Minnesota. Not only because we took their hockey team, but also because when we play, it usually goes super well. So just wanted to throw that out there, kind of where we're sitting with 15 games left for the Stars. But this was a huge couple of points for them. Maybe a bigger deal, though. Thomas Harley.
Dude, Thomas Harley's been incredible.
So you talked about it yesterday. You brought us the potentially sobering news that Pete DeBoer said, look, I'm paraphrasing in Kevin voice. I don't know if you guys...
Can you do Pete DeBoer voice?
No. I paraphrase things in the way I talk, not necessarily the way that...
Miro, not going to be with us.
Fair.
I don't know why. I can't do you.
It's a little higher than I would have liked, but it's fair.
Yeah, a little bit.
Now, do you guys paraphrase retelling stories in your voice as opposed to like the way the person would actually say them?
No, I'm not that conceited.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what?
I love you.
That hurt my feelings, but that was very clever. So you told us yesterday, Pete DeBoer said you might have to play that first series without Miro. So Thomas Harley, he had a goal, 2 assists yesterday in 25 minutes and 40 seconds of ice time. Now, the reason why that's important is Miro is usually an ice time eater, and he's out there a ton. in his last 17 games for Thomas Harley. 19 points in 17 games.
It's awesome, and shout out to the hockey hawk Gavin Spittle, Spits and Suds. He had the stat that with Harley on the ice, the Stars outshot Anaheim 15-2.
Woo!
Which I guess that's according to Natural Stat Trick. That's an incredible number, and you do feel great, I think, especially Liam Bichel. Like, you could see the physicality. Now, I do think he accidentally screened the goalie on one of those goals.
I'm glad that you said that, because otherwise I'm still just not worried. Not worried. That's too far. But I still think Ottinger's been a little bit leaky, and if you want to take that one goal off his plate, that could make a big difference. But I thought he was fine.
I mean, I liked what Bishop was doing.
Yes.
Like, he's trying to get physical. He's trying to clear a guy out in front of the blue, in front of the crease. But it ended up kind of. I'm not sure Otter really was able to get to see the puck. But I do think with those four, like if you've got Miro, Harley, Lindell, Bichel, you're feeling pretty good, and then you can rotate in with Dumba, Smith, Bushkin, and then, of course, Cece. But, yeah, I think that, I mean, we talked about this Monday, I think. You got to get Otter to steal you some games in the postseason. You have to. And you can't have the leakiness, because you're going up against teams where you probably aren't going to have much of a margin for error, especially if you don't have your best player in the first round.
Can I tell you, I do think he's capable of that. I know there's a contingent.
We've seen him do it.
Yeah, I know there's a contingent of Stars fans out there that don't think he can do it anymore. I still believe in Ottinger. I still think he can steal you games in the playoffs. Clearly, this playoff will be a great reference.
It will be, especially against Colorado, man. I feel like if whoever can score 3 goals a game,
feels like that should be
that's going to be a winner.
Now, I wanted to go along with this. Is something you sent along, Wolchuk, that I thought was really fascinating.
I send along something?
Yes, you were very helpful with the show prep.
Thank you.
Sometimes not so much with your smart-ass comments, but still.
I know, I'm a jerk.
By the way, brand new episode of Spits and Suds, where you find your podcast, is available, talking in depth about this game right now. So The Athletic has owner rankings for the NHL, and it's a breakdown of fan perception and then like accounting for the owner's actual presence. So I will say,
like if they're around or not.
No, not that. I mean, like things that they could be responsible for. Okay. Whereas the other 50% is just kind of vibes. Like, let's put it out there.
They're immaculate, baby.
Yeah, that's really what it is. It's 50% hard facts, 50%, but like, how do you feel about them, man? So the number one owner, okay, first of all, do you guys feel good about the Dallas Stars ownership?
I feel great about it. Now, maybe it's they let Jim Nill just do his job. And Jim Nill's a big reason why you're a first-class organization.
You know what? By the way, newsflash to some people, it's totally fine.
Oh, you're allowed.
If you just let the GM do their job and you don't interfere.
Oh, so an owner's role you don't have to be the GM?
You don't. In fact, that's pretty rare across sports.
I thought that if you own the team, you had to be like really involved in all aspects of everything.
That's what we've done with the Mavericks forever. Obviously, that's what we've done with the Cowboys forever. Doesn't have to be that way. It does not have to be that way.
No, ever since Tom Ghilardi took over, this has been an organization that has won a lot of games. They have won a lot of playoff games, and unfortunately, they just haven't been able to get over the hump and win the Cup final, but they've been to a Cup final.
True.
And they've made conference finals appearances, and this is the year that finally Tom Ghilardi's rewarded with Lord Stanley's Cup.
So the number one owner in all of hockey, based on the numbers and the vibes, is the owner, Jeff Vinik, for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Guess what? I don't care about him. So let's move.
I don't even know who the hell he is.
Yeah, fair. Vincent Viola, former pitcher for the Minnesota Twins. Sweet mustache. There's Frank Viola. Should have known you guys would know that.
Frankie
V.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
The Florida Panthers, second on the list. Third on the list.
V's.
Bill Foley. Who cares? But we get to number 4. The big Tomcat himself for the Dallas Stars. The 4th best ownership in all of hockey. He gets a grade of A. Been the majority owner since 2011. Their regular season rank, 8. Their playoff win rank, 3rd. Now, this is the part that stings, and you just brought it up. no Stanley Cups, despite having the third best playoff rank, because they're always in the mix. They've consistently made deep runs in the playoffs. They just haven't finished it off. Now, fan base evaluation. Willingness to spend. You think fans think that our owner is willing to spend?
Well, I think this was probably before the Rantanen trade.
That is true.
Which might have changed things, because they did give Rantanen a really good deal.
That they did.
But I think that it's hard to assess hockey deals all the time, because they end up being like 8 to 10 year contracts. And they don't seem anywhere near as pricey as what we see in Major League Baseball and the NBA and the NFL. Like, you're getting an 8-year, $20 million deal, and we're like, what? That's a steal.
Sometimes it does feel like if they don't offer you that 8-year deal, they kind of think you're a chump.
Yeah.
When they're like, well, let's see if this thing is going to work out. So this is by far the lowest fan rating for the Stars. Willingness to spend, 14th. Compared to the rest of the NHL. Organizational stability, 3rd. Treatment of the fan base, 6th. Franchise vision, 3rd. Now we get to probably the most important part. Your confidence in ownership, is it the same, higher, or lower than it was last year? You know how many people said lower? 2%. 2% think their confidence in this ownership group is lower than it was a year ago. Same, 71%. Higher, 27%. So, like, obviously the big number there is the 71% that's the same. But if you wanted to spin numbers however you like, you could say that means 98% of the people have the same or higher confidence. Now, I realize you could also say 73% have the same or lower confidence, and that's why sometimes you can manipulate numbers to do whatever you want. But these are really impressive scores off the board.
They are. And I think that you see a hunger with the Stars organization to make sure that they're able to finally put the best product on the ice to push through and win. They've got a great mesh of veteran players and then also the youth that's going to keep them contending for a long time. And they realize the time is now to capitalize on this by sacrificing future, which has been a great drafting and developing team. We give the Cowboys a lot of credit for that.
True.
But the Stars, Miro homegrown, Wyatt Johnston homegrown, Robo homegrown, Maverick Bork. I mean, they traded Logan Stankoven clearly, but Otter, homegrown player, Harley, Bischel, right? These are guys that have been in the Stars system and that have grown up as Dallas Stars and won an AHL championship with the Texas Stars. So you mix in with deadline deals to go and get Marchment, to go and get now Granlund and Rantanen. And you also re-signed Duchesne in free agency. Like Jim
What
Nils,
a value that's been, by
yeah,
the way.
they've done an excellent job of building this team together. The one thing I wonder that I have felt each of the last two postseasons, are they physical enough? Or are they going to get bullied? And if they play against a Winnipeg, I am very scared about that.
And that's why Bischel is so important.
Yes.
Because he'll go out there and like, hey, let's kick some ass.
Because we saw that with Tanev.
That's true. Quick question. Since Zach Wolchuk is abandoning us, we don't have the statistics for this, but what if I ran this poll for Cowboys fans tomorrow? The same ownership question poll as the Stars. Do you think that would be an entertaining segment?
I think it would be entertaining because it would be drastically different in multiple areas.
Yes. From the 817, when does this poll come out for the Mavs ownership? You know what I really would love to see is the poll for the Mavs ownership now versus a year ago, and get like their vision for the team and fan treatment and all that stuff. I want to see those side-by-side shocking changes. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We'll bring you some My Buddy's an Idiot, but also NFL overreaction or reality. Next, right here on The Fan.
The North.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Eats has low of V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
2nd and 7, Genty breaks through, and Genty to the 40. Genty's gone. Ashton Genty, 61 yards.
It's time for NFL Overreaction or Reality Part 2. Part 1 was yesterday. Will Part 3 be tomorrow? Probably not. But we'll see how it goes. So my first question for you guys, overreaction or reality? You don't care what the mock drafts say or anything else. You still want and believe that the Dallas Cowboys will draft Ashton Genty in the first round.
Oh, if he's there, I absolutely believe they're going to take him. And I don't think there is any debate on who's the best running back for them. I think it is Ashton Genty. I think that it's smoke screens that maybe they'd be interested in a Marion Hampton. That's literally only if Genty's not on the board. So I do believe that maybe they do have a mindset of we don't want to prioritize running back unless it's a special player, and they viewed Zeke as that special player. I think Genty fits that. Otherwise, I think you could see them wait out running back. And I want them to come away with one by the end of the third round. But I wouldn't be stunned if we don't see them address it until maybe the fifth round where they've got multiple picks.
I'm not saying you can't find a lead running back in the fifth round, but does that give you insight if it doesn't happen until the fifth about what they think about the running backs they've already brought in?
Yeah, possibly. And also, I still do think it's not like you can't find production to your point.
Sure.
But I think when you look at who are the top 10 running backs in the league, the majority are all first or second round picks.
Yeah.
So, like, I can get production. I got production out of Rico Dowdle. But do I have a difference maker at the position that teams are scared of that now it can help me have advantageous matchups because they're loading the box, and then now it's going to make it easier to throw the football? I don't think Rico Dowdle put fear in defenses like that. I don't think anybody on your roster does. Genty would. I do think an Marion Hampton would, but I just don't. At 12, that's a little rich for me. I'd love to get him at 44.
Now, Alec, you want, need, believe, and somehow will manifest Ashton Genty to the Dallas Cowboys.
I want Ashton Genty on this team. I need Ashton Genty on this team. I will have Ashton Genty on this team. I think it's going to happen. I do think that there are some good fits for him ahead of Dallas, especially when you start talking about the Vegas Raiders of the world. If they still needed a quarterback, then I'd take them off the board for him completely, but they solved that with Geno Smith. But I do think that even with the running back renaissance, as we've dubbed it for the most part, I think a lot of teams are still going to be scared to take a running back inside the top 10, no matter if it's what could be a generational talent or not. I think people are going to be scared. I think he will be available there at 12, and I do think they ultimately make the pick because we know the Cowboys love to have their skill position players be the stars of the show. If you can have the franchise quarterback, the franchise running back, the franchise wide receiver, and the franchise pass rusher, and if he's healthy, Trayvon Diggs, franchise DB, they're going to be really happy. Jersey sales and everything, and great talking points, and in all likelihood, great production on the field.
I'm going to pop it on the wall of takes, Kevin. I'm going to say 3 running backs go in the first round of this year's draft.
Wow. Okay.
3 runners.
Now for our next question, we're going to go to cut number 14. We are going to go to Todd McShay. Overreaction or reality on this take?
I want you to hear me when I say this.
Okay.
I truly believe Shedeur Sanders is in play, that number 2 pick for the Cleveland Browns. What's our way out of purgatory? They're in purgatory because of Deshaun Watson. It's only to draft and get a quarterback on a rookie contract. It truly is. My greatest asset in this whole mess is my head coach. Stefanski is my greatest asset. Why? Okay. Because Stefanski has a proven track record of getting the most out of pocket passing quarterbacks with limited mobility. Sound familiar?
Let's stop it right there. That's an interesting use of the term purgatory. I would say it definitely feels like the Cleveland Browns are in quarterback hell. But overreaction or reality, you do believe that the Cleveland Browns might draft Shedeur Sanders.
That's reality. I think it's going to be Cam Ward 1. I think it'll be Shedeur Sanders 2. Now, maybe the Giants say, hey, Cleveland, can we flip with you? I know they tried to move up to Tennessee. As of now, that's not happening. But I think, yes, Cleveland's very much so in play for Shedeur. And I think Shedeur would actually be very okay with going and playing in Cleveland.
And I do think that there's reason to believe that ownership would be in on that too, because they just committed like $2 billion in private investment money to a new stadium. So if they're trying to drive up fan engagement, they're trying to get people to believe again, they get the franchise cornerstone and Myles Garrett locked down long term, right? You get the new stadium that people have been asking for a while now. You at least say, we're putting our money towards that. We have an idea for it. What else can we do? We can right a major wrong, which is the quarterback position. That's a great way to get people excited. So I think just from business model standpoint, I think they have to be interested. So I think it is a reality.
I'm fascinated y'all's take on this. NFL overreaction or reality, you should never get an automatic first down on a penalty unless the yardage dictates it. So the Lions have proposed the elimination of automatic first down for defensive holding and illegal contact. And there are a few things more crushing in the world than it's like 3rd and 21. And you're like, well, it's a 5-yard penalty, but you get a first down. That crushes my soul every time.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think the other thing would be, maybe we shouldn't do the spot foul deal on pass interference.
Okay.
Maybe we just say that's a 15-yard penalty, because how many times is that just absolutely, it's like a 47-yard penalty.
Yeah.
It's like, holy crap, this has totally ruined the entire drive. In a positive, if it's your offense, then hell yeah, go ahead and mark that down at the 3-yard line for me. We were just at midfield. But yeah, I don't mind some of these tweaks that they're talking about here with the automatic first downs.
Alec, what say you?
I think it should be very rare that it's awarded, and by that, maybe just personal fouls, something like that.
Okay.
I think there are certain infractions that can be worthy of saying, you screwed up that bad. We're giving the offense a totally new shot to do this over. I think like holding and any of that stuff, like simple in-game penalties should not result in that. I don't mind it the way it is right now, but I wouldn't mind seeing that go away. But I do think for personal fouls, and like if a massive fight is started by a defender or something, you say, yeah, I think the offense gets a first down for something stupid or like a blow to the head where someone's obviously headhunting. In those situations, I understand, but automatic first downs just off of a hold or what have you, nah, I don't think we could. I think we could live without that.
We go to Kyler Murray for this next one. Allen's own Kyler Murray, stomping down all the PISD schools every year. I'm only 27. I'm still young. We've got time, and I know we're headed in the right direction. Overreaction or reality? The Arizona Cardinals are headed in the right direction.
I'm going to say overreaction here.
Yeah.
I don't know that I think Kyler gives you some wow moments, but I just don't see the consistency there. Even his MVP year, when he was favored for league MVP after the first half of the season, and then things tumbled. Last year, they were looking good. They were looking like, oh my gosh, could they end up winning the NFC West? And then it kind of tumbled and fell apart. There's something about Arizona where I just don't think they're ready yet.
I'm going to say reality, but with a caveat.
Ooh.
I don't think they're heading in the right direction fast enough. I think their time is going to expire with Kyler before they inevitably get to that point where we say, yeah, they could be a contender in the NFC. Not a total Aaron Rodgers arc, but he might be at that back end of his career before they have the full roster around him and they say, okay, time to cut our losses with him and draft somebody in the first round again, and then they go forward. But I do think that Jonathan Gannon has earned my respect. I think that he's been a bit of a better coach than I anticipated. I do think that the front office is kind of starting to understand. I think they're doing it too slow, though, so I don't think Kyler will be around whenever they do get competitive.
NFL overreaction or reality? This is based off of CBS's rankings on this particular question. Davante Adams going to the Rams has been the best move of the offseason thus far.
Man, I think reality.
Yeah.
I really do like this move. I think that he fits with Puka Nacua really well. And I'm excited to see what Sean McVay can do. It was sad seeing Cooper Kupp at his presser yesterday. He seemed really down
because he didn't want to leave.
Yeah, he wasn't really given a really good reason as to why the Rams wanted to move on, according to him.
Because remember when it happened, he goes, "I do not agree with this decision," and essentially, yet here we are.
Yeah, but I like it. I mean, I like the Adams move, and I think that he's proven he can still be a productive and good player. I don't know that he's a top 10 receiver in the league anymore, but I like the fit with Stafford. I love what they've got with Kyron Williams. Their defensive line has a chance to be the best in the sport next year. So, yeah, I think Davante Adams' move is a good one.
I do, too. I think it is probably the best move of the offseason. They're banking on his availability over Cooper Kupp is the only reason. If Cooper Kupp were to have been given a reason for his release, I think that's what they would tell him, in all honesty, is just, we think we can get somebody for around the same price, if not cheaper, that will be more available than you historically have been. But, to go from a former Super Bowl MVP kind of guy in Cooper Kupp to one of the best receivers we've seen in this past decade, maybe, that feels pretty fun. And to tell him, you don't have to be the centerpiece of the offense. We already have that. I think that's really smart to take a guy that is on the back end of his career, but like Wolchuk said, still very productive at a high level, and say, you don't even have to be the number one option. You don't have to be the number one read every single play. I think that's a really, really good fit in a really good offense.
I know we talked a lot about what DeMarcus Lawrence had to say. I'm going to take you to cut number 16.
Okay.
And this is something that has obviously bugged me for a while, bugs me even more in the offseason when you see that he got paid. You agree with Charvarius Ward's assertion about the Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah, like you said, you don't have many opportunities as an undrafted free agent. Even going back to the Cowboys, I signed with them as an undrafted free agent. In training camp at OTAs, I was strapping them boys. Like the threes that I was going against, the twos that I was going against, the ones that I was going against, I was strapping all them boys. And I thought I was going to make the team in Dallas, but Dallas don't make a lot of good decisions, so they ended up trading me to Kansas City.
Well, damn. Overreaction or reality? You agree. Dallas does not make a lot of good decisions.
You'd have to lean that to reality.
I would.
I mean, a lot of the second contracts haven't been very good for them, which might also be a reason why they're in a lot of the salary cap problems that they're in, even though they've got some money, and they freed up some to get this Micah deal done. But when you consider they traded for Parker Anger, an offensive lineman that never played it down for them, and now Charvarius Ward went on to win Super Bowls with Kansas City and has been a really good corner, and it's tough to find good corners.
It's not like you need cornerbacks, right, on this team?
Oh, they grow on trees. You can draft them anywhere. I can't argue too much with him here.
Can't argue with them at all. And it's a very wide scope to just say they don't make good decisions, but he's still right. You can point at multiple areas, roster construction, the way they deal with their salary cap, the way that they draft at sometimes. Like, there's certain ways that you can just say, yeah, he's right in almost every accord, and especially in his case, it seems like he was pretty correct there.
NFL overreaction or reality, signing Sam Darnold was a lateral move for the Seahawks.
Yeah, that's reality to me. I think Geno Smith, what he did, there were times where he did win games for Seattle. I don't know. I mean, Sam Darnold had some moments, like 5 touchdown games with Minnesota last year was really good. Was that more a product of Kevin O'Connell and him being a quarterback whisperer and having a really, really quarterback-friendly offense to help scheme receivers open and ease the plate of his quarterback? Maybe. We'll see. But Geno, I mean, him running in the touchdown to come back and beat San Francisco this past year, I didn't think he played too bad in the postseason game a few years ago. They just turned the ball. Well, defensively, they were really, really poor in that game. So to me, yeah, like I would say Geno's probably a little better than Sam Darnold personally, but that's a debatable. That's an argument. I think some people would take Sam Darnold.
Whenever you look at a guy like Geno Smith, there's a lot of caveats with him, right? Because we talk about a lack of defense, and especially last year, his offensive line was not good. And there was a lot of times that he was having to make plays in spite of his offensive line, and he's not a super young quarterback. You know, he's not the super agile, mobile guy, but he's still making plays happen outside of the pocket in spite of his line. And whenever you look at the numbers and whatnot, it's really hard outside of a draft pick to upgrade from that level of quarterback. In the free agency market, you usually don't upgrade from that ever, unless it's a Tom Brady that's leaving the Patriots after 1,000,000 years. You know, unless it is a Peyton Manning going on his free agency tour, it is almost impossible to upgrade from that. This is lateral at best, and if I had to put money on it right now, I think it ends up being worse.
Do you guys mind if I ask one more overreaction or reality? I know we talked about some of these fits yesterday and then earlier today with the ESPN article, but people have still been asking the question. Overreaction or reality? Amari Cooper or Stephon Diggs ends up on the Cowboys this year?
Oh, man. There was a while there I really thought Amari Cooper was coming back. I don't know that that's the case anymore. So I'm going to say that's overreaction. I'm going to go fart butt cracking on that one. I don't believe it. Unless and the Diggs thing's going to have to be for the right price. They might have interest in Diggs, but it might be, look, he might be able to get more money elsewhere, I think.
I'll go ahead and say reality. I don't know which of the two because I think both of them have a strong case as to why that makes sense. And I do think that at least one of them will be in the right price range just because of where they are in their careers and for Diggs in his injury progression too. And the obvious connection there with Stephon and his brother playing here already. I do think one of them will. Why not? I think it makes totally sense. A guy that you traded a first round pick for and inevitably traded for nothing, or a guy that is currently injured and just because his brother plays on the team already, cute story, very Cowboys.
I like the spirit of that. Why not? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for participating.
Thank you.
In NFL Overreaction or Reality. Want to remind everybody on Friday, you can go see the G-Bag Nation at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. It's going to be the G-Bag Nation Tournament Watch Party at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers off of 121. I think it's going to be a blast. Last time y'all were there, it was rowdy. I think this time
it was really rowdy.
It could be even better. But now it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot.
My buddy, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy. Wherever I go, he goes.
My buddy.
Now, this first one is going to hurt my feelings just a little bit. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Or are they out there playing golf when they're supposed to be getting ready for the NBA season again?
Oh, no.
Does that bother you? Did you see the Anthony Davis golf videos?
Well, yeah. If he's got like an adductor strain or whatever it is, like, should you really be playing golf? Don't you think that's going to be a little stressful on the body?
It feels like it definitely could be. I'm with you on that. This first one's painful. The Texas A&M baseball team Texas A&M baseball team started the year ranked number 1.
Yeah.
By a lot of different outlets, including D1 baseball. After the first month of the season, here are how all the number 1 teams from D1 baseball have been ranked before this year. They've been around for 10 years. Vanderbilt was 4th, Florida 1st, TCU 3rd, Florida 2nd. You're starting to get kind of an idea of the trend.
A little bit.
Vanderbilt 8th, Florida 5th, Texas 2nd, LSU 1st. So up until last year, every team that started number 1 had been in the top 10 through the first month of the season. Last year, Wake Forest threw that off. They tumbled all the way down to number 16. Still in the top 25. You're hanging in there. And then there's the Texas A&M baseball team. They're not currently ranked. So for the first time in the ranking existence of D1 baseball, a college baseball team that was ranked number 1 to start the season is now not ranked at all.
Uh-oh.
Do they need to be idiots for that? I feel like maybe.
But I've always wondered, like, why are we doing the preseason stuff anyway? Like, it's really just for, I think, hey, entertainment value, like, especially in college football. How many times do we see teams, like, they're in the top 10 and they finish totally unranked? But it's like, hey, it's number 8 Florida State against number 12 Michigan. The Chick-fil-A kickoff, you know? So I think that's really what it's all about.
From the 469, my buddy's an idiot. He cannot stop calling it Twitter. It drives me crazy.
I call it Twitter.
I do too.
I'll never change.
I think I'm with you on that.
It's not, I can't say on X or he, like, what do we say, quote tweeted? You quote X'd? This doesn't sound right. It's bad.
It's like, did you ever feel that way growing up when one of your friends decided they were going to have like a more professional name instead of Billy?
Yeah.
They were going to be Bill, or Joey. They were going to be Joe. And like, I get it. More power to you. But you've known that person forever as Billy or Joey. It's hard to change your mind.
It's dumb. It shouldn't bother people as much as it does one way or the other. Like, I don't care if you call it X. I don't care if you call it Twitter. I call it Twitter just because it's been that way for what? Over a decade now?
Yeah.
You know, it had been, I should say. So I don't care. I know exactly what you're talking about if you say it either way. It does not bother me. It should not bother anyone. I think it was an awful idea to change the name in the first place, but hey, I'm not the billionaire in the picture here, so I don't get to make that decision.
Okay, that is fair. Now, believe it or not, I have another college baseball story. Wouldn't have thought that this would come up yet.
Oh, another one.
Here we are. Owen Hayes is a 21-year-old who plays baseball at, I forgot, some school you've never heard of in Santa Clara. Masters University. There you go. I have to admit, I don't believe I've ever heard of Masters University.
Me either. This is made up.
My life. So TMZ Sports, which is always all over stories like this, alleges, and there is video, that the 21-year-old Owen Hayes got into a heated confrontation with somebody, and he eventually started a fight with this person. Probably happens all the time. What's the big deal? The person he started the fight with is 84 years old.
What?
This is some Conor McGregor stuff right here.
Let me just fight old people.
I want that as a drop, first of all. Secondly, what's the age where you're like, that person is too old to fight?
I don't know. Old man strength is a real thing, but I'd probably say 70.
That's true, but I think old man strength, I'm thinking of like mid-60s. They grew up on the farm, not 84-year-old hanging out drinking at the bar, right?
Yeah, like I'm going, once you hit 70, I just wonder if the quickness is still there.
True.
I think the power could be, but maybe the movement skills are lost a little bit.
From the 817, my buddy is an idiot. He doesn't think the Rangers can go 162-0.
Agreed.
They
Whoever
can't.
doesn't think that is a schmuck.
I am a schmuck then, because, yeah, what a weird conglomeration of letters to spell that word. No, I'll be a schmuck.
You think you're saying a bad word? Well, now you've got to tread lightly after what's been coming out of your mouth.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen.
What's not going to happen?
You know what? I'm going to take it a step further. If the Texas Rangers go 162-0 in this regular season that's upcoming, and our bosses allow it, I will give the day off to every single on-air person here, and I will work all of their shifts all day by myself. No, Carter, you have to stay. I don't know how to do your job.
I mean, I kind of want the day off, so yeah.
Somebody's got to run the
off.
board.
I will do it for the entire week.
No.
Every day, I'll do all the shows. Yeah, because it's never going to happen.
Well, okay. All right, get ready.
Now the bosses
You
will
better
have to
have a lot
approve
of
that.
content.
I don't know if they'll like that or not.
Probably not.
Let's
There's
just
a
break
lot
out
of
a
buttons back
piece-a-thon
here.
every single day.
A lot of buttons for you to learn.
Never.
I think
gonna happen.
a day's fine, but we'll take the week.
Yeah. So generous.
From the 972.
And this is any team then, because you think it can never happen.
Oh, well, sure. But this
So when
is
the Dodgers do
no,
it this
for now
year.
it's specifically for the Texas Rangers.
Come on.
We'll think about expanding it out. The Dodgers, I could
Get that leg on the table. I know you can do it.
I can. From the 972, my buddy's an idiot. He doesn't like the holy instrument that is the kazoo. All right, update about what we did off air. So once again, we trolled Alec by playing the kazoo national anthem because there's an ad we play that prominently features a harmonica. And so that reminded me of the kazoo national anthem. And then I thought about what my wife said yesterday, and she said, poor Alec. Have you played him all the Apple Bottom Jeans songs yet? That is another thing that I like to troll my wife with. So we played a Beach Boys version of Apple Bottom Jeans, a Louis Armstrong version of it, and I feel like I'm slowly driving Alec Medford into madness.
I don't know where you got the slowly part from. You've driven me all the way there. I like how Jess is like, poor Alec, but immediately... You should play him these other things.
See, but I don't think she thought that's the direction. I think she was more like, but does he know about, because she like wants other people to feel her pain, because I will go into a YouTube loop, man.
Oh,
yeah,
I believe
we know. I experienced it yesterday, experienced it today. An hour and 10 minutes.
Well, the 469, don't do that. Mike did that all the time.
An hour and 10 minutes, you've got a countdown? We're having a blast. We're taking a load off.
We would finish the first segment, and Mike would go, good job. Only 3 hours and 45 minutes left.
Well, that's why he had to jump around a couple shows.
See, I only do it when you play kazoos.
From the 469.
You did it every day.
My buddy's an idiot. He doesn't think the season opener is a must win. I will tell you this.
Of course a must win.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. You got to start the season on a good note, or else the whole thing's ruined.
The KNC Masterpiece will be live at Globe Life Field for the home opener or the season opener.
Let me ask you this, Hagee.
But it's not a must win.
No, it is. All right. In 2023, did the Rangers win the opener?
I don't know. I had a feeling you were going to ask me that.
They
and I was
did.
trying to go
They
back
did, and I
check in.
believe it was quite the comeback against the Phillies, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, was that the DeGrom one?
I think
Where you're
so.
like, ooh.
But they came back and won the game, and it was awesome. And they went on to win the title. So I think if they did not win, and it is actually fact, if they did not win that game, they wouldn't have even made the playoffs, Kevin.
Okay. You ready? It's about to happen. I decided to go back and look. In 2010 and 2011, they won their season opener in both of those seasons, too. So if the Rangers are going to get to the World Series, rare correction on my part, I do now believe that the Texas Rangers season opener
We've done it.
is a must-win game.
Good job, Alec.
We did it. Me and Corey couldn't convince them. So thank you.
Thank you.
It was a combined effort. I'm going to include Corey in that. I'm going to say
I do too.
I'm going to say these months of telling him that the first game is pivotal.
I think that everybody deserves credit for this, all the way back to Parker Hillis, Reginald Atatula, Colby Sapp. Hell, we might even go way back to the original producers of the KNC
Waddle?
Masterpiece. Some Waddle action. You want to throw anyone else in there?
Yeah,
DJ
absolutely.
the DJ Pridemore?
Colby should definitely take some, because he would just punch me until I admitted that it was true.
And I mean, seeing Colby do karate against air during the breaks, that's a man you don't want to mess with.
I agree. And also, man, he has lots of thoughts about fighting and stuff and how his dad told him to never fight the naked man. And so
that's true. I have often thought about that. I've pulled the move.
if for any reason, Colby ever wants to fight you, take off all of your clothes.
All of a sudden you get naked and people turn around and leave.
Yeah, he'll be spooked.
More ways than one.
He'll be like, oh my God, I got to get out of here.
Now you're alone, naked in a room.
Yeah. You can make a TV show out of that.
What are you going to do?
All right. From all the people who are texting, why doesn't Kevin believe in the Rangers? Okay, I changed my tune. They still can't go 162-0, but they can and need to win the home opener. Fair?
All right, go get Rangers.
There you go, Bruce Bochy. You know the deal.
All right. Hey, we got one win in there, Alec. We'll work on the 162-0 stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, one's not enough. I need more.
Okay, I'll work on that. By the way, really quick, longest active March Madness droughts. Do you think these schools are idiots?
Yes.
Dartmouth, they haven't been in the tournament in 66 years. You know what happened then? That's the same year that Alaska and Hawaii became states. That's the last time they made it. And then I'm going to throw out one more for you. Tennessee Tech. It's been 62 years since they made the tournament. Last year they made the tournament is the year that JFK was assassinated. And now we're just getting all those files.
Well, now that's a full circle moment right there.
It really is.
Does Dartmouth even still have a sports department?
I have no idea.
You look like a Dartmouth encyclopedia.
I have no idea.
If I had one school in mind that Kevin would know, it's Dartmouth.
I'm very sorry.
The hell?
Plus, I'm going to throw in Alec because when Tim Kurkjian was on, he wouldn't let me finish by saying thank you for Kirk joining our program today. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
They do.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. This is your chance to shine, Woolchuck. Coming up next, it's the top 10 with Wooly Bully.
All right, Scotty Scheffler's Masters menu is out. Did he just totally repeat himself? And the top 10 best Bruce Willis movies of all time on his 70th birthday. What's your favorite Bruce Willis film? That's next. And then I almost said The Nation, the masterpiece.
What the hell?
It's Sean.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, Corey Majors, by the way, should be back tomorrow, as well as our sit-in with Jim, who won the KNC Masterpiece Peace-a-thon donation. I don't think I said that right.
I don't know what you just
It's time for the top 10 with the Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. We will get to the top 10 Bruce Willis movies. Happy birthday to him. He's 70 years old today. So what is your favorite Bruce Willis movie? Also, what would be on your master's menu? 877-881-1053. Very quickly, I did see season 2 of the Netflix series Quarterback is going to feature Joe Shiesty himself, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff and Kirk Cousins is back. Kirk Cousins on a new team, which will feature him back-to-back years. They've got a Falcons quarterback. Last year was Mariota, who was, hey, forward this. The dude was very uninteresting.
He really
was terrible. And then Kirk Cousins, who really was, it kind of stole the show last year on the quarterback series.
I can see that.
But back-to-back years, the quarterback in Atlanta got benched. Mariota got benched last year. This year, Cousins gets benched for Penix. So that'll be interesting. I enjoyed the first season of quarterback, except I did forward all the Marcus Mariota scenes. But this,
I liked it as well.
These are three engaging personalities in Burrow, Goff, and Cousins.
Did you watch Receiver?
I didn't.
Okay. See, I didn't watch either because I heard it was like, not this is a bad thing, but
I saw like an
the same
episode
as quarterback.
And now that, in those of you that are kind of in the same timeline as me with life, like the second you get married, have children, you really have to pick and choose. Like there's so many things to watch, and you just don't have time for it all.
That's fair.
The other thing that I wanted to note is Scotty Scheffler's Masters menu before we get into the top 10. Now, this is the second time he's won the Masters, and when you do, if you didn't know, there's the Masters dinner, and the reigning champion gets to create a menu of whatever they want. He's essentially using the same menu that he used 2 years ago in 2023, except he's got two changes. So this year, he's bringing back the Scotty-style sliders with firecracker shrimp.
Ooh.
But this time he swapped out the tortilla soup for Texas-style chili, and he added Papa Chef's meatball and ravioli bites. Now, Papa Chef, that's chef for Scheffler. Is he going to go back there and make these meatballs and ravioli bites himself?
Ooh.
Are these the Papa Chef recipe?
You should be excited about that,
That'd
right?
be kind of cool. The other stuff that he's got here in his appetizer, or his first course, is the chili. The appetizers were the cheeseburger sliders, Scotty style, the firecracker shrimp, and the meatballs and the ravioli bites. Main course, which is the same. Choice of wood-fired cowboy ribeye or blackened redfish. Served with family-style mac and cheese, jalapeno cream corn, soy-glazed Brussels sprouts, and chipotle lime roasted sweet potatoes.
Would you make an argument that any meal can include macaroni and cheese?
Yes.
Now, I'm not saying that like they'll have it available everywhere, but I feel like everywhere would be welcome. They'd be like, oh, mac and cheese, great.
Yeah, I think mac and cheese, like when it's on the Thanksgiving list and people argue that's not a Thanksgiving food, I don't disagree, but who the hell cares?
Yeah.
It gets good with everything.
Yeah.
If I want to have Thanksgiving on New Year's Eve, on St. Patrick's Day, on July 4th, there's never not a good time to have bleeping mac and cheese.
Man, that is a good point.
It's all holiday food. The dessert also sounds delightful. Warm chocolate chip skillet cookie with vanilla bean ice cream.
Yeah, I'm with them on that.
And shout out to the 806. I'm just going to take Brandon Hurtado with me and let him do his thing.
Yeah, I don't even want to know. Just tell me what it is when you bring it out.
Yeah,
and I'll be
good.
like, great.
Yeah, or just like Whataburger, I think would be a win. And then anything at Cold Beer and Cheeseburgers, which again, you can be with us party Friday, 2 to 7, live G-Bag Nation. And when I say a party.
In Euless,
it really is a party. I don't think we've ever had more liquor purchased for us at a remote since I've been a part of the G-Bag Nation. I know you would turn it down.
No.
Which, honestly, I would probably like to have a little bit of your willpower in that scenario because I took 3 shots in the first hour.
See, I learned to take it and distribute it to other people on the show.
Okay.
So I would just pass it all to Eric. By the way, the 817, fun fact, the host, Scotty Scheffler, has to pay for it. Now I think the host every single year. Is that right?
I think that is right. I believe I've heard this before.
Maybe it's because, like, hey, you won the Masters. We gave you like $8 million. Pay for the damn day.
Let us know. Those of you that are really plugged in with the Masters, is that true? I think you're right, 817. I believe I saw that before and thought there's no way that's true. And then looked it up and it was. But hey, we could be getting butt cracked right now. All right, let's slide in the top 10. Top 10 Bruce Willis movies of all time. We got some love for The Sixth Sense coming in.
Can I tell you the one that it should be that will not be on the list? The Last Boy Scout.
Ooh. Okay.
If you've never seen this movie, it is so entertaining. It might not be very good. Don't worry about that. But it's super entertaining. So Damon Wayans is a football star in this like offshoot NFL league kind of think about Any Given Sunday. Bruce Willis is there. He plays a cop. His daughter gets involved. She's the chick that was a little girl who murdered somebody.
Oh,
or
imagine
almost
he's
murdered
playing
somebody.
a cop and his daughter gets involved.
Yeah,
is this just like
Hey,
Die Hard?
But that actually, I guess, was after Die Hard. But also, at some point, somebody runs down the football field with a gun and shoots the defenders in front of them. It is ridiculous. It is super fun.
Okay, I'm gonna have to check it out.
You should. It's fun.
I might. I've got a lot of movies on this list that I've written some down from Lucius. I've now got this one that I need to see, and eventually I will get to all of them. Pulp Fiction has to be on the list. I agree. I actually just had this conversation with Hagee. If you were in Pulp Fiction, I don't really see, like, you're going to have quite the resume if Pulp Fiction's not your number one movie.
So my guess then...
And it's not. Pulp Fiction's
Okay.
high on this list.
Then my guess
But I
is-
will say it's not the number one movie.
My guess is going to be Die Hard then.
Okay. Well, here's the honorable mentions. Mercury Rising from 1998. Armageddon didn't crack the top 10. Okay, you don't like Armageddon?
That movie sucks.
I think it's an hour too long. I mean, it's typical Michael Bay, and I think that it's a solid movie.
Deep
I don't think
Impact
it
is better than
I don't think it sucks. There are some redeeming qualities about that film, and Liv Tyler is gorgeous, but it is entirely too long.
There's going to be another movie that might be on this list that I think sucks that people are going to get mad about.
Never seen this one. Death Becomes Her.
Oh,
is an
yeah.
honorable
with,
mention.
Meryl Streep and Goldie Hawn.
Robert Zemeckis directed it.
I've not seen that movie in a long time. It's all right.
Sin City.
That movie sucks.
And then Red.
I've never seen that movie.
The first Red's really good. I never saw the sequels, but I thought it was an entertaining film.
Okay.
Number 10 on the list, underrated, and I do have a soft spot for this movie, Moonrise Kingdom.
That movie is awesome.
Yeah.
I love
really good movie.
Love that movie.
I think it's one of Wes Anderson's best. And if in some, like, you're probably either into Wes Anderson or you're not, because it's a very awkward, dry humor, satire, slow burn type of. But I mean, like Grand Budapest Hotel, I think is his best. Moonrise Kingdom for me would be number 2.
I could see those. Those two are outstanding. I still have a soft spot for Rushmore,
Okay.
just because of the back and forth between Schwartzman and Bill Murray.
Well, I actually never saw Rushmore.
It's
so maybe that would
it's
end up
very
beating
entertaining.
it. Number 9 is Looper.
Okay, Looper. Not a bad movie whatsoever. Science fiction-y. It's got Joseph Gordon-Levitt in it too, I do
Emily
believe.
Blunt, Paul Dano.
I like Paul Dano.
Paul Dano.
He was awesome as the Riddler.
He's him and who was the guy that played Jesse Pinkman that was also in Friday Night Lights? Jesse Plemons.
Oh, yeah.
If Paul Dano and Jesse Plemons are in a movie, it's probably a good movie.
That's true. You ever surprised, though, that Jesse Plemons married Kirsten Dunst?
Yes.
Like, good for him, though,
Yes.
right?
But they seem to be very much in love.
Yeah.
Number 8 is Nobody's Fool from 1994, which I can't say I saw either.
I don't think I'd know that movie.
Robert Benton, who won Oscars for his work on Kramer versus Kramer and Places in the Heart.
I've seen Kramer versus.
The film is really a vehicle for Paul Newman, who received a Best Actor Oscar nom, but Willis has many fine moments in this movie as well. I guess it's there's a courtroom scene in this as well. I've never seen it. If you have, let us know if this is good. Expendables being texted in. I don't think Bruce Willis was in No Country for Old Men.
I don't think he was either.
The Fifth Element's getting some love.
Ooh, yeah.
Demolition Man. Hudson Hawk.
Demolition Man.
I don't think he's in Demolition Man.
I don't think he's in
either.
Demolition Man. All right. Hudson Hawk is a movie that I feel like there's no in between on. Either people see it and they love it, or they see it and they think this is the worst piece of crap I've ever seen in my life. If I had to pick one side, I would probably go towards the crap side. I do not like that movie. If you want to see Bruce Willis sing and dance a little and stuff like that, I didn't love it.
Number 7, top 10 Bruce Willis movies on his 70th birthday. The Siege comes in at number 7.
I don't think I've seen that movie either.
This was 1998. Edward Zwick directed it. You've got Denzel in here, Annette Bening.
Ooh, maybe I have seen it. I feel like I've seen most of the Denzel movies.
6 is Bandits from 2001.
Bandits, that's too high.
Billy Bob Thornton,
Yeah,
Kate Blanchett.
Kate Blanchett. Yeah, that's too high. That movie is solid. That's too high.
Here's the top 5. Number 5, way too low. Should be number 1 in my opinion. But I could get another movie that's also not number 1 being number 1, but it's not. Pulp Fiction comes in at number 5.
Man.
How in the world is it just 5?
Is it because...
Just because he's not in it a lot?
Or is it because his wife is absolutely intolerable in that
Oh,
movie?
so it just off-puts all the scenes he's in?
I don't know. She is the worst part about that movie to me. But that movie is awesome. That is 5, and having that right next to Bandits, outrageous.
Number 4, I See Dead People.
Sixth Sense. That movie rules. Corey will tell you he knew the reveal like right when the movie started, or pretty early in the movie started.
Have you seen Haley Joel Osment now?
Yeah, man, because he was doing like Entourage stuff
Yeah,
for a while.
He was just in that Channing Tatum movie. That's very bizarre. I can't remember what the name of it is. I watched it recently with my sister and a wife when my sister was in town. It's on Max right now. I'll find out what the name of it is, but it's a weird movie.
Oh, is it Blink Twice?
Blink Twice.
Yes.
Yes, Blink
He is
Twice.
in that movie.
It was interesting. Number 3 is In Country from 1989. Dramatic performance as a Vietnam veteran suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Earned him a Golden Globe nomination as Best Actor for his efforts.
Wow.
Take it neither of us have seen this movie.
So this is Bruce Willis with hair doing dramatic things.
Yeah.
Pass. I've not seen that movie either. So there's 3 of these movies that I haven't seen now.
Were you playing a drop?
Yeah. You know, Jared Sandler had to get in.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Bruce. Number 2 is Die Hard. Surprisingly not like 1.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Is it a Christmas movie?
No. I mean, it is.
Yeah.
It was in our Christmas movie bracket.
It is a
That's
Christmas
not the
movie.
question I'm asking. Did Die Hard with a Vengeance, the third one, get the shaft on this? Die Hard 2 is terrible. They're like, let's make the exact same
Yeah, no
movie.
other Die Hards are on this list. And this is from Screen Guild.
I think.
Oh, no, Gold Derby, which does all the Oscar stuff.
I think Die Hard with Vengeance is pretty good. Die Hard 2, not so much.
I liked it, but I'm okay with just having, since it's a franchise and he's got a good repertoire of films, just putting the one on there that led to everything.
So I can think of 2 movies that we have not heard.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you say The Fifth Element?
No.
So The Fifth Element and 12 Monkeys, we haven't heard either one of those.
Okay.
That feels like an oversight one way or another.
Well, number 1, we go to 1995, starring
That's 12
Brad
Monkeys.
Pitt and Christopher Plummer. It is 12 Monkeys.
12 Monkeys is awesome.
Which got a lot of texts. A lot of people
agree.
texted in 12 Monkeys. But do you think that's Bruce Willis's best movie?
It feels really tough to argue against Die Hard or Pulp Fiction. If you wanted to put 12 Monkeys third, I feel like I could support that. But I mean, Pulp Fiction and Die Hard feel
I
like...
think they should be 1, 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It probably in that order as
Right.
well. But 12 Monkeys would be pretty high up there. That's a really, really good movie. I'm surprised Fifth Element didn't make it again. Not the best movie ever made, but it is very entertaining.
It's very well known.
So, yeah, 12 Monkeys, Brad Pitt is awesome in that. Madeline Stowe. Still looking
Madeline
good in that
Stowe still
movie.
got it.
Yeah, she does still got it in that movie. So I would recommend that. I saw a bunch of people text in Unbreakable as well. I like Unbreakable, I think, more than most people.
I forgot he was even in Unbreakable. That was a one-time watch for me.
Yeah, because it got teased as a comic book movie, and then it just didn't have.
Oh my gosh, I'm thinking about the book. Yeah, Unbreakable's fantastic.
Yeah.
That should be in the top 10.
It got teased as a comic book movie, then it was a very different, like, dramatic kind of movie, and it spawned some other stuff later on.
Yeah,
so,
we got Split, and then we got Glass.
Yes. And that reveal, I remember I was in the movie theater when they show him at the end of Split, and you could hear people like, oh,
Yeah.
oh my God.
And others had no idea what was going on.
Yeah.
But no, Unbreakable should be in the
fair.
top 10. That would be a top 10 for me.
What about The Whole 9 Yards? Did you ever see that?
Was that with Amanda Peet?
It was.
Okay.
Why do you know that she's in that movie?
I think that was one of the first movies I saw her in. It was right after I saw Something's Gotta Give.
Lie. Why do you know that she's in that movie?
Naked.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted you
Okay.
to admit. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we power rank the NFL Power Rankings post-free agency, plus FC Dallas midfielder Sebastian Legette. All of it next right here on The Fan.
That's Lola B product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Hurts, this time to Barkley. Off the right side, breaks the tackle. He's at the 15, the 10, the 5.
Touchdown! Saquon Barkley! He chunked it 25 yards.
Fantasy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Sebastian Legette coming up from FC Dallas in about 5 minutes. But first, Power Rank, the NFL Power Rankings post free agency, or at least the first wave of free agency. I'm going to give you an option. Would you like NFL.com or Fox Sports?
Let's go Fox Sports.
Okay.
Yeah, is that a surprise?
I am surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think is the worst team in all of football still? Or maybe again.
Is it still the Tennessee Titans?
No, the Tennessee Titans have rocketed up to number 29.
Okay, give me the Giants.
Oh, the New York Giants are at 31.
So they're keeping the Browns?
The Cleveland Browns are the worst team in all of football. It's Cleveland Browns, followed by the Giants, followed by the Jets, followed by the Titans, per Fox Sports. Who do you think is the best team in all of football post first wave of free agency?
I think there's... Oh, man, I don't think it will be the Eagles, actually. Am I wrong? Is it the Eagles?
One thing I would always recommend in games like this, listen to the audio that comes back, and that is usually a hint for you.
You know that I never do.
I know.
So I'm going to go with the Eagles then.
The Philadelphia Eagles, Alec, are number one in the Fox rankings.
Breaking news.
Would be... No, not breaking news. Who would be second on the list?
The Baltimore Ravens.
Baltimore Ravens are not number 2.
Are they in the top 5?
Or 3. Or 4. But they are number 5.
Okay, number 2. I mean, the thing is, like, Kansas City lost people.
That's true.
So, all right, they're number 2.
They are number 4.
What?
Kind of baited you into that pick.
Give me Buffalo.
Buffalo Bills are number 3.
All right, it's the Rams.
It is not the Rams.
Just ram it.
The Rams are number 8.
Okay, well, then they need to do a better job because the Rams need to be higher.
The disrespect
the Lions are getting
of the Detroit Lions in this scenario.
I have been disrespecting them.
The Lions are second on the list. So Eagles 1, then Lions, Bills, Chiefs, and Ravens.
Okay, solid top 5.
Now, perhaps, but you're outraged about where the Rams are.
I am. The Rams need to be higher.
Now, potentially, I'm going to get back to the Cowboys in just a minute because you're going to want to hear where these rankings are. In the meantime, though, let's take you to the pitch, and we will talk with FC Dallas midfielder Sebastian Legette. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how are we doing, guys?
We're doing very well. Now, we got a lot of hopefully upbeat and fun questions, but I got to ask, the loss to Vancouver, how did you guys get 0 shots on goal?
Yeah, it was a tough one, and we're aware of it. Definitely emotional after the game, because we know we're so much better than this. We've had such a progressive preseason. Starting off the season, super well against Houston. Falling a bit short in Colorado, but still showing some good signs. And then the last 2 games, it just wasn't. We know it's not good enough, and we have some things to work on. So at least there's indicators that there is positives, but we are aware of the negatives.
Are you surprised that both of those matches that you just referenced, or the second 2 that you referenced, were both home matches? That's the part that I think surprised me the most.
Yeah, no, especially in this league, you got to take advantage of those moments. In my career, those are always the ones that come and bite you later on, and obviously we can't control that now, but moving forward, we have to take advantage of that.
Now, going back to the Vancouver match for just 1 second, the yellow cards, do you think, let's just say personally for you, do you think in most cases you get a yellow card because of physical play that you were like, I thought that was probably on the level, or is it emotional stuff that sometimes gets you carded?
I mean, I guess with me, it's gonna have to be a physical one because I'm not one to waste any emotional time or any emotional like yelling with the ref or anything. I don't have that capacity. I'm just like, let's just get on with it. But other guys, of course, get super emotional and they can get yellow carded for dissent. But no, with me, I think more times than not it's gonna be physical.
So. Sebastian, my in-laws, season ticket holders with FC Dallas, big fans of yours. When we heard that we were getting you, they were super geeked about it. And I know my brother-in-law was really curious what you think about the new manager, Eric Quill, and what you think he's brought to the club so far. What do you enjoy? Maybe even don't enjoy. We're just three friends talking, shooting the S around about playing for him.
No, it's been really good. Obviously it's the first 4 games. We had a really good preseason. I think he's trying to implement a lot of a great mentality, a great intensity, a great dynamic style of play, and it takes time. You know what I mean? And you got to give a manager, and you got to be patient as a player, as a staff member in the club, and especially as a fan. I know it can be frustrating when you don't get results right away, but it's all part of a plan, And so I've really enjoyed it so far. So yeah, there's definitely more positives.
You talked about how you probably won't be one of those people chirping on the field, but afterwards, when you referenced the frustration in the Vancouver match, do you feel like you're somebody who freely speaks their mind in the locker room after the fact?
I think my style is, I'm not going to be breaking TVs or anything like that, but I will have difficult conversations. You know what I mean? And I think when you're in a team and it's a family, you have to have those type of relationships if you want to get anywhere. And I've learned that along the way. It hasn't always been that way, but it's something I've cultivated. And so that's more my style. I think I'm more effective in that way. But yeah, that's just me. And other guys, of course, they'll throw some water bottles or whatever. But it's all to get better. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. I'm probably one of the water bottle throwing people, and it's just because I care and I don't want to get judged too much.
He also has an anger problem.
No, it's everybody has different character, and everybody demonstrates their emotions differently. So you got to leave room for that.
Now, one of the things I understand is one of your outlets outside of the game is painting and drawing. How did you? How did that come to be a big part of your world?
Yeah, it's a great question. You're the first person to ask me about that. As far as media goes, it's always been something that's, and we all have this creativity and outlet inside of us. Not to get too preachy, but and I don't know. I got to a certain age and a certain moment in my life where I needed something like that, and so it kind of went away for so long, and then I don't know what it was. I think, I turned 30 and I was like, I need it. I need to go back to that. And it just kind of like snowball effect. Now I just can't stop. And so I don't know where it's going to go, but I really enjoyed, just showing that aspect of me. And I think as athletes and all you get to see as far as a fan is like, just all, as far as like us playing and us on the pitch, but then it's kind of nice to see someone's personality on the outside, so and then it's getting good feedback. Not that I'm looking for that, but it's like, it's nice to see other people like, oh, you know what, you inspired me to like play guitar or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which I've had those conversations where I'm like, oh, well, we don't just have to be soccer players, obviously that's our priority, but we can show other aspects of ourselves.
Can you confirm or deny that you have a little home studio for your artwork and your
yes. Ooh. I do. I create again, it was right around the same time. I was like, you know what? I did a partnership with IKEA and it was just like, it was perfect timing. It was just like, oh my God, this is all falling into place. So let's just do something around this. And they were like, yeah, let's that's amazing. Like, let's do it. So yeah, they helped out with that one.
Do you ever look back at some of your work and obviously you want to keep it to see your progress, but you're like, I don't know what happened with that one. That wasn't my best work.
Well, that happens all the time. It's just like this ongoing self-analysis and like inner critic. There's like parts of being a soccer player that also kind of like bleeds into that as well. Just the competitiveness of just like trying to be the best. And you're just like, dude, that's not what we're doing here. Like this is, so I gotta like,
that's supposed to be your outlet, man.
I know, but there's two parts of the brain and you're just like it's a tug of war sometimes, but 100% I agree with you.
Well, we're obviously pumped for the World Cup coming up here as we get to host at the semifinal, be at AT&T Stadium. Most of us will never be talented at anything to be able to represent our country. Aww. So what's that experience like? Like what memories do you have being part of the U.S. national team?
I mean, I know, I know you hear players say it all the time. It's a huge honor, and because it really is. It's a different sensation when you put that jersey on. It's you could put it to the pressure, or you can, there's just something about that, I don't know, just representing so many people, and then you being selected as like the 1% of the 1%, you know what I mean? To really take that on. It's just like a huge honor. And I've never played with anyone that didn't really see it that way. And thankfully in my time there, we had a lot of success. It was a great staff, great group of players, and a lot of them are still playing now. And yeah, I mean, I wish them nothing but the best.
Talk with Sebastian Legette right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we've heard stories about your strict diet, and I'm sure that needs to be the case for most professional athletes. I was curious, and I'm sorry if I say this wrong.
Yeah.
Is the drink mate that you enjoy?
Oh, no, you got it.
Okay. So
yeah.
I know you've got the Argentinian heritage and everything like that. What exactly goes into that? Is it just like a tea?
It is. So there's a yerba mate leaves. It's like a plant, and so they one day I really want to go to Argentina and see the process on how they make it. But and then there's a specific cup, which is called a gourd in English, that you drink it out of, and this goes back generations and generations, and so there's a huge tradition around it. And I would say, in simple terms, it's like a coffee, without the jitteriness. Like when you get jittery, so you don't get that. You get like this nice mental focus. You get this nice caffeine like buzz, but without the crash, which is very interesting. So I do advise people to kind of at least try it.
Is there a food that'll kind of trigger you, like pull you off your game? Like, oh my gosh, that's very, very difficult for me to say no to.
Oh, you said a food?
Yes.
Oh, man. God, that's good. You know what? I'll be honest. I'd say In-N-Out Burger. If I were to go for it, yeah, I know a lot of the Texans are going to be like...
Yeah, but you're a Cali guy.
Controversial.
I'm a Cali guy, yeah. But we got to get a protein style, you know what I mean?
I get you.
Keep it healthy.
Well,
there you go.
Man, thank you very, very much. FC Dallas back in action this weekend on the road against Salt Lake. Thank you very much for jumping on with us, sir.
I really enjoyed it. Thank you guys for having me.
There you go. Sebastian Legette right here on 105.3 The Fan. Question, Wolchuk, do you think that was his favorite interview ever?
He really lit up as soon as you asked about the painting. I think that you have atoned for your sins of the how do you celebrate Christmas question.
Oh, man. I don't know if I have, because from the 214, don't ask him about Christmas. From the 817, I really thought you were about to ask him a fun, upbeat Christmas question. From the 815, I thought you were about to say, from the 903, I know you want to ask questions about Christmas, Kevin, so good job keeping that internalized.
You should have asked about Hanukkah or Ramadan or Kwanzaa.
No, I'm done. I'm not asking about that anymore.
I mean, we got Easter coming up. Why don't you say, like, hey, what are your Easter Sunday plans?
If the person we have on from FC Dallas is named Kris Kringle and their birthday is December 25th, nothing from me. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Nothing.
From the 817, I don't know how I missed the Christmas thing, but I got to hear it now. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Alec?
No, you don't.
Find it for crosstalk.
Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the Gag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know that this can be a ridiculous experiment, but we did not give the Cowboys power rankings from Fox and NFL after the first wave of free agency. We're going to do that in just a second, as right now we bring in those fellas from the Gag Nation. Thanks to D&M Leeson for making that happen. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Heggie, and you?
I'm doing excellent. The next 2 days, and this is why I was asking you guys this off air, are my favorite 2 days of the sports calendar. Like, give me the next 2 days over the Super Bowl, over... Like, when the Rangers made the World Series, that's a different deal. I'm just saying, with a static schedule of we probably won't be in it, the next 2 days are my favorite sports days of the year.
Is college basketball your favorite sport to watch?
I really do like college basketball.
Okay, then that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I really do.
Okay.
And then I love the options of, especially once they moved it out of the CBS, when you look up at the top of the screen, you're like, change the game. There's 1 minute left. This is a 14-point game. Give me that other game. So now that they rolled it out to TNT, True, and TBS, and you can control the movement of it or have multiple screens up, I just think it's the best. You get basketball from 11 a.m. to midnight, just nonstop.
Traditionally, is this a solo venture for you, or is this a more communal event?
It has been for the longest time. That's not really an option anymore.
Yeah, at this point, you don't have any options.
Exactly. So... My wife is really, really helpful with like, hey, I'll do my best.
Right.
And how often do you play the "It's for the job" card?
Probably not enough. I really should do that more.
That's like all I got.
Yeah.
That's my fastball. I'm a one-trick pony with that. Sugar, it's work.
Let me ask you this as a follow-up. As good as maybe Thursday and Friday are, Saturday and Sunday, you have had narratives building. You have had your appetite whetted. You've learned more of the players.
So that is true.
Still have 16 games.
I still love Thursday and Friday better just because, especially on Sunday and I think on Saturday, in that first time slot, you just get one game. So on Thursday and Friday, I know they're staggered by 30 minutes, but by the time you hit the half, you got 3 games going at the same time. And I love like all the different games. But this first weekend of the tournament is just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Even last night, you get the buzzer beater at the end of the game.
Alabama State. Yep.
That was that's awesome.
It was perfect. It was right as the Stars went to intermission, so I flipped over to it and was like, "Oh my gosh!"
You probably had more excitement than the play-by-play guys.
Probably.
Did.
It was a weak call.
Spiro Dees, was he on it?
Yeah.
It was Spiro Dees.
They're going to go for it.
Yeah.
Oh, they got it. Good job.
Old Diaz.
So for Fox and NFL.com, they both list the Cowboys in their power rankings. I know. Who cares? It's early. At 22, though.
Yeah.
I was surprised at how low that was. Should I not be surprised?
You shouldn't be. I just saw some odds today. I think they were like just in the NFC to win the NFC. They were like 10th or 11th in the conference. So that pretty much adds up properly. They're probably around 20-22 in the league.
You seem surprised.
Yeah, I'd have put them around the middle of the pack. Like, I just think, and I talked to you guys about this, where the trends, and if it works out, like there hasn't been a repeat champion in the NFC East. Well, the Cowboys usually will bounce back from having a down year when there's no expectations for them, and we all think they're going to be bad to like win 10 games and make the playoffs. So, I mean, I don't think they should be a top 15 team, but I thought they'd be like 16 to 18 range.
Okay, I could see that. Do you guys have, I'm going to look over on this side of the table, Broadus, because you've warned me and told me about pop culture and movie questions.
Yep.
Do you guys have a favorite Bruce Willis movie that was the top 10 for Wooly Bully in honor of Bruce Willis's birthday, I do believe,
70
right?
years old today.
Nice.
70 years old, and he's going through a lot right now.
Okay, what are my choices
he
here?
is.
What am I picking from?
Die Hard.
Die Hard, Pulp Fiction, 12 Monkeys, all immediately come to mind. If you're a Fifth Element guy.
He's a big Armageddon guy.
Armageddon
Yeah.
sucks.
Thank you.
I've never heard of the 12 Monkeys movie. Are you ball sacking me
No,
with this
that was
one?
number one on the list.
It is.
It's from 95. So what was that, the year you were born?
Literally never heard
Brad
of that movie.
Pitt?
94.
Plays just this unhinged person. He's phenomenal in that movie. If you get a chance and you like science fiction, you should check it out. If you don't,
I've grown on it. I think I've grown on it.
I think you'd enjoy it.
Yeah, it's
Like,
really good.
Stranger Things probably started to sprinkle, even like senior year high school Star Wars.
There's no dragons in there, so you should be good.
You like dragons?
No, it's just like
He makes fun of me for liking Harry Potter.
Oh, okay.
Lord of the Rings doesn't do anything for me.
I like Lord of the Rings, but I could see that. So those are the ones that like immediately jump to mind. Did you ever see the one I voted for that didn't get a lot of love? Was The Last Boy Scout with him and Damon Wayans?
Man, I don't have good movie recall, if you will.
This is why
They take out a gun and shoot defenders in the middle of a football game in the rain.
Okay, sounds promising.
Have you seen that
Wow.
movie?
I know that scene.
Yes.
Like, I definitely know that scene from the football movie, which is the craziest thing that you could ever fathom really happening on a football field.
It is so weird, but I wanted to throw that out there.
But you brought up Unbreakable, and Unbreakable is awesome.
I like Unbreakable a lot.
That's a blind spot for me.
So did you see Split?
I did.
Okay, so Unbreakable
Interesting.
was actually like a prequel to Split.
Okay. M. Night
Shyamalan.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm not familiar with that first.
This guy actually have some good movies, or is he known more for TV?
Shyamalan?
No, Bruce Willis.
Oh, Bruce Willis. Are you thinking Moonlighting?
Yeah, stuff like that. I mean, it sounds like to me
it's definitely Die Hard and Pulp Fiction. I'd say would be the top two.
So he's no more.
Die Hard
for
was a
those.
franchise.
Whole 9 yards, I think people have respect for.
What do you remember about that movie?
Almost nothing.
What do you remember?
Like, I didn't even know he was a TV actor.
Just be honest.
Oh,
What do you
he was a
remember about
TV
that movie?
actor. Yeah,
I know what you know about that movie. Just admit it.
I admitted it too.
Yeah. It's exactly what Wolchuk said.
It's Amanda Pete topless. I gotcha.
I tried to
Incredible
fit in
scene.
the whole something's got to give.
It is.
Like,
The cinematography there, the balance.
The cinematography.
Something's got to. She was. Yeah.
The shading on everything. Yeah, I'm with you.
Perfectly framed.
Yes, indeed.
Just good cinematic expression.
Masterpiece.
Okay. Does that work? If you're like, man, look at the cinematography there.
No, nothing works. Nothing works there.
I guess I should have been more careful.
On that particular subject, there's not real.
I do not want to get you in trouble or anything like that.
Thank you.
What do you fine fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. We do have college basketball expert Ari Temkin joining us at 4 o'clock.
Love Ari.
Yes, and Frank Caliendo actually at 4:40. He's going to tell us about his upcoming plans.
Okay. Zach, you've been with the show for the last 3 days. We're going to say goodbye to you.
Mission accomplished, baby. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, you did a heck of a job.
Thank you.
And you get to go on the walks with your daughter and stuff.
I'm excited for it.
Sounds like it.
Well, Wolchuk actually crawls on those just to like get down on the sidewalk.
Well, I'm trying to help her.
Right, yeah. He's like coaching her through
Look
it.
at what Daddy's doing, and maybe she'll do it too.
Good. So you got to get down on their level.
How many mark that's, by the way, did we get for Wolchuk in the last 3 days? Because I can think of at least 3.
Like 8.
Yeah.
He's been doing a great
We
job.
had 4 alone today.
Oh,
so.
great.
4 alone today?
Well, when you're at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless on Friday, you can listen to that Masterpiece of the Week. Roll home with a G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Corey will be back right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one. G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. General at your service at ease. There's Broadus, former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here, 75 and Fitz. You fixing to go 5 hours flawless. Eric Chiafalo in the house. Salute to Zach Wolchuk. Just finished up a 3-day shift there with the KNC Masterpiece, and Heggie did a heck of a job. But he'll return to us tomorrow and be with us Friday at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. Thanks to Carter Freeman. He's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. How we doing this afternoon, boys? We good?
Yeah, doing great, man. Doing great. Great to see y'all. Just prepping the body for Friday, man. I really am.
That's good.
I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward. I think I've decided to go. I'm going to take your advice. I'm going with the mac and cheese bowl. I'm going to customize it with a PB&J burger with no bun. You know, because I do my thing for Lent where I sacrifice things out of my diet.
Sure.
And this year it's bread and sweets.
Good strategy to keep mac and cheese in the mix.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's pasta. You know, so it's
fortified.
I mean, just saying no to bread for 6 weeks is enough denial for me.
Yeah,
you know?
Right, because that's donuts, that's pizza.
A lot of stuff.
That is a lot.
Why do I feel like sweets is harder for you than bread?
Because you're right. You've been paying attention. We've
5
known
years
each other
worth,
a while
right?
now.
Well, and they sort of cross over a little bit.
See, that's
But he swears he's not scouting us.
Yeah, who, me?
Yeah, he promises he's not scouting us.
No.
But he's paying. Look, it's a bad thing to scout us too. I paid attention to that.
No.
He's probably got like 3-ring binders with a pencil at home. He writes down all this stuff in his bed.
Graded, you know, like the position characteristics.
You said you were proud of being a championship scout. That's what you are. That's who you are.
Yeah. Been a long time ago, man.
Okay.
2005.
Speaking of championship scouting, what's going on with Micah Parsons? What's the truth here?
You know, I think there's when you talk to some people outside the organization, inside the organization about Micah, I think there's some people that are kind of fed up with him, but I think there's some people that absolutely say, well, what would we do without him? Why would when you start to talk about trade, why would we do that? That's a stupid idea. So, I mean, I think that there's, when you talk to people and they'll tell you, listen, I don't think that like a guy like Mike and Tank had issues, but there are people that don't really like Micah Parsons' work ethic and things like that. And, Micah Parsons is a guy that, the OTAs, and we've said this a bunch, that he doesn't like classroom football. And he doesn't, he bounces around from meetings to meeting. He doesn't like being in meetings and things like that. So, I think there's people that absolutely would love to see him gone.
Yeah.
And there's people that will look at you like, what the F are you talking about getting rid of Micah Parsons?
Yeah, not the ideal teammate, but an amazing player. But I was talking more about, this morning, the report from Mike Leslie that they started negotiations, and Jerry called in Micah yesterday.
I see what
you
you're
have
doing.
Jane Slater, Clarence Hill, and others
I'm
saying.
Sorry. I thought you were talking about what people were thinking about. No,
that was the story yesterday. Do the Cowboys have a Micah Parsons problem? Today is, are they actually negotiating or not?
I do have an answer for you on this. I think that what Jane Slater is reporting is absolutely true. And I think that Jane has gone on record and said that there has not been any substantial talks yet. There's people in the organization that I was hearing some whispers that they were working on the deal in a way that they got far enough along that there was a possibility of it happening here soon. And then I circled back with some people and they said, no, we're still working on things. So this is kind of where we're at right now. Depending on, like I say, but I think Jane is more accurate on this than what my whispers were saying.
Mike Leslie with the story this morning. I guess it's a swing and a miss for him. What did Trayvon Diggs tell him that one day?
D's nuts.
Yeah, I think he got another D's nuts here on this report. I don't know, but it just doesn't seem like it would be consistent with how the Cowboys go about doing their business. Like if they would do this Micah Parsons deal right now, it would be early, and I hope they get it done. But ultimately, I don't care. because I'm just so used to them taking it as long as possible and then giving a market-setting deal right at the end of the deadline.
I think there's a possibility that Micah Parsons has probably had some talks where maybe there's a situation where he would have signed a deal, and I think David Mulugeta is saying, no, we need to wait. That's where I think we really are right now. I think that maybe Micah, they're like, okay, let's get this done. And I think Mulugeta, he realizes who he's dealing with, that he could absolutely hold this thing and get more. And I think that's what he's trying to do.
I mean, the Cowboys are willing to do deals early if you want to go like Osa.
Yeah.
Like those are the kind of deals they sign in March.
Where they could bully the agent a little bit.
Oh, you want to take less? Okay, cool. Yeah. But if you just want to wait until the last possible moment, they'll give you way more.
Yeah.
So I think it's probably smart from David Mulugeta, and I don't expect him. Like when I saw that from Leslie this morning before things changed within the hour, was like, holy cow.
Yeah.
This is pretty cool. Maybe Micah really wants to get this done.
I think there's some people that in the shadows that are speaking out of turn right now.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sure.
That there's people that they think they're close to what's going on and they're really not close to it.
Okay.
So that's where the whispers tend to come from. But then when you start to really, really dig in with all involved, they'll tell you that there's nothing substantial that has been done yet.
You always want to, if you're going to be wrong about something, you always want to whisper it. You don't want to be loud and wrong. You don't want to be super impassioned and loud and everybody hears just how wrong you are.
Yeah.
You definitely want to send the smoke signals as a whisper from the shadows.
Yeah, but I think there's plenty of people in that organization that could be considered a source, and they probably have a variety of different opinions.
And when you ask them about that, they're like, "Listen, the thing that I've learned about sometimes with sources is when you ask a really good question, then when they go silent, usually something's up.
That's when you're warm.
That's when you know that you just keep your head down and something's about to happen. But the comments that I've gotten here recently was that no, nothing is in the works right now.
I want to know what could happen if they do take a defensive lineman at 12 and he really hits, and you have Micah and Osa just wreaking havoc. That to me is exciting. I want to talk about what's next for this football team and what's next for this defense, and how do you put a supporting cast around Micah that could take advantage of his generational greatness. That should be the plan right now. Vikings are going with J.J. McCarthy, not Aaron Rodgers, so that fork in the road has closed for A-Rod.
He needs to retire now.
Maybe. I am seeing momentum's possibly building for him to go to Pittsburgh.
Sure.
Here, so, and that's probably his best chance to win big. I think that would make a lot of sense if you're absolutely prioritizing Super Bowl. Maybe he's prioritizing being in New York, where he's been over the last couple of years. He's just built a home, so it'll be interesting. His decision has to be coming pretty soon now.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully.
The end of this week needs to be made.
I mean, these teams, I guess, could force it on him.
Sure
the Giants and the Steelers kind of, and threaten to go just sign somebody else and move on from it. But if they're going to let him milk it, he will milk it to the very end.
Yep.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think he wants to totally complete the Brett Favre arc, and that the good thing Willie's not here, but that would continue. I believe into summer. I think you're not going to get a decision if he goes full Favre on this until July. Stars needed overtime, but they got the win against the Anaheim Ducks 4-3. Mikael Granlund on fire, scored twice, including the game winner. 600th career point, just the 11th Finnish player ever to do that. So that's a huge pickup for Jim Nill. And it's been paying dividends since he stepped on the ice for this hockey team. Thomas Harley, massive, a goal and 2 assists, had the game-tying goal with 4:37 to go.
Yeah.
Had to pull this one out of the fire a little bit, Brian.
Yeah, this is the first time that they had gotten a win against the Ducks. The Ducks were, it kind of had Dallas's number. But, yeah, you mentioned Dallas on the road, going on the 4-game trip there was some poor hockey along the way. But every time they get back here to the AAC, this was the 8th win that they've had, the 8th straight home win. And so that's something they had not achieved since the early 2000s. But
06.
Yeah. So it's with Tampa coming in town, you couldn't afford to be riding a 3-game losing streak here. So nice to see them get the win, get the 2 points, and then look forward to the Bolts coming in this week.
You mentioned Harley, though. Like, how about the numbers on him? A goal and 2 assists, almost 26 minutes of ice time, 19 points in his last 17 games played. And during 5-on-5 play, when Harley was on the ice last night, Stars outshot the Ducks 15-2.
Dang.
That's natural stat trick with the call.
Okay. That's something right there. He's been quite an impact acquisition as well.
And you need that because with the Miro stuff going on, and might you be without him in the first round of the postseason?
That's the word coming out of the building is that likely that he won't be available for the first round.
And you got to play Colorado again. Man, that's just nuts. Okay, it's a Longhorns game day here in the great state. 11-seeded Horns facing off with the 11-seeded Xavier. The winner of this game will advance to face 6-seeded Illinois in Milwaukee on Friday. Now the Musketeers, this is a name with some heritage through this tournament over the years. Brian, we hear them often. They won their final games of the regular season to get in. They got to the quarters of the Big East tournament, and this game is being played at Dayton Arena, just 50 miles from Xavier's campus. Seems unfair. Okay. As long as we're talking about unfair stuff with this tournament, here you go, Xavier. Just go ahead and bring your entire campus to the game.
Yeah. A couple of different programs have gotten a nice draw on that. A lot of people are lamenting your number 1 overall seed Auburn is going to likely have to play Louisville in Lexington in the second round.
That's just crazy.
And so it's like, wow, what type of it's basically a road game for the number 1 overall seed.
Yeah.
Well, Longhorns can still do it. They're riding the adjustment of Tremont Mark to point guard in a win there over the Aggies in the SEC tournament. Of course, they got their star back, and this matchup does mark the 4th NCAA tournament between Texas and Xavier. Notably, the Longhorns defeated the Musketeers 83-71 in the Sweet 16 back in just 2023. So some recent history here. NCAA tournament will also feature North Carolina with a statement last night. They crushed San Diego State 95-68 at UD Arena, advancing to the South region where they will face number 6 Ole Miss on Friday afternoon in Milwaukee. Senior R.J. Davis became the first Tar Heel to go 6 for 6 on threes in a tournament game, passing the record set by current coach Hubert Davis against Eastern Michigan in 1991. Gotta love it when it's tournament time, Brian. All these factoids.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
And keep an eye on these teams that are in these play-in the first 4. Keep an eye on them. These teams find ways to win games. They kind of get their feet wet. They get in the tournament. The pressure's off, and now they're really just going in. And there's been teams that have found ways to kind of get a couple of victories along the way. North Carolina could be this team that, we talked about some of their struggles during the year, but some of their losses were against some powerful teams. So maybe North Carolina, just by going out and having a big win against San Diego State, man, that game was never close. I mean, I flipped that thing over after the Stars. I'm like, my gosh, this thing's completely out of hand. So good for North Carolina getting in, and Ole Miss is a team that has shown up pretty well in the SEC this year. So it should be a pretty good matchup.
Nothing like having the opportunity to be a team in a big opportunity when everybody feels slighted. They have something to prove and they're just pissed.
I think that's a lot being said right now. There was a lot. This North Carolina team took a lot of heat because of Bubba Cunningham, the AD, being on the committee. And they're like, and he's like, listen, I had to step out, but hey, his colleagues are in there, voting and moving games around and stuff like that. And, having North Carolina in the tournament, I think, is always good for eyes.
Alabama State out of the SWAC. Incredible last-second hoop to beat St. Francis 70-68. It was tied, full court inbound. It was bobbled. It was gathered. It was kind of a Christian Laettner type of pass, but layup for the game, basically. And also tonight, American University and Mount St. Mary's. That's actually going to be underway 5:40 on True TV, so we might be able to watch some of it during the last hour or so of our show. Well, the Rangers put on another absolute laser show in the batter's box last night, 7-3 over the Guardians, as heard right here on the Fan. 6th win in the last 8 games. They've been averaging 6.8 runs per game in this stretch. Wyatt Langford, 2 more hits. He's now hitting 450
with a triple.
Yeah,
he had the triple pop last night.
Snort the line when he got there?
No, that's a great question though.
Okay, I thought maybe you'd seen that. Or something.
I don't think CY would take any of those kind of guys.
There was no
Would
Wyatt
we have to write
Langford.
the apology letter then to the?
But and also, to be fair to the chalk snort, you're not doing that in a spring training game. You know,
No. You got to work on technique though.
You got to break that out in the postseason.
I think that's an October bit.
Maximize your opportunity. Okay, Marcus Simeon and Evan Carter hitting at exactly 200. Josh Young 190. Jake Berger 167. Those are your stragglers here that are still trying to figure it out. They should be getting a lot of ABs here in the final week of Cactus League play. We'll get Jared Sandler on the show. They're in action 3:10 in Peoria against the Mariners. That's coming up at 3:10. Rangers signed a deal with Fubo TV, by the way, so that's just another way you'll be able to get your Rangers games this season. Mavs will get wrecked by the Pacers. That's a 6 o'clock start this evening there in Indiana against Rick Carlisle's guys.
Rick.
Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. We have the most quotable man in sport. Has done his first interview since having half his leg amputated, and he's as quotable as ever. It's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Festus?
Bacon rolls. Nutmeg maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation's G-Bag today, coming up at 8 minutes with Lucius Alexander. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorney in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today. carsforkids.org. How you doing over there, Brian?
Doing great.
Burnt orange shirt.
Yeah.
Never thought I'd see it. But Bennett changed you, didn't
Yeah,
it?
it did.
Made you a little bit more sympathetic to Austin.
A little bit more.
We have top quotes here from LeVar Ball. The big one that made the headlines, I got a lot of limbs to come off. I'm hard to kill. So he came out of a diabetic amputation where at first they had to take off a couple toes, then part of his foot, then up to his knee. He came out firing as you could only expect him to do, you know?
Yep.
I expect him to be dropping bars on his deathbed, like Doc Holliday, if you will, in the Tombstone movie. Of course, we all remember that.
Yes.
Okay, this is the first interview since his amputation. He says, I'm going to give you all the real deal. Recently, I had some personal issues I had to deal with. I had an infection where I was in the hospital for over a month, right in the middle of when Jell-O's banger Tweaker was blowing up around the world in January. It's funny how life works sometimes.
Wow. So
Yeah.
Jell-O is like having a moment for sure.
Yeah.
And simultaneously, he's going through a health crisis.
Yeah, he's got to come visit Dad in the hospital and tell him about the banger. Yeah, here it is. Yeah.
Played in every locker room in the world right now.
Locker rooms, clubs, I imagine.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
the real deal right
Hey,
now.
buddy was at Rolling Loud. You see him at Rolling Loud out there?
I did not see that.
Yeah, he got a little baller belly on him. Got a little rapper now.
That's one of the final stages, isn't it? Once you've reached the top.
Got a little sugar belly.
Might be his true calling.
Oh yeah, I mean it's certainly over the basketball stuff. I mean this has him now.
Yeah,
he's like got one of the top songs going. I'm sure he's in the process. He got a nice deal too. Got like a record deal, so I'm sure we can expect more.
It's all about, can you follow it up?
Yeah, that's the key.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you can, Young MC, great one song, Bust a Move. Still remember like all of the lyrics damn near. What was that, about 1990, maybe 89? Had nothing else.
Nothing else.
Couldn't. And, you know, and he owned the charts for like 90 days or so. Back to LeVar Ball.
If you do for me, I'll do for you. He had some warm ones
some
out
other
there.
ones?
Yeah, he had no hits.
Yeah.
That crossed over to All America, see, but there were some warm ones out there.
Nice. Said, I had an infection on my foot that started spreading through my blood due to not paying attention to my diabetes. That sounds scary right there. Sounds like that sepsis.
That's something to pay attention to, it feels like.
Yes.
When you're building the schedule out for the week, when you're building the priority list, if diabetes is anywhere in that realm, you got to throw that up there.
I imagine it'd be a big note on my mirror there in the bathroom. Pay attention to your diabetes.
Yeah. It's like morning pee and then diabetes time.
Says I ended up having to get my leg amputated. First they cut off a couple toes, then my foot. Then they said we got to get almost knee high for another surgery. 3 surgeries, and then there were also blood transfusions. And then he actually said, not one, not two, not three, 4 different times.
I bet he put up the fingers too when he said it.
Jeez.
Yes, dude. Yes.
He's
what a
a
legend.
competitor, dude.
And he's an absolute card. I mean, maybe comeback personality of the year in sports.
Dude, that's so tough. I love that as an award, by the way. That's fantastic. Despite having his leg amputated, he's going to be the comeback personality of the year.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, how about that, dude? They're not even going for the gusto on it. You got to go through a bunch of different surgeries because they're just slowly taking away parts of your body.
Yeah.
And they just keep graduating to the next thing. It started with a couple of toes.
You got to stop it.
I got to keep going. I got to keep going under the knife for the next limb. I'm going to wake up less and less of a human body every time I wake up. How many times are we going to have to do this?
It happened to a friend of mine's dad when we were in high school. Like, we were hanging out through middle school. He was up on his feet, and then it progressed like that. It was first a couple of toes, and he would joke about it too. You know, he'd be walking around like. I mean, this was the 80s. He'd be walking around in his skivvies, okay? With toes missing and like joking about it. And then half his dang foot was missing, and then half his dang leg was missing by the time we were in college.
Skivvy being the whitey-tighty, or is skivvy a general term?
No, that's the whitey-tighty.
That's the whitey-tighty.
Yeah. LeVar Ball says, all those surgeries and blood transfusions, it made me question whether it was worth going through it sometimes. It made me think, man, just kill me and let me go about my business. It made me think that maybe it's time for me to shut it down. Yeah. So he had some dark thoughts there, LeVar Ball did, as he was getting through this.
Yeah, I mean, that's a month-long stay of just every other day you're losing limbs. I get it.
Yeah, it would be very depressing. He says then what brought him out of it? Of course, his
Jell-O.
kids. Yes, he says, but then seeing my boys are doing out here, they're like, Dad, you're the toughest dude I know. And that made me keep going, even though I'm a bad man. I don't need much. It was good to have that backing from my boys. One of the things that makes me go is when they are all together. When they are all together, I feel strong. So you got a little bit of everything you'd expect from a LeVar Ball interview in there.
Yeah,
sentimental about his boys.
Absolutely.
Good jokes. Some trash talking about life.
Yeah,
he's done it again.
Still the baddest man he knows.
All right, we have the G-Bag of the day coming up in 2 minutes. That means I have time for 60 seconds on the women's basketball tournament.
Okay.
A little bit of what to watch for here. A little bit of a women's tournament primer. Number 1, Juju Watkins, USC sophomore frontrunner for National Player of the Year, averaging 25, 7 boards, 3.5 assists.
Lit the whole city of Los Angeles on fire.
She did. She rates Player of the Year because she's actually better in advanced metrics on defense than she is on offense.
Ooh.
Okay, she's getting 27 points, 3.5 assists, and better a metric defender than offensive player. Paige Beckers is the clear player to watch if you are a fan in Dallas, because she is the likely pick of the Wings, as long as she doesn't decide to go back or block the move or whatever. But she's
threatening that, huh? Or is there just whispers about the potential?
Yeah, there's whispers about the potential.
Yeah.
She did average 19 points, 5 assists per game. She was 2021 Player of the Year and then fought through some injuries to get back. And she is one made free throw away right now from being in the 50, 40, 90 club. So she can make it rain. And she's tops in the nation in assist to turnover ratio. And then Hannah Hidalgo, you got to go to Notre Dame for the little point guard there. Sophomore only. So you're going to get to see this player for maybe 2 more years, but she's 5'6", by far the most entertaining player because she's tiny and fearless. You know,
wow, dude.
There you have it.
The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo is what I think of when I hear that
So you think of that? I'll tell you what, South Carolina, that Dawn Staley, she thinks her team got worked on the seeding.
Well, apparently there's a lot of the women's seeding is much less of a dialed deal than the men's. I think something about the
South
analytics
Carolina.
and the metrics that they use are not quite at the same level, I guess, as what the men's side is. I don't know, but I was hearing about that in terms of gambling and trying to like figure it out. The women's one is more of like you'll see weird seeded stuff.
Yeah, they got they got a chip on their shoulder. South Carolina is going. My prediction: South Carolina is going to win this.
They're going to win the whole thing, huh?
Yep.
I can't wait to
She's
watch.
gonna use this.
It's cool
Motivation.
that both tournaments are relevant now here, and we can pay attention and talk about it with you. We look forward to it. Time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has the G-Bag of the day.
All right, this is day 2 for this young man. We go to the world of Michigan high school basketball. Keyshawn Somerville, he's a point guard up there in Lansing. Lansing, what up? He's having his way up there in Lansing. I tell you what, man, this man's creating himself. He's going to be a legend. If he's not already.
I'll be singing songs about him in the pub right now.
He hit a half-court buzzer beater right here to win regionals, I guess, for his squad. And there was a lady in the audience that manifested this whole situation. Real talk.
I don't know what y'all happy for. It ain't over. It ain't over. It ain't over. It ain't over. It ain't over.
She was punching somebody at that point.
It's not over. Keyshawn can make it. I know he can. Come on, Key. Come on, Key. Come on, Key.
Oh, the adulation.
Good for her.
Yeah. She made
faith.
it happen, man.
She had faith.
Manifest right there.
Yeah.
I manifest. I manifest.
I mean, that's a half quarter, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Imagine
You hear the buzzer
win
going
the
off.
game.
Yeah.
After you've been having a hell of a season, you just want basically state for your ride.
Imagine what she has seen Key do over the years.
He got this.
To earn a faith that is so undeniable. She was as confident as anyone.
It's not over.
Yeah.
Keyshawn can make it. I know he can.
Yeah.
I've been watching this dude for years.
I know he can. Don't let me down, Key. Okay, let's go to my man right here, Mr. Messi, Shannon Sharp. Hey, girl, how you doing, baby? He went to the book of Job in the good book of the Bible to win a sports argument with Kendrick Perkins.
SGA and the Oklahoma City Thunder, because this is what this is about. They don't get technical fouls. They don't complain about calls. This is why they're so
Can they
great.
get them all?
But no, man, listen. I'm talking about.
Do you remember the Bible? Perk, you go to church, Perk. You go to church. What did the devil tell the Lord about Job? He said, of course he gonna praise you. You give him everything. Remove the hedge and he'll cuss his very maker. If they started getting fouls called against them, of course they gonna complain. Playing with me, Perk.
Shannon, I did go to church. I was the world's tallest altar
so you
boy.
know the story.
I know,
World's tallest altar boy.
I know.
What did the Lord tell the devil? He said you could do everything but take his life. He took his kids. He took his sheep.
No,
he
he
took his livestock. What did he do? Even his wife said, why don't you curse this man and get out of this misery?
Okay.
He said, is he not God in good and in bad?
Hold on, time out. Let me ask you a question.
The whole time, Perk, hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. This man is not stopping, bro. He's preaching to you right now. Pay attention. Hold on, Perk. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Let's see what else we got. Better than numbers. Chris Mad Dog Russo.
All right.
He went off on the Mets, defending his son, basically. His son, Colin Russo, is a sports broadcaster out there at ESPN West Palm Beach.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's covering the Mets, couldn't get a player interview, so he called his dad. Man, Dad, let me tell you what. Dad took it to air.
Their schedules are full for the rest of the day. Go to hell. Your schedules are full for the rest of your day. You're talking to me who has been at spring training sites for 50 years. Don't give me any nonsense that you can't figure out a way to get Paul Blackburn or, some guy out of the backup infielder. Nobody's asking for Alonso Lindor Soto. And here are the Mets. This is the reason I never root for them. This is I can't stand them. And their PR always does this nonsense. The Mets are the Mets, okay? They're not the Boston Celtics. They're not the Green Bay Packers. They're the freaking Mets. You mean to tell me that we can't figure out a way? Let me give you the obscure guy that I can come up with. The most obscure guy. You mean to tell me that Jose Buto can't come on for 5 minutes today? You mean to tell me that Tyler McGill can't come on he might be in Syracuse to start the year.
Yeah.
You can't do 5 minutes with him. And then baseball wonders why ESPN said, adios. See you later.
That's awesome.
Well done. He went out for 18 minutes.
Jeez.
At that tempo right there, 18 minutes, that tempo, bro.
I love when he loses steam and his voice just
Cracks.
betrays him and he just peters out, but then he just, boom, deep breath, back at it, dude.
Yeah, you mean to tell me that Tyler McGill can't come on for he might be in Syracuse to start the year.
Call him right now.
I just saw him on First Take, by the way, with his beard grown out, and he looks like that werewolf guy that we talked about last week. He's got werewolf
It's not very flattering.
features. When it comes back on, there's just a scraggly nature to it.
Like
and then
George
just the
Lopez
shape of his
nowadays.
beard.
You see George Lopez
George
nowadays?
Lopez. What are we doing?
Okay, one more. Do. Yeah, LeVar Ball was the man, bro. I'll see you on the fan tags. LeVar Ball, that man. Been that man. Let's see here. Let's go to the RJ and Choppy show. Real deal syrup sipper might be on this show. Check this out.
How do you guys do medicine, by the way, like cough syrup? Do you always
with Sprite and a Jolly Rancher?
pour it into like the cap, or you chug it out of the bottle?
I pour it in the cap.
Okay, they totally missed that right there.
Did they not hear it, or did they not know what he was referencing?
They totally missed that right there. Real live syrup sipper.
How do you guys do medicine, by the way, like cough syrup? Do you always
with Sprite and a Jolly Rancher?
Pour it into like the cap, or you chug it out of the bottle?
You just kill him. Yeah.
They're going inside the pharmaceuticals. Bobby's just cracking jokes.
Well done, Bobby.
Bobby out of here, man. That ain't that real.
Look at his face. You see the werewolf? Like,
oh, I see
you
it.
getting that?
Yeah.
That's not a good beard for
Look
him.
like a grandfather character on True Blood or something.
They do call him the dog.
They do.
Yeah. On the dog.
There are some
right.
canine, similarities in there.
He's been trying to tell us.
Is it Keyshawn Somerville, our one-time G-Bag of the Day champ with the shot beyond half court? Is it Shannon Sharp going to the book of Job to win a sports argument? By the way, I did look it up. The Thunder, they get the 10th most fouls called on them. Okay, so slightly above average. But it was awesome. It was freaking awesome.
It was, yeah.
Mad Dog calls out the Mets for blocking his son from getting an interview. For 18 minutes, he ranted about the Mets. Bobby Belt slipping one past the Sean and RJ goalies there. I got to go with Keyshawn Somerville myself today, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to go with another man of faith. I'm going to go with the Job story. That was awesome.
Lucius?
Keyshawn Somerville and his lady manifester. And somebody on Fantech said, no real man cares about women's basketball. Dog, that's all I've been watching all year, man.
Yeah.
I have no idea what's going on in the men's game unless you're talking about Memphis.
If I had to fill out a women's bracket, I think I'd do all right.
Yeah.
Just watching the games. Seriously.
I mean, if you put your money where your mouth is, let's get the broadest lady bracket.
Okay.
I'm excited about this.
I'll work one out.
The broadest lady bracket.
Oh, geez, what'd I just say?
Sure you will. Who you voting for, though?
It was instinct.
I hate myself sometimes. I'm voting for
Watching that women's
Chris
game
Russo.
a little too closely.
It's good. Chris Russo.
2-1. Congrats to Keyshawn Somerville. He's done it again. Bullseye from Somerville. Okay, proposed NFL rule changes. What I'm suggesting they really need to do with the schedule. That's coming up next here. G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
But first, Tolos, it is...
Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the Gag Nation here on the Fan. NFL News Today coming up at 3 o'clock. Do you want to run by some proposed rule changes for you here? And remind you that we have a couple of special guests joining us today. Ari Temkin talking college basketball coming up at 4 o'clock. You know him and love him and remember him from the Cowboys pre- and post-game show a few years back. And Frank Caliendo, the great comedian, the jokester. He's going to join us coming up at 4:40, talk about his plans for the near future. I do love what Eagles defensive end Brandon Graham did. He hung his cleats on the Rocky statue to symbolize his retirement. I thought that was pretty cool, you know, and I rarely want to give Eagles credit for it, but dang it, when you touch something from my childhood as special and near and dear to my heart as Rocky Balboa, I got to give you your props for that one, Brian.
Yeah.
Were you a Rocky guy growing up? You're a little bit older than I was.
No, I lived in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So I would go by that. I would see the statue and stuff like that. It's actually pretty cool. But yeah, I think I saw the first one, and after that, I didn't see many more.
Wow,
I saw the first one.
How could you see the first one and not be hooked?
You've only seen the first Rocky?
Yeah.
So you knew nothing of Clubber Lang?
No.
You don't know who Thunder Lips is?
No.
It's crazy.
Von Drago? Wow. Missing out. I mean, I thought you were missing out on Star Wars.
I've missed out on a lot of things in life, Gavin.
Scouting. I had to watch tape.
I was
spoken like a real man, right?
I was too busy trying to make a living, man.
I felt the pain in that one, bro.
I did. I missed a lot of things. I really did. That's why I have 2 divorces.
Rocky's the most important one, though. That's a damn shame.
No, I did see the first one.
Right.
Yeah.
But the
pretty
rest.
good. Yeah, it was a legendary.
Were the
tale.
rest any good?
Yeah, I think you should sit down and watch them all, and then watch the Creed ones. You know, Apollo Creed is his mentor, his competitor at one point.
I like Burgess Meredith in that first one.
Very cool.
He was the Penguin in my Batman back in the day.
Great role. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, he was Penguin.
Come on, Rocky, get up, Rocky.
Yeah.
He got crap thunder. Yeah. I mean, he had some great one lines. Okay, proposed rule changes. I don't want you to miss out on these, Brian. The Packers have formally proposed a rule change to ban the tush push.
Yep.
And I don't know. I think that the Eagles are really good at it, and it probably should be allowed. But if there's any sort of way that it should be banned, then I think Cowboys fans should actually be really happy about this. Don't you think this is a tremendous advantage for the Eagles? This tush push. I don't know if we spent enough time talking about like what could tip the balance of power. This might be more than getting Miko Rantanen into the Dallas Stars, Brian.
Just kind of feel like though that they've come up with a creative way of getting first downs, and the whole idea is to maintain possession, potentially score. I don't know how you try and ban a play that is, you need to figure out ways to stop it. And you've got a quarterback with Hurts that he's got so much lower body strength, power that, and they get that push up front. It's a hard play to stop, but the quarterbacks think, how about all these years, Tom Brady? Look at Tom Brady's conversion rates on for quarterback sneaks. It's basically the same play, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just with guys. Now, if they want to
just not getting pushed in the back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you want to ban the helping of a runner, I'd be for that.
I think that's the part they're looking at right there.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly what's fair and what's not fair.
Then.
But it would be pretty
carrying
cool.
the runner, helping the runner. That used to be that was the way. If you carried the runner or helped the runner, That's where the ball was,
Mm-hmm.
and they changed that rule. I don't know why.
Well, then you have to ban the running back when the linemen kind of push him forward for an extra sometimes 5-10 yards. All that's going to have to go out the game then.
Yeah.
The Lions propose that playoff seeding be done based on record instead of automatically placing division winners in the top 4 spots. I feel like we've been talking about this one for 2 decades. I see no problem with not doing this. You win your division. It was probably more likely because it was a crap division. There's a wild card team over there that had to play the best team in the conference twice, managed to have a better record than you sitting over here in crap division. Yeah. I just can't see a reason this shouldn't be implemented.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, and it's hard because you still have to. If that team still wants to get in the playoffs, they still have to win their division because you're trying to make it to where winning your division means something for you. But in that case, it would just mean that you get to play in the postseason, even though you're only a 9-win team. Because, like you said, you only won your division because it was such a crap division, anyways.
Yeah.
And that team still has every incentive to win their division, so they can still get sort of the automatic berth into the postseason, even though it's not going to be a home game. So yeah, the more I think about it, the more I get making that change.
I'm open to anything if the text has it. But my other thing, I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on this. When they do eventually go to an 18-game schedule, what if instead of interconference play, they just make it where you play the other 15 teams in your conference once, and then the other 3 teams in your division an additional time? We're at 18. Now you have much better schedule
balance.
Balance, yeah. Is that what it's called? Are you with that, Brian?
So you're telling me that I no longer have to play, if I'm at the Dallas Cowboys, I no longer have to play any AFC teams?
You'd only play an AFC team in the Super Bowl. Provides a little mystery and intrigue, if you will.
Wow.
You get a fairer schedule, and still the division's important.
We always talk about that the AFC is a little bit stronger this year than the NFC, that kind of thing. Don't we always kind of, or or vice versa? I like the fact that I have to play AFC opponents. I do. I think
it is cool. I mean, there's value to that, but I do feel like it creates imbalance.
Yeah, and I wonder how much the NFL cares about like having destinations, because then you get that crossover of like a AFC team only once every 8 years is playing Dallas. And they want to make that a trip. You almost get redundancy in matchups over the course of a half decade of this.
I think the NFL wants to do this because of television. They want to be able to show all the teams play, and not like CBS has just the AFC, and and Fox has just the NFC.
Yeah, there's got to be money reasons.
I think there's absolutely money reasons, and allowing each team. I think it has to do with markets too.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, you get to have your product in so many markets, television markets.
And right now, there's like a 1 in 4 chance that you get a Super Bowl rematch. You could open the season with that and have this incredible event, So I'm sure like the matchups being made, but I do think that it would be cooler. It would be cleaner. It would be a fairer way to find the best 7 teams in a conference if you built it like that.
I'm okay with interleague baseball play just because of seeing the other teams. There was a time growing up where I never ever, unless it was the World Series. Yeah,
I remember when they started interleague play, and I still don't like it.
Oh.
Eagles are saying we need the playoff overtime rules in the regular season as well. Both teams guaranteed to get the ball. I think it makes a lot of sense. 1 extra series, not that big of a deal for what you're getting, as opposed to just letting a coin flip determine it one way or the other. You also have this from the Lions. They want to get rid of automatic first downs on defensive holding and illegal contact. Warren Sharp did a hell of a job of spelling out on @SharpFootball on Twitter, saying it's because the Lions commit by far the most of these penalties in the NFL. Number 1 by a wide margin. They had it called against them 26 times the last 2 years. The second most team was Green Bay, and they had it called against them 16 times.
Yeah.
So they're pretty bad at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the other element to it as well is like if you're going to remove the first down element, then you will absolutely be getting a ton more defensive coordinators just coaching their players to hold or just coaching them to commit illegal contact rather than give up a first down. If it's 3rd and 10,
sure,
then it's just like, hey, just mug these guys, and if we give up the 5 yards, so be it. It's not an automatic first down.
Yeah.
So and Sharp also just went into, because a lot of people are using the argument of like a 5-yard penalty on 3rd and 15 shouldn't be an automatic penalty on first down, which is fair to say.
Yeah.
But
did Sharp do anything about pass interference? About a 15-yard instead of the college rules on that?
No, just specific to this rule, only 2 total defensive holding or illegal contact penalties gave a first down on 3rd and 15 or longer. So now, not to say that there's not plenty of 3rd and 10s that get turned into first downs because of what is a 5-yard holding penalty by the defender. But in terms of like a true Hail Mary type 3rd down, 3rd and 15, they're not getting automatic first downs, but 2 times out of 285 games last year.
I want to see the college rules for pass interference. 15 yards instead of a spot foul.
Why? You just think it's too unfair, too lopsided?
Too punitive, yeah. You throw a ball up and it's a 44-yard penalty. No, make it 15 yards. Give the defenders a chance to play.
But again, now that it's a 50-yard bomb, I'm not even going to let you complete it. I'll just tackle you before the ball gets here, and it's a 15-yard penalty.
15-yard penalty to first down. Play on.
I wouldn't mind if the officials had options.
They don't ever get it right. They don't get pass interference right. Why should I be penalized 44 yards for some guy missing or some gal missing?
Chief just made a really good point, though. Like defenses, if you can recover, just blow the guy up before the ball gets there. Now I can erase 50-yard plays.
It's 15 yards and a first down. Keep playing.
Wow. That would be quite a change.
You're taking away the explosive element. Broadus is not alone in this. A lot of people feel the way Broadus does. I just disagree.
I'm just telling you, though, that to me, I get more 44-yard penalties called against me because somebody on the back end misses the call. Like it's not pass interference.
Well, that is a problem.
Yeah.
See, that's
replay on pass interference.
If you're going to keep screwing up pass interference, I can't make it a 44-yard penalty.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I think we're just going to start developing lazy corners.
Oh, there's some lazy corners in this league anyway.
There are some lazy corners in this league anyway.
Well, thank you, Brian, for those thoughts. That was a strong opinion to wrap up our first hour of 5 here in the G-Bag Nation. NFL news today is coming up next. Chief, where are you taking it?
Lots of quarterback stuff, plus another palatable deal that the Cowboys have passed on next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good day. It's time for some pro football news. Here's the Chief.
Okay, thank you very much. We got a lot of quarterback stuff today. I think some interesting quarterback stuff today. But we're going to go ahead and start with the deal that I think a lot of Cowboys fans are bummed about right now. Keenan Allen.
Oh, where'd he go?
Wow. Almost ran with a ball sack.
Okay.
Oh, so he didn't go anywhere, huh?
Good pull out.
Whoa.
We're going to move on seamlessly, ladies and gentlemen. Good news is Keenan Allen's still available. Bad news is a lot of people are getting ball sacked right now. Keenan Allen is not going back to the Chargers currently. So, wow. Bullet dodged. Just saw that one coming in here, and it's not real. Thank goodness. What is real, though, is Cam Robinson is signing with the Texans. They have just replaced their offensive line, and they've brought in guys that are worse than the previous. If I'm CJ Stroud, I'm losing my mind right now because
quality work.
They've just punted on not great offensive linemen, but they've somehow just found a way to get worse, it feels like, at every single spot on the O-line. CJ Stroud has to be beside himself right now. Now, Derek Stingley, on the other hand, who we know just got the big cornerback deal, $30 million per year, former LSU Tiger.
Mm-hmm.
How did you celebrate getting the contract? Quote, I had me some crawfish. That's about it.
There you go.
That's how he celebrates. He is notoriously talked about as just being the most simple, football-hungry dude and very, very just whatever. I like to grab a bite to eat and chill at home, work out. That is him. So at least he's staying tried and true to the crawfish.
Yeah.
Some guys are like that, man.
Price has gone down on him. He signed a contract and cut a little deal on some crawfish.
You want to find as many guys in the organization as possible like that. It's not that you want simple-minded people, but they're not distracted by going on trips and spending money. Like, spending that money takes a lot of your time and focus and excitement and passion. If it's just football that gets you excited, then spending the money and doing all that stuff doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
gold.
Exactly. That's gold right there. I'm so pumped for him. Hopefully he can continue to stay healthy because he is one of the best corners in the sport. And now he's far and away the highest paid. Now on to
I see you got nearly got here by, is it Adam Shelfer?
Shelfer.
Good Lord.
I just blocked that account. I've done my damnedest to mute and or block all of the faux accounts because gosh, they can trip you up. So that is definitely went ahead.
Well, Keenan Allen's still in play, and the reported or the rumored the ball sack contract terms were $6 million a year. If that's really what it is, that would be exciting because I feel like the Cowboys should be swimming in those waters. 750 yards last year, a half dozen touchdowns. Like, they need that kind of an upgrade. And then you throw rookie receiver on top of that, and now you have a decent wide receiver room, assuming the receiver's decent out of the draft.
Yeah, especially if what we hear about them liking a guy like Matthew Golden, who is a speedster, and they do need some elements of that. I think when you're talking about bringing in a wide receiver too, bringing in another running back, I think you're talking about wanting to have the skill set of being an explosive type player. And Ted McMillan is an explosive player, but he's not necessarily based on speed.
Yeah.
But just in general, it's usually accompanied with great speed. Yeah. But I think if you had
a tall guy, so it's not quick. He's
McMillan.
It's a long straight. He really covers some ground running.
Right.
But he knows he's got this feel for how to set up routes and win in the route. And that's what makes him, I think, special.
The other interesting thing here is I saw CeeDee Lamb leads the NFL over the last couple of years in yards out of the slot.
Yeah.
So you're getting so much of him in the middle. You could use two guys on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
Really good players, It's a huge opportunity.
It is. And then when you have that flexibility, because at least a guy in Ted McMillan, I think 22% of his snaps were in the slot.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a guy that can also do both. So when you talk about interchangeable on any given play, you could have CD or McMillan in the slot finding success. Mm-hmm. But in terms of a guy like Matthew Golden and having the speed, if they like him, it would make even more sense to have a Keenan Allen type who just bigger body, not leaning on the speed, but the route running and the ability to just find the soft spot in the zone. Just a professional get open type guy.
He seems very Dak friendly.
Yeah, agreed.
Keenan Allen?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, but they talk about, though, like the people around the league seem to think that he might end up with the Raiders, believe it or not. He had a coach, Chris Batty, who was with him for 4 years. So, and he's now coaching with the Vegas Raiders. So there's some talk that he might end up there in Vegas.
A lot of baddies in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when it comes to some of the quarterback stuff, our friend Josina Anderson, she said I was just told these two quarterback names came up in recent preliminary trade inquiries or internal discussions. Kirk Cousins and Will Levis. Couple of teams maybe still thinking Will Levis could do something. Atlanta has been getting calls, and she said, I heard talk of a third-round pick being potentially actionable. A third-round pick for Kirk Cousins. This cannot be true. God help whatever organization thinks
there's some thought
moving on from a third-round pick for Kirk Cousins is the right move. That is insane.
Have you guys heard any talk or thoughts that Minnesota might wait out Atlanta and see if they just cut Kirk Cousins this summer?
Yeah, I think the problem is they're not going to cut Kirk Cousins because they've already guaranteed him an additional $10 million by having him still on the roster by March 14th. I mean, I guess maybe they're just like, hey, what's another $10 million to a guy we've already dumped and wasted $100 million in? But it feels like they're just going ahead and hanging on to him as their backup quarterback, and I really don't understand that. I think you should just cut ties, eat the sunken cost, and move on with Penix. But it feels like they're keeping him around. But that would be funny, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
A reunion. It's not Aaron Rodgers going to the Vikings. It's Kirk Cousins back.
People in the league believe that Atlanta is just going to let him go, and Minnesota's just going to wait him out.
Well, Atlanta would just be so foolish to not have done that before March 14th and at least save themselves $10 million. Arthur Blank, again, having to just probably be beside himself. What are we doing? Yeah. Why would we cut him now when we could have saved $10 million guaranteed?
He'll likely get traded. Yeah.
Well,
Minnesota will give up a day 3 pick.
Speaking of Kirk Cousins, Netflix is bringing back the quarterback show, and Kirk Cousins is back on it. This is now season 2 of the quarterback show, and it'll feature. So
he's been on both years?
Both years, yeah. I think they did like an in-between year though. They did a season.
Of who was it?
Because they did the wide receiver stuff or the pass catcher stuff.
There you go. Yeah,
but might be the most camera time he gets all season.
Yeah, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Kirk Cousins, which means because Kirk was going high flying into Atlanta, feeling like this was going to be awesome for him. His father-in-law is a lifelong Falcons fan. He thought this was going to be home sweet home for a long time. Maybe get that second career playoff win in a Falcon uniform. But that season went by the wayside pretty quick, so we'll actually get to relive Kirk Cousins' previous disaster class season, as well as Jared Goff and Joe Burrow. So, I mean, Burrow's a guy that you want to watch, I think, from a personality standpoint and obviously the level of play, worth every penny if you're going to spend some time watching him. There's no in or out on Aaron Rodgers from Minnesota, according to Diana Rossini, simply not making a decision at this time. But the Rodgers stuff is just already so annoying. We'll see what happens. But
I could drag it out more. He might be like, well, I'll just wait then.
He's like, cool, yeah, I got no issues, man. We'll just sit here and wait around.
I mean, there's something to be said for doing things on your own schedule, I guess. And if the league doesn't want to move on, then that's on them, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he has some of that to it. Where it's like, listen, if they just want to say none of them want me, then fine. They have the opportunity to do that. But clearly, they're all keeping, or at least the Giants and the Steelers for sure, keeping the door open.
I just wouldn't want this idea that people are held up by me or they're waiting on me. Like, I don't even want to be 10 minutes late for a meeting.
He doesn't care.
It's just so weird. I guess years of making $40 million and having organizations cater to you for the last 25 years of your life maybe just conditions people to not actually consider that. That's fascinating to me.
360 saying that I'm using X or Twitter as a resource. He's saying Twitter is a cesspool of human dung.
Well, I could see the resemblance.
I thought dung was just reserved for animals.
I think you're right
and then
about
we mentioned Shaq as well, maybe a couple of weeks ago when he was doing his boo-boo. That's more probably dung-like than normal human being.
You know, I'm not a dung expert myself, but I can see some cesspool qualities on Twitter. It just has so much damn good information still.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have to weed through the bad to get to some of the good, but it's all out there. Now, the Cam Ward stuff, all obviously signs point to him being the number 1 overall pick. Titans probably hold strong and select him right there. But even if a team trades up, they're coming for Cam Ward. And when you look at the advanced metrics of Cam Ward last year at Miami compared to Pat Mahomes, his final year at Texas Tech, it is crazy, almost copy and paste like in terms of the success rates and the expected points added per play, explosive play rate, early down efficiency, late down efficiency, pass efficiency, rushing efficiency, sack rate being equally as low, EPA lost on turnovers being equally as low. It's like their spider graphics are copy and paste to each other. So that is something that I think is super interesting. And then how about this for a comp? Our buddy Nate Tice, who is the maker of the analysis last year about Jaden Daniels, likening him to Johnny Knoxville of Jackass just by how Jaden Daniels was putting himself in harm's way so often and getting hit cartoonishly. Well, this is his comp for Cam Ward. Nate Tice, quarterback expert, take it away.
It's a skateboarder. Oh. It's Rodney Mullen.
Amazing.
Stop it.
Oh, wait,
How
stop
about
it. I'm
one?
sorry. I forgot to mention. This is also Overlappers. Now, this is not the Overlappers. This is a new contestant to being the lead podcast Overlappers in the business. These guys are competing with the Kelsey brothers for the overlap stuff. My apologies, Lucius.
It's a skateboarder.
Oh.
It's Rodney Mullen.
Amazing.
Stop it. How about that one? Because he's very technically sound, but because he's so technically sound, he can do all the creative flair and do all the crazy things. If anyone doesn't know, Rodney Mullen invented the kickflip. He is the street skating version of Tony Hawk is to vert skating. That would be my comparison for Cam Ward, just because of his creativity, but he has more technicality and more technical ability than you would think because of all the creativity that he plays with.
Where my X Games bros at?
This dude's my age.
Nate Tice?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Rodney Mullen.
Yeah.
Rodney
He's
Mullen,
one of the godfathers.
Yeah, he's like Gainesville, Florida, born in '66. So yeah, I'm 3 years older than this dude.
I'll be honest, I didn't even realize he was quite that old.
Yeah.
But he is an absolute legend of the highest order when it comes to skateboarding.
I was kind of thinking he was a young man, but he's like an old dude skateboarder.
Yes.
Dude invented the kickflip? Is that what I just heard?
Invented the kickflip.
That's special.
So he was equally technical as he was creative, and that's how Nate Tice describes Cam Ward. He can really do quite a bit of everything in and out of the pocket, different platforms, big plays, quick plays, whatever it is. He's got it, dude. He's got the goods.
Flat ground ollie, Dawson.
Flat ground ollie's insane.
The heel flip, the 360 flip.
Dude, I'm telling you, these guys on the skateboards, I don't know if they get enough props for being the wizards that they are.
They don't.
Yeah.
They don't.
No.
X Games, flip on X Games sometimes.
Yeah.
And just watch these dudes soar through the air. And maybe it's the vert stuff. Maybe it's the other stuff where they're just grinding rails and flipping around. And it's like, how in the world do you even practice some of this stuff, man?
I mean, they're spinning the skateboard between their feet perfectly while they're flying through the air at 30 miles an hour and like catching it and putting it back under their feet and then landing on a different ramp. What?
It's baffling, dude.
Yeah. I think they're different. They're Spider-Man people.
I've never heard of a football player being compared to a skateboarder.
No.
All right, how about
But I definitely want Cam Ward more now. You know?
Yeah, and
Maybe
I'll tell you
Cowboys-
what. I said a lot of this just to say simply, please, God, don't let him be a Giant. For whatever reason, make him a Titan. Make him a Brown. Don't let Cam Ward be a Giant.
We got a mock draft on the draft show tomorrow.
Be a giant pain in our rear ends.
I have the first overall pick for the Titans. You think I should go back to Wolchuk at 3 and try and trade? See if I can get something from Wolchuk. See what'll come up.
No, we're on a mission to not give Cam Ward to the Giants.
I'm gonna see if Wolchuk, if you're listening, make me an offer for the first overall pick.
Oh, Wolchuk's listening. He's like, wow, almost got sacked on that one.
Yeah.
So Molchuk's dialed right now.
Only a fool would trade out of Cam Ward, Brian.
That's what I'm saying. I might be a fool. That's what I want to do. I'm going to give him to the Giants, see how that plays out.
Yeah, see how that goes for the next 15 years. Man, you could have
the fourth best quarterback in the league.
Daniels and Ward in your division, along with Jalen Hurts and the best roster we've seen in the salary cap era. Sounds amazing. Time for the C-Note. What's the current state of negotiations with Micah and the Cowboys? We'll discuss that, reset you what's going on there. Ari Temkin's going to join you coming up at 4 o'clock to talk tournament. Krusty's Corner's right around the corner, and we're back in the nation.
What's the current state of your roof? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It is storm season, and whether it's storm season or not, you never want to roll the dice on what is your home's protection. Greystone Roofing and Construction are here to help. The roofing business is like the Wild Wild West here in the DFW. It's unpredictable.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak it down.
that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
him taking on blockers, him playing with extension, him chasing the ball. It wasn't just like, okay, all I'm going to do is come out here and rush the passer. There were times where teams tried to run the ball on the Commanders, and you really can't always run the ball inside on them. So you play on the edges with them a little bit. And I was pleasantly, and I'm like, I liked what he was doing. I was thinking like, okay, this guy is always going to get washed, pushed aside, give up the edge, not set the edge. But that wasn't the case. His pass rush stuff was I thought really good.
Maybe that's why he was so disappointed on social that he's kind of getting overlooked again.
I think so too. I think that people don't feel enough about him or don't feel good enough about him playing the run still. But the eye test showed me some snaps of that's different in his game now.
Well, I mean, Walder even says, like, I would much rather bring Fowler back to Dallas for $6 million rather than, for example, Leonard Floyd for $10 million, which is what Atlanta paid for him for 1 year.
Yeah.
So, and he's a similar kind of bounce around kind of player that gets after the quarterback pretty well. Just of note, he did give the Panthers an A- for the Rico signing, 1 year, $3 million.
Wow, that was a score.
That's a hell of a score.
The Panthers got you like that. I feel like you're butt naked at running back right now if you don't get a playmaker in the draft.
They didn't help themselves at all. We'll see what happens with Williams with the run and the catch. I know I was on the show this morning on Cowboys Break with Nick Harris, and he was flying through Charlotte, and he happened to be on the same plane with Dowdle, and Dowdle was elated to be back in Carolina, and he was elated. He's from Asheville, North Carolina, and he was super happy to be back. So
good for Rico,
good for him on that. And I think Dallas probably fumbled the ball on that. They have not. The only thing that they've gotten better running the football with is coaches.
Yeah, when it comes to running the football, no question.
Coaches. That's what's so far the promise of this coaching staff is what is gives you encouragement about them running the ball. The guys in the room do not give me encouragement.
I think I have we have some good stuff in the finest today at 5:00.
Very nice.
In regards to the Cowboys, the running back, and kind of what their thinking was. The other one he graded was the Cowboys trade for Kenneth Murray, the linebacker from the Titans, formerly of OU, obviously a former first-round pick, bit of a bust. Cowboys jump all over it. He gave the Cowboys a C-. He gave the Titans a B+. And really what he says is that his numbers are not ideal. Fifth worst among off-ball linebackers last year when it comes to his run-stop win rate, career low for him, and he's always been below average in that category. He, as a blitzer, can do some things that are nice, so that's like the one plus side. But he said as a nearest defender in coverage, his metrics are average, but the run-stopping numbers are a red flag. And you're paying $7.5 million cash for him this year.
That seems like an overpay. I cannot find a great explanation. I just hope the defensive line is so good that it makes his job easier.
I just feel like that this guy, sure, the coverage aspect is not great. This guy's a physical downhill player, though. That's kind of where I think that the Cowboys are looking at it right now, and they're saying, hey, we need a potentially an inside linebacker, a Mike linebacker that has a little bit of some stoutness to him. And again, that's the eyeball test about this guy. When it comes to playing the run and playing downhill and playing with some physicality, I think that's what Dallas is banking on right now. Sure, it probably is a little bit of an overpay with the salary wise. They were trying to get Dre Greenlaw and stuff, and Greenlaw went somewhere else. But they think that they got a guy that could play downhill and play with some stoutness there. That's their hope.
All righty, Blogging the Boys asking, is it fair to give the Cowboys front office some credit this offseason? I think right now it's too early, but they've definitely done enough to make it intriguing. We haven't seen them play yet.
I will give them credit for this. I've asked them to be 24/7 when it comes to being a personnel department. I've asked them to trade. I've asked them to sign, and I've asked them to draft, much like what the Philadelphia Eagles have done. I think there's some replacements that have been probably some washes. Maybe when you look at the Bears, the linebacker they got from the Bears, that might be something worthwhile in the big picture of things. But I'm going to give them credit for actually trying to be a player personnel department that uses all three of the elements to their advantage to being able to do that. If they just sit there and do absolutely nothing, then they don't deserve any credit. But they tried to be a personnel department this year and use all three of their elements to better their team. We'll see if they've in fact done that. But I'll give them credit for at least trying to do it.
No, I agree. It's the best March they've had in a while.
Yeah.
Now, you got to have a great draft for it to be a good offseason.
I've kicked them in the junk a bunch about not being that way, but they tried. They tried to do it. Let's see. Let's see how it works.
Yeah, let's see is right. Okay, top story of the day started this morning. It kind of fizzled on us, though. Mike Leslie got the party started saying Jerry Jones called Micah Parsons into the Star yesterday to discuss a potential deal in further detail.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look at this, Mike Leslie with a news bomb.
Yeah.
But then Clarence Hill and Jane Slater came in. They threw water on it. They said negotiations haven't even begun in a meaningful way yet. I suppose it's possible, Brian, just stay with me for a second, that maybe Micah and Jerry did talk, but they're so far apart, neither one would confirm that there's meaningful conversations, but it is meaningful. Hopefully they at least touched base.
I think the player would tell you that they're not having anything of substance right now.
Yeah.
The player would tell you that, and I think that David Mulugeta is kind of hopeful that they can hold out long enough to where the Cowboys give them exactly what they want.
I think they better be ready to be approached with the franchise tag next year. I just think that's consistent with how the Cowboys would do this, unless you're willing to take close to what they're offering right now.
There was people that were saying, and this was the whispers that I was talking about earlier, that they'd made a lot of progress during the combine.
Yeah.
And and then but once you started to really dive in on it, whether it's talking to the agent or talking to the player himself, it sounds like to me that they're talking, but it's not anywhere like it's going to get done in the next 2 days.
Well, because where they were at the combine, the market shifted.
Yeah.
Because Myles Garrett gets the big boy. I think Max Crosby's was probably post combine as well.
Yeah.
So you had two new market resetting deals at the position. So now if you're Mulugeta, conversation and tone has changed.
We have one positive takeaway for all 32 NFL teams following NFL free agency. This is a Pro Football Focus. They say for the Cowboys, look for a formidable pass rush. Retaining Osa and his 78.5 pass rush grade from last year was the Cowboys' top priority. And with him and Micah back in the fold, Dallas figures to be a dangerous pass rush once again. From week 10 to 18, just this last year, Cowboys ranked third in the NFL in pass rush grade behind Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. That was obviously without Tank. No Sam Williams, Marshawn Nealand as a rookie. You now put Fowler back out there. You add Solomon Thomas as a 3 technique. This defensive line could be nasty.
Well, and you also had Micah missing, 4 games as well. So that factors into things for sure. I think when it comes to specifically the pass rush, I think you've made some steps in the right direction. But Eberflus is not going to dial up blitzes the same way that Zimmer did. So that's something to consider. You can never have enough of those guys. My still biggest concern outside of the secondary, of course, is your ability to stop the run.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's improved at all.
No.
And until you get somebody who's better than Mozzie at the one tech, I don't see it considerably improving.
No, Mozzie needs a big offseason, but that's the second year in a row we've been talking about that. How's the Bears linebacker at diagnosing and tackling against the run, Brian?
Yeah, I think he's actually pretty
impressive.
Good, pretty impressive, yeah. And, he wasn't really playing as a true Mike linebacker, playing more as like an outside linebacker, will linebacker. A couple of different times where I felt like that he saw exactly what he needed to do scheme-wise, kind of undercut a couple of blocks and was able to come out on the other side and make a tackle. I think the thing about him is going to have to learn is the pass coverage stuff, because you can kind of see he's got his head on a swivel a little bit, looking for those crossers and stuff, trying to figure out where he needs to be. I think the run defense is much better than the pass defense right now.
Okay, well, I do think it's time for the corner. You're featuring Krusty. Where are you taking us today,
Yeah,
buddy?
I'm going to go through a couple of mock drafts here that I've seen. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, the madness is starting.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. You have a tornado watch in the southeastern U.S. This afternoon, Kentucky. Areas like that, Brian. Didn't know if you knew about that. We don't have. We're clear of a tornado watch here in the great state right now, as far as I know. But yeah, you're looking at Kentucky.
It's been windy out there. Last night I was doing some film work, and man,
Very
you
windy.
could hear it blowing around pretty good.
It's been no joke. The straight line of winds here in North Texas last couple of days, no doubt about it. Last couple of weeks, really. It's time for Krusty's Corner, though, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that, and thank you very much to Reliant. Driving in, I saw a Reliant truck out there doing some work.
I did yesterday coming in, 114 near the airport, coming towards Dallas. I saw the Reliant. I was trying to honk them down.
We're kind of getting into that mode. We need to get all that stuff checked, so give my friends at Reliant a call there if you could. I was looking at Daniel Jeremiah. I always loved Daniel Jeremiah's mock drafts because him being a former NFL scout and having connections and the great work that he does on the NFL Network.
Yeah.
I'm always interested because I think he does his own work, but I think he talks to people. So I'm always fascinated by where he has players going in these mock drafts. But I want to run something by you real quick, if I could, because I'll get to this pick and I'm going to ask you a question if you're willing to do this. Okay. His first overall pick is Cam Ward. By the way, DallasCowboys.com. We have the draft show tomorrow. We're doing a mock draft, like on air, like
a live mock.
A live mock, yeah. So we've all we've got
everybody's got their teams.
Everybody's got their teams divided up,
and you guys negotiate trades and whatnot.
Trade knots. I have the first overall pick, so you're thinking I need to take Cam Ward, right?
I think you just need to take that guy. Take that guy.
You don't want me to trade back to 3 and think about something different here? Maybe,
if you already had your quarterback, I'd say go for
or something like that.
I would say you have to do that if you already got your quarterback, but you don't. Will Levis is not that guy. Go take Cam Ward. He's clearly the guy in this class. Everybody else is.
You're not going to take Jackson Dart or something like that at 3? I could trade back, get some more picks.
That would disgust me.
It would cost you the credibility you've built over a 30-year carear, Brian.
So I'm going to pick Cam Ward.
All it takes is one slip up. Yeah, just put in the call now. Let them know. Hey, Titans are off the clock.
I know that Wooly Bully is listening right now, and if he wants to, he's holding the 3rd pick with the Giants. So if he wants to maybe come up,
I think it would make you probably the Nico of the mock draft world if he pulled that off.
You think so? You think I would get?
I bet you'd get a better haul though than Nico got.
Probably. So. All right. Speaking of that, okay, on the standard Jeremiah mock draft, Cam Ward does go number 1 to the Titans. Abdul Carter goes to the Browns at number 2. Shedeur Sanders goes to the Giants at 3. Here's where I want to ask you guys a question. Travis Hunter's sitting there at 4 for the New England Patriots. That's who he's got picked here. Could I interest you guys in going to the 4th pick and potentially picking him? And it would cost us our 2nd round pick and likely a 3 and 26.
That's it?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's kind of surprising.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to tell me I had to give up next year's 1.
Yeah, me too.
The math on that was you've got to find a way to make up about 600 points.
Yeah.
So your 2 is worth 460. And then I'm not interested in kicking my 3 because I want to pick in the 3rd round.
You don't have a 4.
And I don't have a 4. So I'm interested in maybe going up and getting the guy that might be the best player in this draft.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why
they could play corner or wide receiver. We just got to make a determination.
Ooh, both.
Playing both for me.
If we could pick up the phone and call Elliot Wolf right now and say, "Hey, Elliot, listen, your old buddy Brian, he used to babysit you, give you juice boxes. Now I have Coors Lights with him and stuff like that. But
still out of a bottle, though.
Still out of a bottle, right?
With the nipple on it.
But would you guys be interested? Pick 44 is worth 460, and we're gonna try and kick next year's 3 to go there.
I'm only trying to trade up in a blue moon situation. I need a quarterback or there's something otherworldly that is not of commonplace when it comes to the draft, and that is this situation. Especially when you're telling me it's this year's 2 and next year's 3. I'm locking that in, and I'm feeling fantastic about it. I just got my wide receiver 2 and my corner number 2 opposite Deron Bland to start this season.
Yeah, that's what makes it otherworldly. I mean, we're a lot of players away, but I feel like Travis Hunter is 2 of them if we're on the same page with the coaching staff and the owner, and we're going to play this guy a lot. If that's the case, then I'm willing to do that for the 2 and the 3.
I'm kind of thinking I would do the same thing.
Can't give up the 1 because we might be really bad.
No.
Year.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to give up the 1. I'm going to try and see if I can get Elliott to come down to 12, and maybe everybody's telling me these players are all the same. Now maybe you don't have to trade. I just think this guy is such a difference maker that in a draft there might be a lot of unknown.
Yeah, even more reason to move up for him.
So we're good with this.
Yeah,
100%.
What do people say on the text? Everybody.
Absolutely yes. Hell yeah, Brian. Bleep yeah, Brian. I love this, Brian. Good S, Brian.
Okay. So people are willing to go if we have to go.
302 says Jerry would let him play both wide receiver and corner. 92, I wouldn't mind doing that, but the front office would have to do more than what they have in free agency with giving up another pick for this year.
See, I think you don't you kind of take care of two things with one player?
I'm looking at this as a two birds, one stone, Broadus.
Even though
elite.
To me, that's where I'm to the point where if I'm going to do something bold here, and maybe we're not, we're the third best team in the division right now. Let's be honest, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
We're the third best team.
Yeah.
But does this get us started going the right direction? Kind of helping our quarterback.
It checks off. Checks off all the boxes.
All right. We'll throw that in there. That's a thought. I'm glad you guys want to do that. I thought I was going to get the hell no from you guys. Like, no, can't do that.
Listen, for a 2 and a 3, dude.
Yeah. Just got to make up 600 points somehow, man.
2 and a 3, and I'm in, bro.
On the trade chart. All right.
Your corners could be absolutely bananas next year when Diggs gets healthy. I
lead the league in ball skills.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Jacksonville takes Jalen Walker, the edge linebacker from Georgia at 5.
Is there enough room for 2 Walkers on that defense?
Yeah. Travion Walker.
That's right.
Yeah. All right. The Raiders, Ashton Genty goes off the board to the Raiders. It seems like that Ashton Genty just talking to people, he's going to be gone.
Yeah. Raiders, Jets, Bears. It's one of those 3.
Yeah. When the Cowboys look at this, if you're thinking about Ashton Genty, we're not trading up for Ashton Genty, right? We're trading up for Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
That's our guy, right?
Yes.
Everything else we're thinking about either standing there and make a pick
or trade down
or go back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fingers crossed that the Ohio State guy who's great in pass protection is there at 44.
Henderson?
Yeah.
Okay. I like what you're doing there. That I think that's going to the guy that seems to be there more is my guy from Iowa. Everybody seems to like
Caleb Johnson.
Everybody seems to like Henderson and
Hampton
better than that. So fingers crossed. Mimbu, the tackle from from Missouri, goes to the Jets. Me and Mickey had an interesting conversation about him today. Mickey actually agreed with me on something, so I was pretty happy about that. The Carolina Panthers at 8 take Mason Graham. Man, he's kind of was in that Jacksonville spot at 5. Now he's kind of slipping down a little more. You
might fall to 12 one of these days.
Kind of hoping that Mason Graham, the best defensive tackle in the draft, Dawson, this guy could play 3, play a little 1.
Yeah. There's not many of the defensive linemen, but he's one of them that would be like, holy cow. Now we're talking about a historic type of wrecking crew.
Is he more 3 or more 1, Broadus?
He's more 3.
That's the disappointing part.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, though. Okay, now we got to think about, the Saints, they just picked this Jihad Campbell, okay? And there's talk, and I'm trying to ask some people about this, but I'm asking my trainer for supposedly he had a labrum tear that he had repaired after the combine.
I saw that report today as well.
Okay, I'm asking this, but there's he's also dealing with an arthritic knee.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
You can't have geriatric knees in the top 10.
There's and my guys are telling me there's some future surgeries potentially there for that.
Well,
so we got the labrum.
Sounds like a future second round pick.
We got but Daniel has him going to the Saints at 9. There's not many top linebackers, and he's one of them. But Alabama guys are traditionally pretty banged up dudes. It's crazy.
That's a no for me, dog.
Okay, Will Campbell from LSU, the tackle, goes to the Bears at 10. Barron from the University of Texas goes to the 49ers at 11.
They got a steal.
Yeah.
They got a player.
Yeah. Well, like I say, I really like him a lot. And if he was there at 12, I'd love for Dallas to take him. I don't. This would be, if he went to San Francisco at 11, I would be, I'd be okay. Because I know Dallas is not going to pick him at 12.
Yeah, but that sucks. I hate the idea of one of my favorite players being on the Niners.
All right, here we go. Cowboys are on the clock now at 12. They take Matthew Golden, the wide receiver from Texas.
Speedster.
Okay. Daniel Jeremiah says this. He says, I wouldn't rule out Mario Hampton landing here too.
Yeah, that's what Mel Kiper has done now in his last 2 months.
Yeah. In this case, it would give CeeDee Lamb a partner. He's talking about Golden, who can take the top off defenses as more than just speed threat. Okay, so we're okay with that one then, right? If we know we're going to pick Matthew Golden, potentially, are you good with, now, we also, McMillan's on the board here at this point.
Right.
So, if they, are we okay going, still okay going to get, right? We're still okay going up to New England spot?
Oh, taking Hunter instead of, and then basically missing the opportunity at Golden at 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather still do the Hunter deal. Because again, I'm looking at him as a two-way guy.
Travis Hunter, man. Elite players.
Okay. So we're okay with that then.
Yeah.
All right. I like that. Let me just kind of get down the further board. Will Johnson, who's a lot of people think Dallas is going to take, the corner from Michigan. I like Barron. I like Barron better as a player. We'll see.
A lot of people do.
We'll see. Will Johnson goes to Atlanta at 15. Another guy that the Cowboys have kind of been on, we're going to go down the board here. Amario Hampton in this draft goes to the Broncos at 20. You got to watch the Broncos potentially trading up. McMillan goes to the Chargers at 22 on Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft. He continues to slide. I think he had him at Tampa before at 19, so he's continually having McMillan slide in these last two mock drafts.
That'd be great for the Chargers and Herbert.
Yeah, absolutely. And let me finish up the final one. Mikael Williams, the edge from Georgia. Detroit Lions picking him at 28 is where he ends up. And then one of the final picks in this draft, my favorite tackle, Josh Simmons, the big tackle from Ohio State, goes to Kansas City at 31. Man, wow. I can't believe that he fell that far.
That would be such a win for them.
That would be a huge win.
The Texans have to take him.
Yeah.
If you're the Texans, you got to take that guy.
You have to. You have to. But he ends up, I think the best tackle in the draft ends up with Kansas City at 31. So we've kind of talked about we'll go forward if, in fact, we'd go to 4 if we're interested. If not, we're going to stand there, and I think you're going to get a nice wide receiver in Golden if that's the case.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the nation. College basketball expert Ari Timken with TuneIn joins us next to talk tournament here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I do have to chat with you about the number one guys here in town when it comes to foundation.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We have Jacob deGrom in action out there in Peoria, where the Rangers are taking on the Mariners. He has he's pitched 3 innings so far, 3 hits, struck out 2 guys, did give up 1 earned run. Was that a dong, Chief?
Yeah, solo dong.
So the solo dong, but he's still pitching here in the 4th inning. And the pitch count for our hero, we'll have those results in a chat with Jared Sandler when this game goes final here, maybe in an hour and a half or so, because joining us now is a voice that longtime fan listeners are familiar with. Ari Temkin joining us now with TuneIn, Big 12 expert, among other things. And he joins us now to talk tournament. Good afternoon, Ari. How the heck are you, buddy?
What's up, General? Guys, how are you?
We're doing great. You know, I'm making a bracket here. Should I go with all number 1 seeds in the Final Four? What would you think of that strategy this go-around?
You know, normally I would say, no, that's not the right strategy because it's literally only happened once. And I think we're in a stretch now of a decade plus of at least a 4 seed or less or higher getting into the Final Four. But I would say this year it does seem like that could be the right play, you know, because I look at this bracket, I see upsets. I like UC San Diego in the first round. Like, there's some other upsets that I like, but like I've got Houston playing Alabama in the Elite Eight. That's 1 versus 2. You know, I've got Duke going to the Elite Eight. So yeah, I think like of all of the years that this could happen, it could happen. And you know, I mean, if you like history here, the last time it did happen, and the only time it's happened was 2008, and it was in San Antonio when my Jayhawks won the national title. So let's hope that happens again, though they're not a number 1 seed this year, so that'd be difficult. But yeah, the last time all 4 ones were in it, it was 2008 in San Antonio. Here we are in 25 in San Antonio again. So it could happen. And again, I think like the 4 best teams in college basketball all season long have been those 4 teams. The question now remains, like with an Auburn or with some of these other teams that have been so good all year, is have they already hit their ceiling?
Who seems most vulnerable, speaking of that, the 1 seeds that might be primed for a letdown here?
I mean, I love Houston. I mean, I think Houston is the best team in college basketball. I mean, it's a dynamic defense, and they have been under Calvin Sampson. They've got 4 guys shooting at least 40% from 3. Like, there's so many ways that they can beat you. But they've got Gonzaga in the second round, and Ken Palm, the almighty Ken Palm, has Gonzaga as a top 10 team in his rankings, overall efficiency rankings, which is insanity to think they're an 8 seed. So, like, that to me is the game that whoever wins that game, I do think it'd be Houston, but Gonzaga wins, I think they're a Final Four team. So, and Gonzaga's working on a decade plus straight of being in the Sweet 16. But also Auburn, like I feel like Auburn is a team, as I mentioned earlier, like have they already hit their ceiling? And like they've got some really, really tough matchups too across the Sweet 16 and Elite 8 potentially, and even in the round of 32. So like to me, their bracket is the toughest. So like Houston's second round matchup to me is a toughie because I think whoever wins that game is going to be a Final Four team out of that region. But Auburn, again, the question is, have they already played their best basketball? And then 2, like their bracket is tough. Their region is tough. I see a lot of potential slip-ups for them.
Ari, who else do you like in the Big 12 to maybe make a run here? Iowa State getting some love, Texas Tech and the Red Raiders getting some love. Who do you like out of those 2?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because so we're talking about teams that have some injuries here, and you know how well can you overcome some of these injuries? So like Iowa State, you mentioned. Iowa State's going to be without Keyshawn Gilbert, who's arguably their best playmaker. And, going back to the same topic we talked about earlier, which is, like, have you already played your best basketball? I think that's the most important identifier of tournament, of bracket success. Like, you can find teams that have topped out, and the expectation that they would get back to that is really tough. So you have to look at teams that like have the potential to still be really good, but haven't really hit their ceiling yet. And Iowa State, to me, is a team that's probably hit their ceiling. And they lost Taman Lipsey during the Big 12 tournament. Now, he's played through a lot, but without Keyshawn Gilbert, and he's going to miss the tournament, like that's too big of a loss for me to count on them to be a Final Four team. Texas Tech is my answer to your question. Now, they are also dealing with some issues or injuries. Chance McMillan, who's been one of their best perimeter players, he missed the Big 12 tournament. So too did Darion Williams, who's also been a really huge piece. I mean, this is a guy that scored 20, 30-point games for Tech this year. But still, despite that, those guys are going to be available for the tournament. And I love Tech. Like, this is another team that shoots lights out from three. They've got 3-4 guys that can shoot threes, especially if McMillan and Williams are healthy and available. And then they have the Big 12 Player of the Year and JT Toppin on the inside, who's an absolute monster. So, like, when you look for ingredients of, like, who's a good three-point shooting team but isn't so reliant on three-point shooting, that would be Texas Tech and Houston to me. BYU is another one, but the problem with them is they're very reliant on three-point shooting. But I love, like, their coach, Kevin Young, is awesome. He was next in line to become an NBA coach. He actually turned down the Nets job a couple of years ago, and he's part of the LDS Church, which is the reason he took the job at BYU. And, like, you watch them, they run sets like an NBA team. But again, not a great defensive team. They're a high-volume three-point shooting team, so that's a tough bet when you're talking about a one-game sample where, like, against Houston in the Big 12 championship game, like, they went cold. And when that happens, it's tough to think that they can win, 6 games to get to, or, a few games to get to a Final Four.
Hey, Ari, I got to ask you this question. I need an identity of the team from Yale. Give me Yale's.
Well, you know what that identity is.
Give me the identity of Yale and how they're gonna fare in this tournament.
I mean, you know what the Yale identity is, right? Like, and what's
gritty, tough. What else we got?
Right.
What are the other ones?
So funny.
Smart.
It's so funny you brought this up too, because like one of my favorite parts of the selection show every year.
Yeah, it's gritty, tough.
Whoever wins the Ivy League, they always get love from the selection show, or like. The pundits that are like, oh, really good team, really deep, gritty, 4-year players. Doesn't matter, Princeton, Harvard, Yale, whatever. They're all the same, and they're all going to go far in the tournament.
No, but this seriously, in this Yale team, I mean, I'm kind of being a little serious. This team is like, they're pretty good and then we've seen Ivy teams before. I mean, we've seen like Princeton back in the day and against UCLA and other people like that. But is there a team? Okay, is there a sleeper kind of team that's going to make some noise like a Yale or somebody in that kind of ilk?
Well, so Yale is interesting because from the standpoint of draw, like they got A&M, and A&M has had some really high highs and some really low lows this year. So like they lost early in the season to a UCF team that just completely fell off the map in the Big 12 this year. When UCF beat Texas A&M, it was like, oh, wow, that could be a legitimate team. Yeah. They blew the 20-some point lead to Texas this year and lost a game. So, like, I could totally see that with Yale just based on, like, anytime you see teams that are like that in the course of a season, like you want to avoid that. The one team, though, that, everybody seems to love, and a team that I'm certainly picking would be UC San Diego.
Yeah.
That's a 12-5 upset that a lot of people have in that same region, Broadus.
Yeah.
And, I mean, look, they kind of, like, that's a team that plays together. Like, they're sort of like the antithesis of what you'd expect out of a 2025 mid-major, right? Because in modern college athletics, everybody just assumes that, like, all of the big bad boy programs are they're taking all the best players from the lesser programs. And then here's a UC San Diego team that's got a good group that's been together. They do have some transfers that transferred up from the D2 level. They shoot lights out. They defend well. So I do like UC San Diego to potentially make a run. High Point is another team that kind of falls in that same category. They're playing Purdue in the first round. I think they win that game. And then they get Clemson and McNeese. McNeese State's coach, Will Wade, has he basically just said that he's leaving.
He is. North Carolina State? Where's he going? Back to LSU, I hope.
he did the classic, like, hey, are you interested in the NC State job? And he said yes.
Yeah.
Normally that's, no, I'm focused on that. He was like, no, totally. Yeah, I'm in on that.
Yeah, absolutely is it.
West Virginia's had a bad week.
Yeah, they have. They've had a bad few years. I mean, so Ren Baker is their athletic director, and he that should be a name familiar with a lot, your listeners, because he went to West Virginia from North Texas. And, I mean, he took over – we went through the timeline here. He took over in 2023, and at that point, a women's basketball coach had just been hired. She stays for 1 year and then leaves to take the job at Minnesota, so he's got to hire a new women's basketball coach. Right around the same time, Bob Huggins.
Huggy was doing stuff.
He went on the radio and made some disparaging comments about Catholics, talking about Xavier at Cincinnati. That put him in hot water, and then he went and got drunk and thought he was in Pittsburgh when he was in Cincinnati, and so he was arrested and then fired. They elevate Josh Eilert, who to the interim coach last season. They win 9 basketball games, and then they hire Darren DeVries from Drake, who brought his son over, and they had a spectacular season this year. Tucker DeVries was basically their best player. He missed basically the entire conference slate. They started off Big 12 play without Tucker getting a win at Allen Fieldhouse, which is something that doesn't happen very often. And I mean, we're basically, as been discussed ad nauseum this week, we're probably should have been a tournament team without Tucker DeVries. And now here's year 4 where they're looking for another new basketball coach. So 4 new basketball coaches in 4 years. This also on the heels of Randy Mazey, their baseball coach, retiring after last season, so he had to hire a new basketball coach. So he hired a new football coach.
Rich Rod, right?
Rich Rod. He brought Rich Rod back after giving Neil Brown an extension after his first year. So Ren Baker, our guy Ren Baker, has had to hire a women's basketball coach, 2 men's basketball coaches, a football coach, and a baseball coach in 3 years.
That's great. Is the SEC now officially a basketball? I mean, are they number 1 now in basketball? Have they taken that torch?
Well, what do you think, Broadus? Is that the SEC? Is that the
identity of the SEC is we just care more. We want it more. What's our motto? What do we love it more? What do you say in the SEC?
It just means more.
It means more. Yeah, it means more. Yeah.
I mean, when you have all the money and now you can reinvest it, the biggest mistake that the Big 12 made was they got a new deal with ESPN that put many of their basketball games on ESPN Plus. And what that allowed for was many more windows for the ESPN to feature SEC basketball. And that's what we've seen. The basketball, Big 12 basketball used to be plastered all over the main channels on ESPN on Saturdays and through the week. And now you don't find them. Now you find SEC basketball. So I think, and that's been going on for multiple years now. So this has kind of started to build over the course of multiple years. And then, of course, I mean, you add the fact that, the TV revenue that the SEC and the Big Ten are getting relative to the Big 12 and the ACC is twice as much every year, and that compounds. So you now have more money to invest back in your football program. You've got more money to invest in basketball. They have more money than they know what to do with, and so of course they're going to invest in basketball. So yeah, I think in some ways it has. Now, with that being said, last year the Big 12 from a record standpoint was the second best non-conference winning percentage of all time, next to the 1997 ACC season, and 2025 SEC has bested 2024 Big 12. You go back and look, and 2024 Big 12 did not have great output in the tournament. What's the reason for that? Is it related to it? I don't know. I don't think so. But I think we look at these conferences and look at their non-conference schedule, and then we think that means so much. And the reality is, it doesn't mean much. They stopped playing these non-conference games in December. These are completely different teams. So, that's not to say the SEC isn't great. It is. It's got a lot of great teams and great players and great coaches, but it doesn't mean you should pick, all SEC teams to go far because they played a better conference. That stuff doesn't really matter as much. Here's another one. I like New Mexico, but crazy stat for you. Mountain West teams in the tournament are 2-32 straight up when they're 10 seeds or lower. Every Mountain West team, there's 5 of them in the tournament this year, they're all double-digit seeds. So they're 2-32, including last night's loss where they were blasted by North Carolina. So they're 2-32 straight up. Does that mean, again, you should constantly pick against double-digit Mountain West teams? Probably, but I do like New Mexico this year.
Ari Timken, absolutely dropping knowledge here on you on the Fan. Before we go, who do you like tonight, Longhorns and Xavier?
I do like Texas here. I just think overall they've got the better talent, and we saw last night how much that can mean. So I like Texas here. I also think like the fact that North Carolina was told for a week that they shouldn't be here, played into it, and I think Texas is feeling the same thing.
Love it, Ari. Enjoy the tournament. We'll catch up with you soon.
Take care, guys. Be well.
You too. Ari Temkin here with you in the G-Bag Nation. Frank Caliendo's coming up at 4:40, brought us.
Yeah, and just get ready. The SEC baseball, when we get to the College World Series.
Yep.
All those SEC teams will be in the College World Series too, probably.
Taking jello shots at Rocco's.
That's just that conference has kind of figured out athletics, men and women's.
Yeah, no doubt. What do we got next, Chief?
Well, we have the Willy Billy list, but let's keep the madness vibes alive with a bracket-style list of the funniest town names in America. Who will be crowned champion next in the nation?
What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Frank Caliendo is going to join us coming up in 20 minutes here on The Fan, talk about an upcoming event he has here in Dallas. Always fun. Frank Caliendo, been a great friend of the station for years now. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's the Chief with the Wooly Bullies Top 10.
Which town in America has the funniest name? 877-881-1053. We keep the March Madness vibes alive. We're going with a bracket style, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to buzz through. We have 16 seeds. We have the two first out as well that we will mention here. But figured it was a good time. 'Tis the season for the brackets. Barstool has a bracket-only podcast, and I saw they cranked this out a couple of weeks ago. I was like, this will be fun to enjoy. I was not aware of a lot of these particular towns in America and the ridiculous names that they have been given. Friendly reminder, Friday, 2 to 7, Euless, cold beers and cheeseburgers. The G-Bag Nation planting the flag for day 2 of the madness. It's going to be an awesome time. 60-plus televisions. The TV per capita leads the league, and the vibes are at an all-time high, especially when you have something at stake like March Madness. So Friday's going to be a great time. We look forward to seeing you out there. Okay, let's go ahead and dive right into this thing. This is our list today, bracket style. Please text in your favorite crazy, funny name of a USA town. And if you are familiar with these, then great. I was not familiar with a lot of these. We'll start with your 1 seed. Everybody's going to vote here, by the way.
Okay.
We start with the 1 seed, PP, Ohio.
How do we spell this?
P-E-E space P-E-E. You're in Ohio.
Okay.
Versus a 16 seed, Mianus, Connecticut.
No. Wow.
PP versus Mianus.
Now, what are we picking for the best name?
Yeah, the funniest, I guess.
I know what mine is right now, bro.
Okay, go ahead. Lock it in. Lock in your nominee.
What seed was Mianus?
16. That was, by the way, your first 2 out, your honorable mentions, courtesy of Joe Hoyt, All City Dallas, great friend of ours. He nominated Boring, Oregon.
Oh, yeah. Familiar.
And another...
Is it pronounced boring?
Yeah.
Borgen. And then there's a town in North Carolina called Tickbite. Those are your first 2 out. But we have a couple of North Carolina towns that make an appearance here. So 1 seed versus 16. PP, Ohio versus Mianus, Connecticut. Lucius, who you taking?
Connecticut. Going with Connecticut.
Okay, very good. Broadus?
In a stunning upset, Connecticut.
Yeah. Somebody like the person that named that place did not want anybody to come there.
It's amazing that they were a 16 seed.
Yeah, I'm voting Mianus as well.
Yeah.
Such a wide open field.
Unanimous upset. The 16 seed, Mianus, Connecticut, advancing.
Yeah.
The fans' mouths are agape.
We have your 2 seed, Goochland, Virginia, versus your 15 seed, center of the world, Ohio.
That's where your boy Gash is from, Goochland.
By the way, update on that.
On Gash?
On Kyle Higashioka's nickname. I thought we could, change it to Gosh, as you suggested, and then the catchphrase for his home runs would be, "Oh my gosh!" And you can make posters of it.
Love that.
It would be spelled with the A, right?
Boom. Okay, everybody just knows to pronounce the A as an O.
Yeah,
yeah. I'm with that. And Jared is a gosh guy. He says gosh quite a bit.
Yeah.
Golly.
Yes. Yeah. He'll actually go as far as to say, "Thank gosh." Yeah. Hilarious to me. He's like, thank gosh he avoided surgery. Like, you can actually thank God on that one.
Not even giving him props. I won't even disrespect you, sir.
Thank gosh.
It's crazy.
Yeah, you want to be family friendly and wholesome.
Yeah.
And gosh will get the job done.
Okay. I think we're all going to go with the 2 seed Goochland, Virginia, over the 15 seed center of the world, Ohio.
Goochland.
We feel good about Goochland.
Goochland, yeah.
Okay, the 2 seed advances. Now we're going to go to the 3-10. We have, the 7-10.
7-10.
Meat Camp, North Carolina.
Meat Camp.
It's your 7 seed versus Yeehaw Junction, Florida, your 10 seed.
God.
Wow, that sounds scary.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Meat Camp because it reminds me of Meat Church and our buddy Matt Pitman. Dominating the barbecue world. Lucius?
Yeah, I'm going with that meat area because that other place sounds like I need a GPS on me at all times.
Yeah, not a place you want to find yourself.
Where's Lucius?
Don't get stranded in Yeehaw Junction.
I took him for a walk.
I like what everybody's doing here with this one.
Okay, Meat Camp advances. Congratulations. 3 seed Big Beaver, Pennsylvania versus your 14 seed Big Sag, Montana. You going with the Big Beavers or the Big Sags? Not a big What's your fan flavor? of either.
Sags.
What was that song by Primus? Someone's got a big brown beaver.
Winona's Big Beaver?
Yeah. No one's got a big brown beaver.
Yeah, Big Brown Beaver.
That's personal. Let me go Big Brown Beaver. There's no brown, just simply Big Beaver, but nonetheless, whatever you want, pick your own destiny. Broadus?
Give me the woodchucks.
That's the Big Beavers.
Yes.
Okay, and Lucius?
Yeah, the Big Beavers. Shout out to all the taxidermists out there in Big Beaver.
Sorry
Stuffing those
about
beavers.
Sorry about your 14 seed Big Sag. You do not advance. We head to the 6 seed Booger Hole, West Virginia.
Oh my
versus the 11 seed Cheesequake, New Jersey.
It's tough to beat Booger Hole.
Would you rather live in Booger Hole or Cheesequake?
I would probably rather live in Cheesequake.
But you're going Booger.
Yeah. But if I had to pick the funniest name.
That is crazy. It's like somebody let their 5-year-old son name the city.
Yeah. Can you imagine? You have all these questions. You're at the doctor's office. Where are you from?
And he was mad at you.
To actually write, I'm from Booger Hole, West Virginia.
Welcome to Booger Hole.
You made him take a nap. Like, well, how about this?
Give me the holes.
The Booger Holes. Okay, Lucius, Booger Hole or Cheesequake?
Oh, yeah, Booger Holes for sure.
Okay, congratulations. The 6 seed advances.
They got any running backs coming out of Booger Hole?
Really slippery ones.
That team will knock the snot out of you, though.
Well done. 8 seed versus the 9 seed. You have 8 seed Hell, Michigan versus the 9 seed Half Hell, North Carolina.
Oh, jeez.
Half Hell.
I think it's already picked for me.
Half Hell.
We're going to go with the 9 seed advancing. Okay.
It seems like a lot of upsets here in this tournament.
There's a handful. You have the 4 seed Uncertain Texas versus the 13 Nothing Arizona. I'm from Nothing.
Uncertain is
I think
crazy.
Uncertain's way better.
Uncertain Texas. Okay, the 4 seed advances. Congratulations. We have the 5 seed Coward, South Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
Versus the 12 seed Love Ladies, New Jersey.
Love Ladies.
Give me Love Ladies.
How do you get the name like that? Yeah, for real. It must be 5 miles long.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a naval town. I'll go with Love Ladies.
2 for Love Ladies. Lucius?
What was the other one again?
Coward, South Carolina, home of the Gamecocks.
I don't know. I can't make a decision. What's the name?
Coward.
Love Ladies, bro.
Well played.
Nice work, Lucius.
Well played.
Okay, Love Ladies for the win. All right, congratulations. Another upset is in store.
I'm scared.
Okay, now we have the upset of the bracket so far. Your 16 seed, Mianus, Connecticut, versus the 9 seed, Half Hell, North Carolina.
Oh.
Mianus or Half Hell, where would you rather find yourself?
Well, if you ask it that way, I'm voting Half Hell, Chief.
This is a tight one.
Yeah.
Got some hubris.
My anus.
Okay, we got a split here, Lucius.
Half Hell.
Half Hell.
Half Hell.
I'm going for my anus.
I kind of already know what to expect at Half Hell. I don't know what to expect out of your anus.
Sounds like Full Hell.
Full Hell.
Okay, we're gonna have to leave that one to the Tolos. Is it Half Hell or is it my anus? Let us know who advances, 16 or the 9 seed.
They're gonna go with my anus.
4 versus 12, Uncertain Texas, your 4 seed.
That is crazy.
Versus your 12 seed, Love Ladies, New Jersey. Uncertain or Love Ladies? Gavin Dawson.
Love Ladies.
Love Ladies.
Lucius?
Not sure, man.
You're 2 for 2 on those.
Love Ladies, bro.
Lucius is playing this game very well.
The 12 advances. Okay, here we go. The 2 seed, Goochland.
Uh-oh.
Virginia.
Sounds hard to beat.
Right?
Yeah, but it's Goochland versus Meat Camp. These are 2 powerhouses.
Lord. Pass.
Broadus?
The Goochlands.
Going with the 2 seed. Lucius, Meat Camp or Goochland?
Goochland sounds amazing.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I'm going to go with the Goochland as well. Dawson
unanimous.
didn't even have to vote. 2 seed, staying alive, baby. Looks like Mianus is going to advance for the record. Your 16 seed moves on, taking on the 12 seed. We'll get to that matchup here momentarily. But right now, we have the 3 seed Big Beaver, Pennsylvania.
Big Beaver.
Versus your 6 seed Booger Hole, West Virginia. Dawson.
What was the first matchup?
Big Beaver?
Big Beaver.
Or Booger Hole. Either way, you're on the East Coast.
Big Beaver.
Big Beaver, wow.
Beaver.
Wow, 2 for 2 on the Beavers, Lucius.
Why is it called Booger Hole? I have to know. I'll Google this later. Big Beaver for sure.
Wow, shocking. I would have gone Booger Hole there, but the 6 seed is advancing. Big Beaver, congratulations, have a tough matchup in the Final Four.
Yeah. I was wondering what would have happened if Big Beaver and Mianus got matched up there for a second.
And I think you're looking at overtime there, going to extras.
Booger Hole can dig out.
Okay, here we go. Battle of the upsets.
Yeah.
The Bracket Busters, the 16 seed Mianus, Connecticut, versus the 12 seed Love Ladies, New Jersey.
Love Ladies.
Broadus.
Mianus.
Lucius.
Where's Love Ladies at again?
That's going to be in Jersey, where they ski in their jeans.
Whoa. Yeah, Love Ladies.
Going Love Ladies? Okay, I'm going to make that Mianus, so it's another tie. Once again, Tolos Mianus versus Love Ladies for the championship, or to get to the championship. Right now, other side of the bracket, Final Four, 2 seed Goochland versus 6 seed, 3 seed Booger. Gosh dang it, Big Beaver.
Goochland.
Goochland versus Big Beaver, Broadus.
The Beavers.
Lucius?
Beavers.
Okay, it's another tie, Goochland versus Big Beaver. Okay, so that's the Tolos are going to decide who is going to the championship. Is it going to be Goochland or Big Beaver? And is it going to be Mianus or Love Ladies? And we'll go ahead and hit that on the other side.
We'll have to determine that on the other side and perhaps lead that into Frank Caliendo, who joins us next. Tell us what he's got coming up here in DFW on his tour, which will be underway soon. That's next year. Gag Nation and the Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee product? Yeah, to remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Thursday, March 27th, right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
All righty, thank you, Lucius. We'll get back to the funniest city names in America coming up in a few minutes. But joining us now, speaking of funny, one of the top comedians out there, a legend in the sports community for his impressions of Gruden and Jerry and John Madden. He does a Tony Romo. It's Frank Caliendo, who will be at the Addison Improv coming up April 3rd, joining us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I almost went Gruden on you because you mentioned it, and I couldn't. That's all I was thinking about, man. I'm going to do some unboxing. I'm going to get every college in the country to send me a box. I'm going to unbox it until I have so much gear. I'm wearing it all at the same time. It's going to be tremendous. How great is it for Caliendo's career that I'm back on the map, man? It's going to be a lot of fun.
It's great to have you here in town. How do you like being on the road?
I'm just getting back now. I've been off for quite a bit. I'm going. The guys I'm taking on the road with me. We're working on a bunch of new stuff and writing things together. That's part of what this little tour is all about. I was originally just doing Houston. I was doing the Houston Improv on Saturday and Sunday, the 5th and 6th. And last time I was in there with you guys. I went Gruden again. Last time I was in there with you guys, it was as the Addison Improv as well. But I added it along the way this time because I thought it'd be, it's perfect routing as I go that out to the kind of the Midwest and like through Ohio and stuff.
Have your travels ever sent you to places like Mianus, Connecticut, or Big Beaver, Pennsylvania, for instance?
Tell you what, I love Big Beaver, Pennsylvania, man. That's a tremendous place. It's not. I'm just going to get myself in trouble right there. That's right. Maybe go a little Mel Kiper Jr. talk about Big Beaver, Pennsylvania, tremendous job. And you look at it. You look at some of the different places. What are some of the other names you got there? High risk, low reward in the Big Beaver, Pennsylvania.
What do you like about Mel? What do you like about Booger Hole, West Virginia?
I'll tell you, talking about different places you could be. Booger Hole, there's a lot of different holes that you could be in that would be worse than Booger Hole. But I tell you, you think that it wouldn't be Jackson Hole, but if you know somebody named Jackson, it becomes a completely different thing.
Speaking of that neck of the woods, how much talent usually comes out of Big Sag, Montana?
I'll tell you what, there's a lot of people are talking about Big Sag, Montana. A lot going on there. You should see. You should see the clubs, and I'm talking about the late night ladies dancing, the Sag Montana. What is it, Big Sag Montana? At the end of the day, you're talking about some older dancers, and Caliendo's going to get canceled.
It's Frank Caliendo here with you on your home of the Cowboys. Now, you mentioned the new content. How much of that is in your day-to-day deal? Are you constantly working on new stuff? Can you give us a teaser of what you're working on?
Well, I'm looking for some new things. People know some of the impressions, so I'm looking for different takes on some of them. One of them is like Jeff Goldblum. The normal take that I always had him is like he zigs when he thinks he's going to zag. So he'll do the type of thing. I was going to go Kuiper again. I can't remember who I'm doing. Ooh, that's crazy. Why? Is my second favorite letter. My favorite letter is A. Wait, no, E, I, O, U. I love the vowels, but sometimes Y, sometimes it's not. So that's kind of what I normally do. But I realized that he is a tourist and a tour guide at the same time, and he's just them talking to each other. So if you watch him, he'll be like, "Ooh, what's that? What's that? Oh, look at that! It's the Statue of Liberty. Oh my, given to France, given by France as a present to the United States of America. One of the greatest tourist attractions in the United States. Yes. It still smells in New Jersey, though."
How's your Tony Romo these days?
Oh, Jim. Just revving up the car, Jim. They talked about me because on the AFC Championship, I believe it was. I think it was the AFC Championship. That there's a player on the Kansas City Chiefs named Mike Caliendo, who's actually from Wisconsin, but not related to me, although we've talked a few times. He had brothers. His uncles are Chris and Carrie Caliendo. One played at Nebraska, and I'm not sure. I do sound like everyone. One played at Nebraska. The other one played somewhere else. Not sure what it was. So all the impressions are bleeding into my voice. So they talked about me, and then Tony did the, here we go, Jim. And then Nance went, Tony! So I got a plug on that because they're like, I think Nance said, Mike Caliendo blocking like Frank Caliendo. And I got so many texts and tweets that day. It was just pretty crazy. But I'll take it. I'll take anything. Why not?
We saw Jimmy Johnson retire from broadcasting. Did you ever get into doing him at all?
I did a little bit, but it was more about the hair than the voice. It was I never really nailed the voice with him. It was just okay. But when we put the whole thing together and we did a sketch on a boat, and when I did all the guys, we would do that as well. But Jimmy, yeah, I never, it never did a great. I was never happy, but it's funny how people would always think I did a great one just because the wig was so good.
Is Gruden the one that gets the most demand?
Gruden is really in demand again now because when he was out of the picture for a little bit, I know him pretty well, so I shut it down because people were asking me to do terrible things like kind of like Big Beaver. But it was I kind of got away from it a little bit. Now I'm going full force again. But Gruden is a big one. Charles Barkley, especially with the NCAA tournament right now, we're going to see him a ton the next few days, and which is a bit that I talk about in my act. He's like everybody else watching college basketball. Nobody knows any of the teams or players outside of sometimes their own team, and they're not even always sure of that.
Yeah.
But you'll see a lot of number 5 did a really great job down low playing. He posted up against the guy with the pink shoes. That was really great. Shaq, what did you think of that? Shaq's not on the show, guys. Shaq's not on the show. He'll come in, Shaq come in a golf cart, doing this to Xavier. Here we go. He check. Let's make it happen. So I don't know. I have friends. I'm friends with Greg McDermott over at Creighton. I was just actually on the phone in Louisville, Kentucky, which I've never been to before. It's the first time I'm going there. And I have Creighton going a bunch of the way through the bracket, which is going to be tough. But, I mean, their first game is against Louisville, and I've never been there, and I'm rooting for Creighton against Louisville, and it's my first time there. Hey, can you guys tell me this? Is overseeded or underseeded, which one is Louisville? Because they're an 8, but they probably should have been a 5 or a 6. So does that mean they were overseeded or underseeded?
Oh, that's a great call. I think that means they're underseeded. But
that's what I thought. I saw Mac talking, and he said overseeded. I've seen other people say overseeded. It was like an episode of Seinfeld. Like, am we underseeded or overseeded? I don't know. I can't tell what's the... Hey, Jerry, we're going to find out pretty soon. Yeah!
Frank, has there ever been...
Maybe John Rothstein can tell us. He seems to know everything.
He knows everything. Yeah.
Has anybody ever been sort of embarrassed or disrespected by you impersonating them, or do they all take it in stride?
Sports guys are a little weird sometimes because they're used to being put on pedestals. The guy that I still like him, even though it was that he's never liked me, is phenomenal, incredible. How great is this? Caliendo doing the impression instead of saying the voice. Great job by him. Better job by me.
Great ender, Frank Caliendo. April 3rd at Addison Improv. Thanks so much for joining us again, man. Great to catch up with you.
Hey, you guys did a tremendous job. I'm going to do some more unboxing, man.
There he goes.
See you guys.
Gruden. Caliendo. He does a great W as well. His George W. Bush is amazing.
It is good.
Because he does the face with it, which is so fantastic.
Yeah.
That Barkley Shaq back and forth was pretty special.
Was good.
Yeah, that was epic. Well, thanks to Frank once again. Football's finest coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Well, we have some nuggets on this running back draft class, and it might tell the story on the Javonte Williams signing for the Cowboys. That's next year in the nation.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It is time for an edition of football's finest. We have the Expressway coming up here in 20 minutes, LA Live in 40. Jared Sandler's going to join us when this Rangers game gets over. Here's Eric Chiafalo with some football chatter.
Let's do it. 877-881-1053. We do need to do some cleanup, though, on our bracket. Funniest USA town names. And by the way, it is bracket season. It is madness season. Friday, 2 to 7, G-Bag Nation cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless. Looking forward to hanging out with all the Tolos.
$3 Michelob Ultras.
Oh, my
Shots
gosh.
with Post-it notes on them.
Shots, beers.
TVs everywhere.
Burgers.
Lucius gets that TV situation taken care of right off the jump.
How about them buffalo chicken egg rolls?
I cannot wait. I'm going to get 2 orders for them.
Yeah. That's a good move.
Crushing, bro.
Any
so
onions
good.
in those? Any onions?
I don't think there's onions.
No?
Just damn good flavor. That's all I know.
You won't taste them if there is, man.
Yeah, just go for it, man.
Fantastic.
I love it.
So,
Sure. Thanks, man.
Cheers.
Yeah, I heard that all my life from my mom. Oh, you'll never taste them. I chopped them up really small.
Tomorrow I'm doing the brat with the mac cheese brisket thing. Bringing those in.
the concession item that we're tweaking a little bit. We're not going with the hot dog. We're going with the brat.
We're going with the brat. But Dawson requested, because of the no bread situation, wrapped like as a burrito in a flour tortilla.
I love the distinction between no bread, but you can still do the tortilla. That's beautiful.
And pasta.
Yeah, and we can do the mac and cheese and the tortilla.
Let's not do too much here, guys. We're going to get this thing organized.
It's a Lent for the ages.
It's going to be good.
Yeah.
I might put a fish stick on top of it just for good measure.
I'd have to pass at that point.
It's going to be good, dude. I'm looking forward to
You
that.
hate fish sticks? I thought you were the fish stick guy.
Fish sticks are amazing. Gordon's, bro?
Oh, my gosh, yes.
But with brisket and a brat?
No, I'm just trying to make him kind of lint-like.
Oh, yeah, lint it up just a little bit.
Just lint him up a little bit.
Yeah, not following the directions that well, but my version works for me, and it brings me closer to the Lord. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. Well, we have our championship now, the 16 seed at Mianus, Connecticut versus the 3 seed Big Beaver, Pennsylvania. Wow. And the Tolos were the one. I'll tell you what, it was a battle. Goochland versus Big Beaver was as neck and neck as you could fathom. But I believe slide edge in terms of total tallies, Big Beaver advances to the championship. So over the course of the next 15 minutes or so, Tolos, we will crown a champion, and you will dictate. Is it Mianus, Connecticut, 16 seed, or is it the 3 seed, Big Beaver, Pennsylvania?
Big Beaver won by a hair that last round.
Who's better at cutting down the nets, Mianus or a Big Beaver?
Well, I look forward to seeing the results of this star-studded matchup. What a Cinderella story, though, for Mianus. 16 seed going on a run like that.
On a run.
Okay, to the footballs, and we'll get some running back stuff in here. I did want to note that Byron Leftwich back coaching on a sideline near you, if, of course, you're near Boulder, Colorado.
Oh.
That's right. He is joining
Prime?
Coach Prime's staff.
There you go.
That is brought to you by Jordan Schultz, NFL insider, enemy of Ian Rappaport, who joins us live at 3 p.m. tomorrow on a Thirsty Thursday.
Yeah, looking forward to chatting with Schultz there. He's got a lot of good football insight.
Leftwich went from a head coach candidate to he's been not even in coaching for the last season or two. So I don't know exactly what the role is because it doesn't say OC or anything, but he's going to be on staff in some offensive capacity. So congratulations to him. And Deion Sanders continues the pipeline of former NFL players on his coaching staff and seems to be working. Warren Sapp was at the microphone the other day just saying like he's addicted to it. He's gotten a taste of coaching, and now Warren Sapp just cannot get enough. He loves it.
I would not have him anywhere near my players. But Deion probably knows better than me, but I'd be terrified.
Yeah.
I don't want you going out with Warren Sapp after practice. I don't want him telling you what the NFL life is like or what your goals should be. He was a hell of a player.
I can tell he's coaching, and he's just dialed in on it, though, because at Radio Row, he got into an argument with somebody on the air that Micah Parsons is not a good pass rusher.
Yes,
so it's like,
that was
okay,
incredible.
You know what? This guy really is just locked in.
That was
on
the guys
his
that Westwood
guys.
won, I think.
Yeah, I think it was Gelb versus Sapp.
Yeah.
Gelb took him to the woodshed on that one. So, yeah, Byron Leftwich now in college. You also had the Alabama Pro Day today with Jalen Milroe, and we discussed him a little bit earlier this week. Alabama quarterback, where's he going to get taken? Some had him, I believe it was Alabama's timers, had him at a 4.37. Okay?
Of course they did.
Now, Daniel Jeremiah says from his scouts, he got anywhere from a 4.44 to a 4.49. So still blazing fast for a quarterback or really for anybody, but the 4.37 is probably a little bit juiced there from the home cooking on the stopwatch.
He's not quite a Lamar Jackson level quick, but he's still damn fast.
Yeah, and he's built so much more impressively from like a muscular standpoint. Like you watch him, he's running that thing shirtless, and oh my gosh, this dude is a brick S house at the quarterback position. He can run through dudes, and then obviously the speed speaks for itself. But 4.44, 4.49, it'll be interesting. Broadus, didn't you say, you told me on Love of the Star Odyssey podcast that this is the weekend? This is the quarterback weekend for Brian Broadus. He's going to be locked in the film room, in the lab, scouting out the quarterbacks.
Yep.
And how would you say Milroe did in college? Was he the reason they were great, or was his shortcomings the reason they weren't more of a contender?
There's some thoughts about him. His ability at times was not where it needed to be in some of those big games. And there were others where that he was fantastic. I know against LSU, he was not that, and LSU at the time was rolling along pretty well, but man, he just carved us up. And I said it was very reminiscent of when Dak played against LSU and his ability. It just reminded me of this beat down by a quarterback that can run, can throw. He's going to have to work on the accuracy part of it. I mean, his receivers work a lot for the ball. And so I'm looking forward to this weekend, sitting down and and chopping up all these quarterbacks. But his accuracy is going to have to prove. I'm going to try and get you guys the actual time what he ran at Alabama, and we'll go from there. How about that?
Okay, yeah, that would be fantastic. He is the guy that most notably had his hand size grow from like Senior Bowl to Combine in a pretty impressive manner. So it's a guy willing to put the work in. He's literally extending and putting the work in to grow his extremities to be the best version of himself.
I didn't think that was possible, but he proved otherwise. Whatever it takes.
I think there's a handful of exercises that you can do. I can only imagine how much time they spent on somebody stretching his hand out over the course of like a month between the Senior Bowl and the Combine. But good for him on that.
I remember a young Peter Brady. Maybe it was Bobby Brady, but doing anything he could possibly do to grow, including hanging upside down from a bar for hours.
Wow.
Trying to grow himself. Didn't work.
Got some Alabama fans texting in just saying
Brady Bunch, what a show.
Saying Milroe can't throw. And I would say, I mean, he's got a cannon of an arm.
Yeah, he just doesn't know where it's going to go.
The arm strength, but the accuracy, which is certainly probably even more important.
Yeah, you can watch him against.
That's got to get cleaned up.
Yeah, Tennessee. There's games. Yeah, that he struggled in.
It's such a long shot, but that's the guy I want the Cowboys to take. I mean, let's go ahead and roll the dice a little bit, and he'll probably be terrible. He'll very much be terrible his rookie year. So if Dak goes out, then you lose pretty much the rest of the games. But you give this guy some experience and see if he can make something of it at the NFL level.
Yeah, it's like the Justin Fields thing. Remember I think it was his rookie year in Chicago. They couldn't win at all, but he was lighting it up from a rushing standpoint, running all over teams and keeping them in games, but they could never actually win them. And it could be a similar situation if you had Milroe, because that skill set of him running is so lethal that he will put some pressure on some teams from that standpoint.
I mean, and if you add another defensive player at 12, it's crazy how much defensive talent they could have. I think just running the ball and playing defense could be a very strong winning formula.
Okay, 877-881-1053. We're still texting in on our championship for our bracket today. Is it Mianus, Connecticut, the 16 seed, or is it the 3 seed Big Beaver, Pennsylvania? Let your voice be heard. Chris Sims, quarterback rankings, and I look forward to Broadus's next week, but he's got Cam Ward in Tier 1. Tier 2 is Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart. And then Tier 3, it's Kyle McCord and Quinn Ewers. So that's how he's looking at this thing. I don't see Milroe in his top 5, but that's all I see from him.
Sims
is just
went to school at Texas,
5.
so I could see a little love there for his guy.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
but Sims has been pretty on point.
No, he's
with some of his quarterback
he does a fine
rankings.
job. He does a fine job. I'm just saying he did go to school at Texas. It's like my love for Mason Taylor, Jason Taylor's son, who's the tight end.
Well, LSU bias.
LSU bias all the way. I mean,
he's a good player, though.
He is a good player. Yeah.
Speaking of good players, and speaking of Texas, Jahdae Barron, a guy that we love.
Yeah.
Corner. Cowboys probably don't like him for certain size reasons, arm length, but the speed is incredible. The tape is unbelievable. Yeah. He's got the dog mentality, and I learned today that apparently he grew up as a boxer, and so he credits a lot of his boxing skills with the hand-eye coordination and stuff like that to making him as dominant
sweet
of a player.
Science, right?
Yeah.
That's what they call it?
Is that what it is?
Is boxing known as the sweet science?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you. Sweet science. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, transitive
skills. He's a hell of a player, man.
He is
a hell of a player.
I mean, here's one of the plays that I love, and he's great in coverage.
Yeah.
But you watch Scadaboo play, and in that playoff game,
turn him down,
just meets him right in the hole.
Yeah.
Scadaboo's just truck sticking dudes left and right, breaking tackles at a pretty rapid rate outside of Ashton Genty. Scadaboo's the guy who's going to be breaking the most tackles, at least in this draft class. But Jahdae Barron meets him in the hole. We're talking about a 1-yard game. This is your corner sticking his nose in there and
right
laying
there in the booger hole.
Right there in the booger hole, man. Jahdae Barron, I absolutely love him, and the boxing aspect it makes a ton of sense, but it's also just an added notch on the belt of just like the toughness, the skills. It's through the roof. One guy that the Cowboys might find some interest in, first round, definitely been a bust because he was a number 1 overall pick and he hasn't sniffed that type of production. But he has started to come along over the last couple of years in Jacksonville. Trayvon Walker, he's a defensive lineman out of Georgia. Yep, 2022 is the number 1 overall pick. Teams are interested in trading for him now, and the Jaguars are listening. Ever since Crosby went off the market, Myles Garrett went off the market, looks like Trey Hendrickson might end up staying in Cincinnati. So teams that are trying to get some depth at the very least at the edge rusher spot. Trayvon Walker, now a guy that teams are kicking the kicking the tires on. So I wonder how much it would cost, but that's right up the Cowboys' alley.
I saw where they're not going to pick up his 5th-year option, right?
Right. He hasn't done enough.
Did you say that? I'm sorry. I was
No.
By the way,
I didn't
the
say
times where my guy said 4.49 twice, he said others had him faster though for Milrow.
Yeah.
My guy was at the pro day.
He's sub 4.5, no matter how you slice it. That's pretty unbelievable. And again, for his size, like he's got to be 220, 225 pounds, just properly built.
You got to have it, and if you have a ton of it, you can really make waves. I think what the Eagles did, has to maybe be showing the Cowboys, hey, load up on defensive linemen if you want to, dominate on that side of the ball. You can make a lot of guys look on the back end really great. So if the Cowboys would do something like that, I'd be excited. But I'm already excited, and I'm thinking here with this 12th pick, if they would go with another impact defensive lineman and that thing hits, then, you could be talking about the best defense in the NFL. Of course, you got to get Diggs back. But, you get Overshown and Diggs back, it could get really exciting quickly around here, which is, not what I anticipated doing going into this free agency. But, hats off to the Cowboys so far.
Wow.
What do you think about the analysis from Todd McShay, NFL draft analyst, talking about this year's running back class?
Okay.
We know how impressive it is, how deep it is.
Yep.
But he says there are a lot of running backs that suck in pass protection. He said, I was shocked going through the cut-ups. That's is that a trait that you would generally agree with a lot of these running backs? They're good, but they're not good pass protectors.
Yeah, there's I do that podcast every night with Voch Lombardi, and we talk about that, and he always makes fun of me. He goes, I could tell what running backs you're going to like that we talk about because they're pass blockers, and he's right. And when I usually kind of stack them all together, and I think that's the thing. That's why I have Henderson from Ohio State in the 2nd round, is because I think he's a complete player. His ability to run the football, he catches well, but man, he is a square pass protector. And there's some really good those guys that do a really nice job of that. So yeah, it's something that's kind of I feel like if you want to be that every down back, you have to have some ability to pass protect.
Okay, so that leads me to, I think, the Cowboys' reasoning for the Javonte Williams signing.
He can pass protect.
That's really the number one thing he's most synonymous with outside of catching the ball.
Yeah.
But he's clearly not a runner. They didn't get him to be a runner.
Not at all.
I think there's a chance that they looked at this draft class and they're thinking to themselves, hey, if we're not going to take a Genty or one of these guys in the 1st round or 2nd round, the rest of these guys, there's a good chance that they're not going to be able to pass protect at all. And you're remember dealing with a banged up off injury Dak Prescott. Protecting Dak is now of the highest order. And it has been for a while, but especially now, if he's got no mobility, off an injury, over 30 years old, protecting him is of the utmost importance. And so they went in free agency and said, hey, we can find runners in the draft. There's a bunch of good runners, and they need it desperately. They need a starting running back who on 1st and 2nd down you can hand the ball off to and feel good about it. They don't have that right now.
Yeah.
But they do have a guy who, hey, don't have much, but I know on 3rd down you can protect my aging, brittle quarterback. Javonte Williams, we needed that.
Yeah, I was thinking of a kid too, like the Trevor Etienne from Georgia who transferred from Florida. There's a guy that's 5'9", he's 198, but man, he does not let being 5'9" get in the way of pass protecting. And he catches the ball exceptionally well. He's an explosive player. That's kind of maybe a day 3 guy right there for you. That if you don't select one in the first 3, maybe the day 3 could be there for him. But there's some guys that can do this very well. But I think McShay's right. The majority of you're hoping that they can do it.
How was Rico at it?
I think Rico got better. I think Rico
got at least decent.
It's funny how Zeke got worse and Rico got better. That's how that thing flipped.
I would imagine it's a young man's game unless you're just built like a fullback,
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's the physical aspect to it, but then there's also just the cerebral aspect to it of knowing which guy to pick up amidst the protections, which I think is a whole other ball of wax there when you're talking about being able to be a good pass protector. Some guys can physically do it, but
I think it's a really good point. It's consistent with how they've operated over the years. And we made fun of them for a long time of how much they valued Zeke's pass protection when he was still good at it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how can you still have him in the game? At that time, it was instead of Joe Randall. Right. Remember that?
Yes, it's been a huge priority. And now, again, with the Dak status, it has to be. And so now I did love this because Javonte Williams said that his quote was, "The sky's the limit for me and Miles Sanders in Dallas," which is pretty laughable. And then
not Joe Randall, Tony Pollard. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So Javonte Williams is alleging that the sky is the limit for him and Miles Sanders in Dallas. And Jay Croucher on Twitter said, "One of those low skies, like the salt flats in Bolivia, where the light reflects off the thin layer of water over the salt and creates the visual illusion that the sky is so close you can reach out and touch it." How? Is that not incredible?
Well done.
Jay Croucher, nice work. Okay, speaking of nice work, congratulations to the 3 seed Big Beaver, Pennsylvania, in a landslide victory over the incredible once-in-a-lifetime Cinderella story.
Cinderella.
The 16 seed Miami, Connecticut. They fall.
Cinderella. Thank you, Chief. That was fun, man. The names, the funniest
It's a heck
city
of a run
names
for Big Anus.
in the USA.
Mianus.
Oh, Mianus.
Big Beaver.
Big Beaver.
They
I
get the
combined
ultimate
them.
prize.
Very fitting. Mianus finishes number 2. We have the Expressway audio of a former Cowboy calling them out for not being on the team right now. LA Live's coming up at 5:40, and we're back here. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan. back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. LA Live's coming up in 16 minutes. Sands is going to join us coming up in 10. Talk about today's Rangers game. DeGrom went 4, gave up a couple of runs, and the Rangers lost to the Mariners 3-2. So we'll talk with Sands about that and more here in just a minute. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org and the Expressway. Every night at this time, commercial free to the top is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Yeah, Seager hit a bomb. We'll ask the Sands about that as well. But let's start here with some audio that's gone viral. Former Cowboy calling him out. This is Charvarius Ward, undrafted on the Cowboys 6-7 years ago. Had a good camp, but then they traded him. He's now with the Colts. Here's Ward on the Cowboys.
You don't have many opportunities as an undrafted. Yeah, like you said, you don't have many opportunities as an undrafted free agent. Even going back to the Cowboys, I signed with them as an undrafted free agent. In training camp at OTAs, I was strapping them boys. Like the 3s that I was going against, the 2s that I was going against, the 1s that I was going against, I was strapping all them boys. And I thought I was going to make the team in Dallas, but Dallas don't make a lot of good decisions, so they ended up trading me to Kansas City.
Ooh, wow, shots fired. The Cowboys, that was one of the bigger mistakes.
He's not wrong. I'll never forget because we were getting ready for the broadcast. It was a preseason game against Houston down with the Texans, and he was on the sidelines, and we were kind of hearing whispers that he was getting shipped to Kansas City because they needed a guard. He's not lying. I mean, everybody that was watching those practices were like, man, they found one here. They found one here, and
yeah,
man, he's not wrong. That is a very, very bad decision for a player that has had a really nice career.
They could have really used him. I mean, they've had to spend quite a few draft picks on corners. I remember that it was for a guard, Anger.
Yeah.
EIH. I think he was just never good.
Never played.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that one was tough there, but that's shots fired, and I think that's more evidence of the reputation around the league that this is more of a fumbling sort of front office now. It only took one losing season for that to shift. You have former Cowboys saying this. I mean, even the current Cowboys are saying we need to get more involved in free agency, and we'll see if they've done enough.
Yeah, and this is a guy who was traded and then was rumored like the Cowboys were interested in him on day one of free agency.
Oh, yeah.
So how much interaction did they have? And he was probably open to it, but then the Cowboys, of course, like they always do, the numbers are too expensive, thanks but no thanks.
Yeah.
So this is a guy who now feels like twice over he's been passed over by the Cowboys, so he of course as a competitor is going to be taking that personally. But to your point on people catching on, like, yes, the Cowboys have been doing this for a while, and with the way they team build, they haven't gotten the results that you would want, and then now you have other teams clearly building in an opposite way and getting to the promised land. So it's just so clear for everyone to see. Player, analyst, fan, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's one thing that the internet does, like the best ways to team build, whether they're right or wrong, like narratives start to develop, and if your team isn't in line with that, you're going to get called out and be held accountable, I think much more by social media. Okay, best thing in local sports today, the tush-push banning is officially on the docket for the offseason. It could happen. I don't know if I could look myself in the mirror if as a competitor I voted to ban this, but at the same time, I don't think I could resist voting for it, Brian. I think I would vote for this, and I
vote
would,
for the banning.
Yep. I mean, it's shameful to ban the play, but if as a competitor you have the opportunity to get it banned, greatly crippling the best team in the NFC by far, I'd do it.
I'll tell you what, though, as a competitor, I just need to do a better job of trying to figure out how to stop it. I give them full credit. They've got a quarterback that does a great job. The offensive line coach, obviously, they've got the players. I mean, they take Jason Kelsey out of the middle, and they just kind of replace guys inside with Becton and
but it's whatever it takes to win, Brian.
It is, and you're absolutely right. And I applaud teams that come up with things that make other teams struggle to stop them.
I do too.
And it's my job. I mean, hey, keep them out of 3rd and 1s and 3rd and 2s and 4th and 1s.
That's the coach's job and the player's job.
That's exactly right.
Up here in the front office, it's our job to possibly rally the other GMs to vote against this thing.
I tell you, I just, in good conscience, I I would never propose it, and I would find ways to maybe.
But you're the same guy that defended the Astros cheating for doing whatever it takes to win. We've celebrated this.
No. I'm not banning this thing. I'm not banning it. No.
But you should ban it.
No.
Because we're doing whatever it takes to win, which is banning it. We're just using the rules to cheat.
Yeah, you're trying to get the other.
Yeah, we're using the rules to cheat. You see what I'm doing here?
No, I
thought you'd like this, Brian. I'm surprised.
I am all for. Good. I'm all for trying to come up with better plays, and I tell you what, the Eagles have come up with one that is 98% sure getting them first downs and touchdowns. Good for them.
He's going with the integrity of the competition over here, Eric.
See, I guess the best.
I wish I could do the same thing.
Right. I'm with you.
I'm trying to figure out how can I get my lineman to wedge and get a quarterback that can squat like 700
There's
pounds.
only one of them.
You know? And the movement that they get on that play.
Guy's as strong as Larry Allen, damn near.
Impressive. That's so impressive how they get the movement that they do on that play.
It is, yes. And I think the best.
Knowing that the ball is going to go right there.
Yeah, everybody in the building knows.
Everybody knows.
You can't stop it.
You can't stop it.
And nobody can duplicate it either.
Yeah.
But I think the best argument for banning the play is that if the defense can't push one of their own guys, if that is a rule, which it is, then why should the offense be allowed to?
Yeah.
So either everybody can do it or nobody can do it, and that's probably what has to be done.
And if we let the defense do it, it's a big ugly mashup with guys having their backs thrown out, and because that would be happening every play, as opposed to 4 times a game.
Yeah.
So that's an integrity of competition way to get it banned. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah. Well, and I think the Packers really need
Eric,
to be.
Just shut up.
Because I think the Packers. Let me go look. I think the Packers, like their explanation, I don't believe is that. Like they're using a different explanation. And
Not
to
a
me,
safety one.
That should. I think they are saying safety in general. Let's see. What is their reasoning? I think part of it was pace of play, which makes no sense.
Mark Murphy doesn't make
and then I think the other one was just general safety.
Yeah. They're trying some technicalities.
Right.
Yeah.
Where I think it really just should be more black and white. Like, hey, if the defense can't do it, then the offense can't either. End of story.
Mel Kiper Jr. did a conference call with reporters. He was asked about his projection of the Cowboys taking UNC running back Omari and Hampton. Says he's not that far off from Genty. Says when you talk to people in the league.
Yeah, good player.
Says he's got the ability to run hard inside, run tough up the gut, and bounce it outside. He's got the burst, broke a lot of tackles, had 2 really productive years. He smells the goal line. He caught the ball well. He blocked. Says he's ready to go, and says that he and Genty are a cut above the rest. But, quote, this is a running back class I think is the deepest in the draft. Says he has 31 running backs with draftable grades.
I got 25 through the 5th.
Wow, 25 backs.
Yeah.
Through the 5th round.
Through the 5th.
You got to double dip this thing.
Yeah.
I was trying to. Remember I was talking about, like, let's just draft 2 running backs and not sign anybody. You know, and I would. That's what I would have if I was in the pro department or the department with somebody and we were talking about running backs. I would say, guys, listen, these guys on the street. Let's just think about picking one maybe in the 1st or 2nd round and then grabbing another one in the 4th or the 5th. You know, and they could complement each other. They're 2 young guys. That's what I would have done. I don't think the Cowboys have gotten better running the football, except they've gotten better potentially coaches.
Yeah.
I just don't think they got better with the personnel that they spent money on.
Okay. And
a little money. It's a little money.
Who's the analyst that just gave these rankings with Hampton? Who was that guy?
That's Mel Kiper.
That's Mel Kiper?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know, dude. I when you look at some of the advanced metrics on these running backs, Ashton Genty's far and away the best at forcing missed tackles.
Yeah.
Far and away. And second is Tootin, the guy from Virginia Tech.
Virginia Tech.
And then
Scadaboo's up
actually
there too.
Scadaboo is second, and then Tootin.
Yeah.
Hampton is right there at just slightly below average in terms of missed tackles forced per attempt.
Yeah.
His career yards after contact are pretty good, but he doesn't break tackles in the same way.
Yeah.
So that's first and foremost. Then the explosive play rate, just like the percentage of your runs that go for 10 or more yards. You have Genty in the top 10. So Genty's not the best at that. Actually, Scattaboo is third.
Where would the guy from Central Florida be? Right?
Harvey's number one.
Harvey's number one. That's what I thought.
He's the most with 10 or more yard runs. But Hampton is below average in that particular category as well.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't break as many tackles, and he doesn't have as many 10-plus yard runs as Genty, and certainly nowhere close to the top guys in the draft.
That's just crazy, that he's saying the league sources are telling him that folks around the NFL, with everything that you just read, how could Mel Kiper be right, Brian? What's your gut telling you?
I have Johnson above him, the guy from Iowa.
You think Mel's making stuff up?
No, I don't think he's big. But there's something to this, and I always have to be alert because of Mel, and maybe it goes back to him mocking Tyler Smith to the Cowboys, several years ago when I'm like, Tyler Smith, what's he doing?
Yeah.
He's just throwing up against the wall right now.
He does know some things.
He does know some things. He's been doing this since 1988.
But the film and the stats say that's laughable, what he just said about Hampton.
Yeah, and I'm trying to...
Hampton is a good player, but he's not, like I say, if you're talking about make a miss guy, that's not his thing. Okay. That's not his thing at all.
Yeah, I did. I'm trying to find the exact metrics.
He's more
on
likely
it,
to run through people than he is and then make you miss.
Let's pick up the conversation a little bit later on here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Jared Sandler joining us now, brought to you by Advanced Hair Restoration. Go to advancedhair.com. And a good evening, Sands. How the heck you doing out there?
Guys, I'm great. I wouldn't run through anyone, and I don't know if I can make anyone miss, so I probably would be undraftable.
It's that you've lost too much weight. You've lost that ability. You're trying to be quicker, and maybe you lost some power along the way.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of you to suggest I had power to lose, but if I did have any power, I think I have lost it. I look more like a holder right now than anything else.
Did DeGrom lose some power on his fastball?
No, I just think he's not dialing it up. I mean, he talked about it, was it last week? He doesn't feel the need at this point to throw 100 every pitch. I think if he wants to dial it up, he can. He said he felt a little bit off mechanically, which sometimes, you can lose a mile or two per hour on that, if you're not right mechanically. But I think just in general, we're gonna see DeGrom live more at 97, 98, knowing that he can get up to 101 if he needs, but he just probably is going to save some of those bullets in the chamber for specific situations.
How'd he look today?
He looked fine. I mean, he got a couple ground ball double plays, weak contact in spots. The command wasn't what you expect from Jacob DeGrom. It seemed like just not just the two walks, but was falling behind a little bit to certain guys, and it's not a concern just because that's a part of his calling card. He has got, everyone always talks about the power stuff that he has, but really what makes him so special is the ability to pair that with his top-level command. And he said after his start, he just felt a little bit off. And, I don't know that it's a huge concern. We'll see him once more before the season gets going. And then when the lights come on, then we'll see how he's really feeling. But I think the big win here is, 4 innings, nearly 60 pitches. He's healthy. He's continuing to build up, and gosh, just with the news that's come down with the Rangers rotation over the last week, that's the biggest win of all.
Yeah, we'll take it. That's great. Now, another thing that was cool, Adolis Garcia had another hit today, hitting over 300 in Cactus League. How would you say he looks?
Yeah, I think he looks ready to go. I wanted to save some knocks for the regular season, but he looks a little freer at the plate, and I think the key is going to be once the season starts and, how often he's given in to pitchers, how often he's chasing. He is not, even in 23 when he had his best year, he was not a guy that just dominated the crud out of fastballs. He tears up sliders that pitchers leave over the plate and, the off-speed stuff. But what he did such a good job of in 23 was understanding that the elevated fastball, even if it is a strike, it's probably not a pitch he's going to do damage against. And it would force the umpires to call it a strike. And he would then, in turn, force pitchers to come down in the zone to him. And I just think how he responds against the fastball is going to be a big key to his success in 25.
Is Leote doing some stuff versus lefties?
He looks more comfortable. I'll say this. Leote Taveras in the box against lefties looks more comfortable right now than Evan Carter in the box against lefties. Now, I don't know that means you're going to definitively start Leote over Evan Carter, because I think that, in defense of Evan Carter, he hasn't had near the opportunity against lefties that Leote has because of his health challenges over the last 3 years. It's limited, the development in that regard. But, yeah, I mean, I think Leote has looked better at the plate. I know that if you look at the overall stats this spring, I think the batting average isn't anything special, but he's hit the ball hard. He looks more comfortable. But, I kind of put that in the category of it's tough to really read too much into it. It's nice to see, and you'd rather see that than a guy looking lost. Whereas with Evan Carter, I think you can put a little bit into the fact that he just still doesn't look comfortable against lefties, because that's not really an end result thing. That's just a general look and feel thing. Hopefully Leote's taking steps forward, and I think maybe, and Broadus knows this, you can't discount what lighting a fire under a player's ass can do for them.
Yeah.
It's the first time in a while that Leote is going into camp not as a starting player, and maybe that has lit a little bit of a fire, and he is, in a position where he can get paid in a couple years. So who knows how he responds to that, but it's definitely been encouraging, but we'll have to wait and see. Status pending on that until we get some regular season results.
I have another home run call idea for you.
Okay.
Kyle Higashioka. Oh my gosh.
Yeah? Oh my gosh?
Yeah. Does that work?
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
What about Gash?
Oh my gosh, Yoka.
You're welcome.
Yeah, let's. I do like the food ones though. I think the Simeon Toast Crunch was a big hit when Eric was asking around in the clubhouse.
Yeah,
that was
one,
pretty epic.
That one took off pretty good. The menu items, I think another Jake mash burger call. A mash burger call I think would be good for Jake.
I like that.
But, I think we had the Higashioka suggestion as a Gash nickname, but I don't know if we just don't like Higgy. That's really the big thing. We don't really like Higgy.
Because it's you don't like the way it sounds, or because you feel like that's just not a Texas thing and we need something to call our own?
I think the latter on that.
Yeah, and you can do our own thing.
Okay.
Jared, we'll pick up the conversation tomorrow, buddy. Appreciate you.
See you, fellas.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander
Oh, shoot, you got me.
has LA Live.
You got me. Trying to return this text message. I don't know if I should return the text message or block this person.
Make sure it's going to the right person, Lucius.
Yeah, they said, L.A., research flat Earth. Gravity isn't real.
Say that to the astronauts just came back from 9 months out in space. That's all they're talking about.
Come on, bro. L.A., research flat Earth. Gravity isn't real. It's just a random text message.
That's what that guy, Alex Stein, remember that, the basketball game?
That's your boy.
Alex Stein was hitting me up with the flat Earth theory.
Hey, Broadus.
Hey, Broadus. Oh, Broadus. Hey,
Broadus.
I'm like, I didn't realize who he was. Famous dude.
It's your boy, man. All right, let's get into a Hump Day edition. He was on Godfrey's podcast.
Yeah.
Godfrey the comedian. I watched that whole podcast. I was surprised that he showed up, but it was actually a good podcast, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, Alex Stein. Almost made me change my mind.
Almost.
All right, let's get into a butt naked Wednesday edition of LA Live, right into the great Rick James. Bam!
All right, you squares.
Time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke.
Gravity isn't real.
It'll make it
Moon's
dance
not
on
real.
everything.
Do your research, LA.
Everybody get high.
Telling you, man.
It doesn't matter. Chris Paul, Cliff Paul, Jake Paul, Logan Paul, Serge Ibaka, Chewbacca, Waka Flocka, CP3, C3PO. It doesn't matter. Star Wars and Luke Skywalker and the Princess Leia. Bring them on. Tyler Hero, superhero, guitar hero. You can have hard, you can have a part, you can get a guard.
Yeah.
White side, back side, sunny side, Phoenix sun, Capri sun, Mohegan sun. The sun about to set.
It's butt naked Wednesdays.
That's good.
That man Shannon, boy. Hey, this is LA Live for Wednesday, March 19th, 2025. It is a butt naked Wednesday. Here in LA Live, peace to Miss Erykah Badu for naming today, and peace to the gods out there. You know, today's math, knowledge is born, son. And oh yeah, Miss Badu has linked up with the Alchemist, it looks like. She's going to be dropping a new album pretty soon here. She hasn't dropped the album in like 15 years, so I'm pretty sure it's going to be hot. Pretty sure it's going to be hot. Can't wait.
Saw Will Smith's doing a record too.
Yeah, somebody said it's recession signs. Sign of the recession is on the way.
Yeah, get your Mickey D's hat.
Yeah, Badu too, man. I don't know. All right, LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. And G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there this week, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. And you can follow us all and find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here. Some Michigan high school basketball phenom. His name is Keyshawn Somerville, having his way up there in Lansing. He's a point guard. I'm talking about dude is having his way. He had a half-court buzzer beater to win regionals for his squad, and this lady in the audience, she manifested this shot, I'm sure of it.
I don't know what y'all happy for. It ain't over. It ain't over. It ain't over. It ain't over. It ain't over.
Yeah.
She was hitting somebody then when she was saying that.
It's not over.
The person in front of her.
Keyshawn can make it. I know he can.
Damn, lady.
Come on, Key. Come on, Key. Come on, Key.
Man.
She's screaming about that NIL money, baby, coming to Keith pretty soon.
Yeah.
Guy had 35 points in a 73-71 win.
Come on, dude.
That's why she was so confident.
I want to hear confidence again one more time.
It's not over. Keyshawn can make it. I know he can. Come on, Key. Come on, Key. Come on, Key.
He hit that whole He hit that one. He hit that thing, dog.
Dude, that is so awesome.
Shout out to him, man.
He didn't get it off. He got it off.
Yeah. Garside. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Bucket Naked Wednesday. I got a question for the Tolos that I asked on Facebook. You can follow me there at Lucius Alexander, Lucious. And this is in lieu of Eric getting busted at the gym.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, you got busted at the gym using your brother's ID type of vibes.
It's well documented.
Yeah. My dad and I do that. You know, I'm a junior.
Yeah.
Just tell him your ball. Huh?
Yeah.
Go ahead and do it. Yeah, of course I was born in 63. Of course, Pops.
Sneak one past the goalie.
And a friend of mine, I haven't seen her in a long time, and she asked me what happened to my abs.
Yeah.
Shame me. I feel like she shouldn't because she got a BBL.
Okay.
You can't shame people if you got work done.
Right.
Nope, not at all.
But it got my behind back in the gym.
There you go.
So
sometimes that's what it takes.
That's what it takes. What song would you add to your workout playlist? I asked this to the Tolos so I can make me a little workout playlist, cheat sheet kind of vibe. I have a workout playlist, but you want to add more because you start getting tired of the same songs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I usually, like, if I'm doing a circuit or something like that, where, you got the bench, and then you go over to do arms, and maybe some squats, and you do, like, 4 workouts.
You're supersetting the hell out of that thing.
I might sound corny, but I use this.
Get you moving.
Stamina.
Hey!
Yeah. The 80s jazzercise era.
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
80s montages?
Absolutely, yeah.
I can see the leg warmers right now.
Flash dance.
The leotards, the over-permed hair.
Love a good 80s montage.
Yeah. It's motivating. It's groovy. You're kind of dancing. Your body's still moving even when you're not in the middle of a set.
How are we going to save the rec center? I got it. A car wash.